Good morning and welcome to the Gold Coast, Australia, to the 39th Gold Coast Airport Marathon. I'm Ian Eckersley, delighted to be here for the 10th live webcast of the Gold Coast Marathon, joined by Australia's greatest ever female marathoner, Benita Willis, and fellow marathoner Dave Robbo Robertson. Looking for a fantastic day, near perfect conditions, if not perfect conditions, here on the Gold Coast. The half marathon is only minutes away, the marathon just over an hour away. We might have the Battle of Brisbane later today, Pacquiao versus Horn in the world title boxing match. But here on the Gold Coast, we have the clash of the coast, the rumble in the jungle on the Gold Coast. And Benita, we've got this fascinating duel between Kenneth Mungara, two-time defending champions, versus Yuki Kawauchi, who he beat last year. One of about 15,000 fascinating plots and subplots here today, I reckon.
Oh, I'm so excited about that race. Yeah, and I'm excited about the women's races as well. Can we get another Japanese women winner today? And we've had 5 in a row. Who knows? Can we get a race record like last year? I'm very excited about that duel, the women's marathon and the half about to start.
We've come to expect records and race records here, haven't we, Robbo? A women's record last year, a couple of world records over the last few years in masters running, and of course Mungara holds the record. It's going to be fascinating to see how he goes.
It will be, and I'm really excited to see it's been built up, as you say, the clash here on the streets of the Gold Coast. Can the three-peat happen? It hasn't happened here before at the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. Paddy Carroll, you know, he's come close. He's got 2 in a row, but no one's actually done it. So today's the day for histrry to be made. But a quick shout out for yourself, Ian, before we go any further. It's your 10th consecutive webcast here at the Gold Coast Marathon. So well done, and mate, you just get going stronger and stronger every year. Yeah,
it's a PB. Look, it's great to be able to bring this to the world. We are delighted to have live pictures of Australia's premier marathon like that. It's great to be involved, great to have you guys here, and we just want to see a fantastic race. We had that head-to-head clash last year, which went right down to the wire. We dream of another close finish again, but as we know, they don't happen too often in marathons.
It'll be interesting, and it's such a tricky beast, as you know, and listeners and viewers will know. It's an interesting one, the marathon, and that's why we do love it, and that's why we love talking about it. Anything can happen. The weather's looking pretty good. We're going to hear a little bit more about what the conditions are like on the ground shortly, but the course is flat. We know it's fast. If they're ready to pull their socks up and run fast, we should see something pretty special again here today.
Well, it will be special in the half marathon as well, which is literally only about 10 minutes away from starting, and we have a fantastic field there. We'll have a look at those shortly, Benita, but a couple of really high-class elite athletes from America, Sarah Hall and Olympian Desiree Linden.
Oh, I mean, I can't wait to watch that half marathon unfold. We've got some exciting Australian athletes there to race them. And yeah, Des flew over from America to run here. She's never run here before. She's just been to Sydney for a few hours, so she's never run on our shores. And I'm really excited. Brilliant athlete, 2:22 PB. Yeah, can't wait to watch her race. And Sarah as well, she's flown in from Ethiopia, been training at 9,000 feet for this race. And yeah, I'm excited to see them up against Cass Feen, who won here last year. And I just can't wait to watch this race unfold.
It should be fantastic. We'll focus on the elites, but of course, as we all know, there are just so many wonderful human interest stories in the everyday runners, the weekend warriors, you know, mums and dads, particularly mums. Women's are now 51% of the event here. So these are people who are just everyday people. This is their Olympics, I guess, in a sense today, for them to be come out today and put all their hard work into practice, hopefully get a PB, but it's going to be hills and valleys and a roller coaster ride for everyone out there.
Oh yeah, I mean, for people that work full time, they've got families, fitting in their training like what you do for Boston each year. You know, it's really hard. So you know, they've got to get their training right and ready for the race today. I really admire those people. Fantastic.
Yeah, we can see here on the screen, Ian. In fact, you know, the regular runners, as you say. And the park runners and the Indigenous Marathon Project supporters, we'll talk a bit more about that, I'm sure, during the broadcast, but they're all having a crack. But at the pointy end, as we've mentioned, it's going to be very, very interesting, and we can go through and have a bit of a look at some of the field, I guess, and this fella on the screen, well, he's a very, very classy runner, Ian, and one of the fastest. I think is he still the fastest to debut in the marathon with that really quick time, 2:11 back in 2010. But he's won a couple of times here the ASICS Half Marathon, and he's back again today. Got himself a ticket for the World Champs, and Jeff Hunt, he's in interesting form. We heard at the press conference the other day, hasn't raced a lot this year, but it's going to be interesting to see how he has a hit out today ahead of those World Champs.
First serious race back. Jeff, of course, in the half marathon. This is the half marathon elite field we're going through. PB there of 62.44 in 2009. Moving through a couple of the other men's elites just before we get started on things in the half marathon. He's one to watch here. The Japanese have been very effective and very dominant runners in the half. Hiroko Yamagishi, he's got a really impressive PB of 62.51 only of a couple of years ago. So he's still got youth on his side. We probably shouldn't look too much at age these days, Benita, because Kenneth Mungara has rewritten the rule book on that.
Yeah, for sure, Ian. And, you know, you can't just look at age and think that's a barrier, for sure.
And Koji Gokaya of Japan as well. I think we may well see another Japanese winner this year in the half marathon. They've got extraordinary depth. There's something like 100 runners in Japan who've run sub 63.5 or something like that. Don't always convert it to the marathon, of course. And Liam Adams of Australia, who's also going to the World Champs later this year. We're not sure about his form. Robbo, have you got a read on that at the moment?
Pretty good, actually. He won a race down in Sydney only about a month or so ago. So he's coming into some pretty good form. Down in Launceston 10, had a good race there a couple of weeks ago as well. So, yeah, PB there, 63. He's a great racer, great competitor as well, and he won't give those Japanese, too much space, I reckon. So it's great to have him there in the field, and we'll see these Aussies take it to the Japanese. And then, yeah, Josh Harris, a colourful character, and he's known for some of his work on the track. But here he is. He's got himself a start at the World Champs as well. His first green and gold start at a World Championships, but he'll race the half marathon today. And he's looking to, have a good test ahead of the big one coming up in London.
Of course, the men's and the women's half marathons fields using it in many cases as a hit out before the London World Champs. Just having a look in a little more detail at the women's field, we spoke about the two headline American girls, but here's our local girl, Cassie Feen, who's a former winner here, Benita. She would be excited about the challenge of the Americans that they're going to lay down.
Oh, she is, Ian, and she races a lot, Cass, but she rarely gets to race these American girls. And I spoke to her yesterday. She just arrived. She's been busy this week, works as a personal trainer for the Defence Force, so she's quite busy with that kind of stuff. But she's a fantastic athlete and really looking forward to trying to qualify for Com Games, doing Berlin Marathon later in the year. But this race is going to be a good hard run. Just missed our team for World Champs in London, but won this race last year.
Sarah Hall, the American, wife of Ryan Hall, the legendary American male marathoner. Sarah has had quite a journey to get here. She's flown from Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. She stopped counting how long the trip was after about 30 hours, but it was there and abouts. Sarah and Ryan recently adopted 4 Ethiopian girls. She's got a terrific PB, and we could see the women's winning time around that 70-minute mark, couldn't we, Benita?
Yeah, and Sarah and Des were both saying that they'd love to go under 71, but the competition is so important for both of them. And her PB for the marathon was from this year in Tokyo, and she's very excited to have a good hard run here, good fast run.
Desiree Linden, 6th, I think, at the Rio Olympics in the marathon, all class. She is pretty hungry. She ran Boston earlier this year. Not sure what she's got in her legs. This is her first serious race since then, so anything could happen, but the PB speaks for itself. Yeah,
I mean, her PB is actually 2:22, but, she likes to have good hard training going into these half marathons when she's preparing for a marathon, so it'd be a good hit out for her.
And another local athlete who's featured very prominently in years gone by, Millie Clark of Australia. So her PB actually a little bit quicker than Cassie. So we could see Millie and Cassie sort of clash for the Australian title in that regard. Yeah,
Millie, she's one of our young guns. Fantastic athlete. I can't wait to watch her career unfold and can't wait to watch her race today.
And then finally, another wonderful Australian talent, Jess Trengrove, who has been a constant feature here. But Jess, you'd never underestimate her, would you?
No, and her run in London this year, fantastic. She's improving all the time at the marathon, and her half marathons are always getting better as well. I can't wait to watch Jess run. She's fantastic and so consistent at these races.
That women's and men's half marathon just a few minutes away. We're going to cross live out to the course to Mike Rebeat, who's going to give us a bit of a feel for how the atmosphere is in the pre-dawn darkness. Over to you, Mike.
Well, a very big welcome to you wherever you're watching this right around the world to the ASICS Half Marathon and then the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. The atmosphere down here at race start is absolutely electric this morning. Conditions are almost perfect. There is a slight breeze which may hinder our marathon runners a little bit later on. It was a little bit chilly, and when they came home in the 10K runs yesterday, they were dead set into a head breeze. We'll have to wait and see what the breeze does. But ideal conditions here for the start of our race today, the ASICS Half Marathon. We've got over 9,000 competitors competing in this particular race. We're going to be here with you right throughout the day for the Gold Coast Airport Marathon, and before the marathon start, we're going to catch up with some legends. Candice Warner, who is the wife of David Warner, the vice-captain of the Australian men's cricket team, will be joining us. Also a couple of legend footballers. Ben Hannett, who played with the Brisbane Broncos and the Cowboys, will join us. Spider Everett, Peter Everett, also one of the great legends of AFL football. They're going head-to-head in a battle of the radio stations here on the Gold Coast. So we're really, really looking forward to this. We've got the elites just coming into the start area now for the ASICS Half Marathon. It's going to be a very, very quick race. The record they're chasing is 1:01 for the men and 1:09 for the ladies. So we're expecting a very, very quick race today. As I mentioned, conditions are absolutely ideal here for the start of the ASICS Half Marathon. And then we're looking forward a little bit later on to the Wheelchair Marathon and, of course, the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. We'll be back with more very shortly. Back to the studio.
Thanks very much for that, Mike Rabs. He's excited, we're excited out there. The start of the half marathon just moments away, Benita and Robbo. And of course, for many people, we talk about the marathon being a challenge, but for many people, just getting on the start line of the half marathon is enough of a challenge.
My heart has just gone up a few beats, Ian, just watching the footage down there. Yeah, you know, it's amazing to see the popularity in half marathon running and the sheer numbers here. They told me something like it'll take them 11 minutes to get the whole field across the start line here this morning, and look at them, they're beaming and ready to go. I've had the last couple of years doing the call down there like Rabs just did, and I've been hinting each year, Eckers, that I wanted to get into the warmth of the studio, and I think we swapped Monners out. Monners is in there somewhere having a run this morning, but and we're here. But it's going to be really interesting to see how it does pan out in the pointy end, but I'm just giving all sorts of cheers for everyone out there, especially those doing their first, and I hope they have a great morning for it. I'm sure they will.
Yeah, we all know plenty of people, friends, colleagues, they'll be happy to finish the half times, may be less of a consequence. Of course, the half marathon course record, it goes back a long way, and I'm not sure that it's going to be threatened here today because it is absolutely world class. Benson Massier, back in 1992, ran 61.16, and just the year after that, in a dead heat, we had Steve Monaghetti and Tedeschi Gebre of Ethiopia. Dead heat, the only dead heat at the half marathon here, 61.48. I don't expect that to fall, but if we get something in the 62 range, we'd be happy. Here we go, ready for the start, and they are off in the ASICS Half Marathon, the men's and women's ASICS Half Marathon. Perfect setting there. Just seeing the start of the glow of dawn as runners pour through that start line. Of course, they head north on this marathon, in this half marathon course, in a different direction to the marathon, and we're seeing the everyday runners just ambling across the line, trying to get off to a start which is not too fast, Robbo. This is the danger, I guess, for people. We spoke about first-time runners, marathoners, half marathoners. The excitement, the energy, the adrenaline can get to you. It can be fatal if you go out too hard.
It can, Ian, and I've done a few of these things, and it's happened to me a number of times, and you pay the price a little bit later on in the back end. So take it steady, enjoy it, and use those nerves to get you going down the road. But look at this, it's fantastic. If you're watching at home, you're wondering what those balloons are about. Well, it's not just a party that's going on. These are actually doing a job. They're the pacers, and a big thanks to, I think, Pat Carroll Running Group that's providing the pacers here today, and so they'll be certain paces to get their runners under a certain time. And the important part of organised running events these days, people, you know, they love to, once they do their first one, as you said, they then get interested in what their time was and go out the next time and maybe try and beat it. And as we know, famously up here on the Gold Coast, it's known for good times and a flat, fast course and good conditions, which will help with that. So hopefully these people, they won't go out too fast, and they'll settle into their rhythm once they get through that start line and get ready for what's going to be a great day. We'll see them back here for some of them about a bit over an hour, and some of them 2 hours.
Yeah, I bumped into a lady in the lift this morning. She was happy if she was going to beat my marathon PB of 2:26 in the half marathon. Yep. We talk about PBs as in personal bests, or PRs, personal records, as they call them in the Northern Hemisphere. But Benita, it's interesting to note that over 65% of runners here at Gold Coast Airport Marathon and the half report running PBs. that speaks volumes about the course and the conditions.
Oh, fantastic. That stat, I mean, you wouldn't get many races in the world that have that kind of stat. And, you know, a lot of these sort of runners, they want to come here, they want to run a personal best time, they want to tell their friends at work, their family, oh, I beat my best time. And, you know, we come here and we want to compete, but we also want to get that time and reach our goals. And everyone has different goals. A lot of people, though, the goals is the time. Sometimes at the pointy end and the elites, they can't always run PBs, but people crossing the line now here, they probably know what pace they want to go. We can see the pacing balloons just cross the line, and you know, they're going to stick to that and try to run a PB. And it is fast. It's a beautiful time of the day to run, and they know exactly what they need to do. But it's just settling the nerves in the first K, and certainly you can't kind of just cross the line and just be ready to go. You've got to just make sure you're not falling over anyone, and just got to be really careful. But we can see a lot of people, they check their watches as soon as they cross that line, and 11 minutes to all get across the line. That just speaks volume for the amount of people that are in this race. And you know, to run PBs, you need a lot of people in the race. You know, you need perfect conditions, and you need those pacemakers to help you.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see just so many competitors. I guess this is the mass participation event, around 9,000 in the half marathon, around 6,000 in the marathon here. By world standards, that is fantastic. Looking at the race records here for the women's, that is something which has also stood the test of time for a number of years. Lisa Jane Waitman back in 2010, 69 flat. Benita, is that under threat today? We have a classy field, but that is a hot time from Lisa Waitman.
Yeah, 69 flat, so you've got to run 68 something to break that, and I don't think that's under threat today. The girls were talking about trying to break 71. A lot of them are in preparation for the marathon at the World Champs in London, so they're not really sure, some of them, how fast they can run, but phenomenal time by Lisa, and Lisa ran 2:25 in London Marathon this year, and she's a phenomenal athlete, and yeah, I remember that year, and I remember hearing about that run, and I think that will stand the test of time for quite a while.
And wonderful to see the other name there, Lisa Ondieki, 69.43, back 1988, all of almost 30 years ago. Lisa, one of Australia's greatest marathon women runners, back probably a bit of an inspiration for you, Benita, back in your up-and-coming days.
She certainly was. Her and Rob Eckersley were very much an inspiration to me, and I actually broke Lisa's record in the marathon when I ran my 2:22, but she ran 2:23 in New York, and New York Marathon is such a tough course to run fast on, and silver medal at the Olympics as well. So Lisa, you know, to have her name in this record, in these record books is something that we'd always look up to, and she's someone that's always inspired me to run better at the marathon. But she was such a brilliant marathon runner, and we can see here at the half marathon as well. But yeah, they probably may not be going for a 69 flat race today, but I think we're going to see fast times.
But it's a circle of life in running, isn't it? That there's a new generation of role models, and I know you'll be modest about this, but you're a role model to people who are coming through today at the Legends Lunch yesterday, a traditional event before the Gold Coast Marathon. We have, you know, Rob Eckersley, Steve Monteghetti, Pat Carroll, Lee Troop, and yourself, Benita Willis. It's great for you to be able to give back to the running community. I know that's a very important part of what you elite guys see in this event.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's fantastic to be able to give back to the running community, and you know, and just try to help people with their running. And a lot of people, they ask you about what kind of training you did and things like that. But for me, and the advice that I like to give to runners is that you've got to do something that you enjoy. You've got to try to be a part of a group, and be accountable for getting up early in the mornings and training and setting goals. And a lot of the things like that, they inspire people to be better. And the Gold Coast Airport Marathon gives them that goal and that race to aim for each year.
We're seeing pictures, Robbo, of yesterday's 10-kilometre race, which was a pretty interesting race in its own right. Again, we had very good conditions, a little bit of breeze. You ran it. You found it pretty good out there. Was it top 60 and the third Dave home across the finish line, I saw?
That's right. Yeah, it was fantastic, and big field again once a year, and a lot of depth up at the pointy end once again. I found myself running alongside Eloise Wellings at one point. I thought, I've got to get out of here. This pace is way too hot for me. But just great to be out there, and it's great to set the weekend in motion, I guess, with that first event on the Saturday. Lots of people doing that one, and you know, plenty of them will convert. You know, those that have done they did their first 10K maybe ever, and they might step up to do a half marathon and a marathon. It's kind of a rite of passage, isn't it, here at the Gold Coast? I've actually worked my way down. I did the marathon to start with, and I've done the half. and the 10 actually, and the kids run as well, which I'm sure we'll see some pictures of too. But yeah, it's a great event, and it was good conditions, and I'm happy enough to bag a PB. But look at these boys finishing here at the finish. You could throw a blanket over them. It was 3 seconds decided them, and it was Tim Lefroy here. He's been having a great battle with Matt Hudson, as we saw in the background there. He's had a few wins this year, and then Eloise Wellings. Look at her beaming smile. We've seen it a couple of years ago when she had a win up here, and there she is. She was happy, as you can tell there, and 32 minutes for her 10K on the road, and she's getting back into some great form ahead of her next string of big races.
32.55 was the official time for Eloise, the second fastest time here at Gold Coast Airport Marathon in the 10K. Alexandra Patterson of Victoria was second, 33.10. Laura Nagel of New Zealand, 34.25. But lots of people running quick times, and Anna Fitzgerald of New South Wales, top 10 finish. She's just about to turn 40, and she ran a massive PB, 35.51. So we had something like 10 women under 36 minutes. Benita, that's terrific depth, and obviously people really revelling in the conditions.
Oh yeah, and I had a look at those top 10 results last night, and you know, often you don't get, you know, 3 or 4 under 36 minutes. So to see those results, to see Eloise run so well ahead of world champs, she was so pumped. And she's heading to St. Moritz to altitude to train today, I think. And yeah, she's really excited to be in that sort of form ahead of big championships like the world champs in London. So yeah, I was really excited to see Eloise run so well.
And very much a family day this Saturday. The entire weekend is, but we see people, the young, the old. There's, of course, the junior dashers. People arm in arm crossing the finish line. Maybe some walked a little bit more of it, but they were all excited. Not sure if we had a wedding there or superheroes.
Fantastic.
But the costume characters, the fantasy characters, the superheroes that we see out there was great to see. This little young fella, his name escapes me, but it was a second victory for him.
Back to back, that's right, and well under, I think 7 minutes or so for 2Ks, 6:50 or so, so
yeah,
not mucking
extraordinary.
around. I know firsthand the effect that this kids race had on my daughter, Ian. She's 5 years old, Grace, and I don't know if she's up early watching her at the moment, but you know, she was just beaming. She went to bed last night. Daddy, that was just out. You know, she had a fantastic day. I loved it. Wants to come back, wants to sign up again, and she was running with her cousins. But I know that's the same for so many of these kids. And look at these ones at the front here. These will go on to win the 10K and the half marathon in years to come.
Jackson Patterson, real up and coming talent. That young lad from Villanova in Brisbane, and it is you know, a family event that people can use it to celebrate a running festival, and we do regard it that way as a festival. But for people to use it as a launch pad, it gives them confidence. Well, if I can run the 10K, maybe I'll have a crack at the half next year.
Yep.
And that is a big part of this Gold Coast Airport Marathon event. We are about 47 minutes, just over an hour away from the start of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. A field of around 6,000 coming through there. We will have live pictures of the marathon. We'll be covering it all the way. We'll talk in a little more detail very soon about Koichi and Mangara, but it's been fascinating to see that interplay between these characters. A strong Japanese field, a strong Kenyan field or African field. But Benita, we know that there's so many other stories, and I guess a heartwarming one which we know is Lee Troop, Australian Olympian. He officially retired from elite running here a couple of years ago, but he's back for a very special reason, to run with his dad.
Yeah, and he was running with his dad yesterday. Yeah, and Lee Troop, you know, he's one of our fantastic marathon runners, and gives so much back to the sport. He got fit, and his dad's recovered from brain cancer, and you know, he's phenomenal. And I only met his dad for the first time here, and oh wow! And he was telling us a story about his dad just walking a lap of this course around his house. It's quite small, and yeah, and then just a little bit each day, and more, and then getting fit enough to be able to run here. And oh yeah, it's just fantastic. And my sister-in-law is going through breast cancer treatment, and I think we all know people that are going through, you know, recovering from cancer or have succumbed to it, unfortunately. So yeah, no, it's a fantastic story, and oh yeah, you know, I can't believe, yeah, I love seeing him here and what he's doing.
There's so much emotion embedded. I know a guy, Brian Towler, ran Boston Marathon with me last year, ran Gold Coast last year as well. 2 weeks later was diagnosed with blocked arteries, needed a quadruple bypass. Part of his recovery, his rehabilitation, like many people, was to get back here. He's running the Gold Coast Airport Marathon today. Robbo, those stories of inspiration, they're almost as heartwarming and as much of the emotional connection with the race here today as the elites.
That's right. Running events around the world have a lot to be responsible for when it comes to giving people, I think, the avenue to go out and it's a sad time, you know, diagnosis of cancer, people get lose loved ones. They can go out and they can act on that and raise some money for the charities and go and, I guess, yeah, you know, get active and celebrate those people's lives that they've lost. And it is a special thing. I spoke with Joe Troop yesterday. I said to him, look, your boy's out of the country. Down in Geelong, they have a thing called the Troop Loop. I said, Lee's out of the country. I said, that's named after you now. You're the legend. And that's where Lee grew up running with his dad, and that's how he got into it. So, you know, to see Joe out there and running that 10K, and he'll have a tear in his eye when his boy crosses the line, I'm sure, today, and hopefully 2:29 something.
Yeah, well, that would be the challenge for Troopy. He admits it's been a bit of a journey for him back. If he runs sub 2:30, he'd be delighted with that. We'll have a look at the Australian runners in a short little while. The lead runners in the half marathon, we've got, they're just going through 2 kilometres now. We've got a pack of 10 with about a 10-second gap. So we'll get some splits on that probably at the 10-kilometre mark, just under halfway. So it will be interesting to see how that pans out. Just looking at some of the history here of Gold Coast, and I was looking at some stats about the men and the women. So Australian in the marathon, Australians have won 18 events, Kenyans have won 9, including the last 3, and the Japanese have won 6, whereas on the other side of the women, Benita, Australians have dominated, particularly through the early days, 19 Australian winners, but Japan has been so totally dominant, 13 victories, including the last 5 straight.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic record for Japan in recent times. Great record for us, but we've seen, the last 5 years we've seen a Japanese winner, and I've only been coming here for 3, so I've only ever seen a Japanese winner in my time. We saw a course record last year. We see a past Japanese runner coming back from 2015. She's coming to try to win again, and so we've never seen a Kenyan winner. Who knows? But yeah, it just shows the brilliance of the field to see the spread across the countries and Oceania title today. We've seen a few New Zealand winners, but in the well past now.
Yeah, so we've only had 1 African winner in the women's event, Tosima, in 2011. Not to have a Kenyan having won a IAAF gold label event marathon around the world would probably be an anomaly. I can't think of too many other races like that, but we have a strong field of Ethiopians and Kenyan women today. Will be interesting to see. I think they could be the strongest challenge.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some young talent from those countries here. Real credit to Ryan McDonald, who organises the elite field, and to get that IAAF gold label, he's got to have a certain number of athletes from the countries with the qualifying time. So to have that kind of competition from all the African countries, I know we've got a girl here from Holland, on debut, who could run really well. She's got a 70-10 half marathon PB. It's very, very interesting, but those Africans, I think they're going to be, vying for the win. We saw an Ethiopian winner a few years ago, never seen a Kenyan winner, so we could be. But those Japanese girls, gee, they're tough in the last 10K.
And we've got quite a large number of Japanese runners, something like 612 runners from Japan just across the board, not elites. Just to give you some key statistics to show the international appeal of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. Over 3,000 international competitors, some pretty big numbers there. 612 from Japan, 500 from Singapore. The USA is up 30%, Hong Kong 314, Malaysia 300, China 285. So Robbo, it does add such a wonderful flavour to this event. The fact that you can walk around the course here before the marathon, in the days before and on the day, and feel like you could be anywhere in the world in a marathon because it's such a United Nations flavour.
Exactly. We should say a very good morning or good afternoon wherever people are watching around the world.
Konnichiwa to Japan. I don't know what the
they've got up early.
Is.
Yeah, but it's great to have that international flavour, and it really, we've got the gold label status here at Gold Coast Airport Marathon now, and it really is being noticed around the world. And when you have the fastest 40-plus-year-old in the world, coming out here and running well, and Yuki Kawauchi is a household name around running communities around the world. I know he's a cult figure, over in the UK and America, and especially in Japan, his home country. So it's very, very exciting, and it feels like the world, the focus is right here for this morning, and it's great to have the company of everyone hopefully tuning in around the world.
And to see the race records and the fast times, once a course like Gold Coast Benita gets a reputation, that becomes a magnet, doesn't it? Because I think we've got something like 12 Olympians out there today, a number of elite athletes in the half marathon, then 10K of the marathon, who competed in Rio or previous marathons, from Iran even. So around the world, the buzz and the reputation of a Gold Coast, okay, it's not in the top 5, but it must be in and around the top 10 marathons around the world.
Yeah, for sure, Ian. And once, these marathons, once a marathon such like the Gold Coast Airport Marathon, we get some fast times, it gets a lot of coverage. This time of year in a lot of countries it's summer, so there's not very many marathons where you can run fast times because, the weather's too hot. So people see this marathon, they see the fast course, they see the competition, and those elite athletes, they want to go to the Gold Coast. They want to go to somewhere different if they've never been here before, and if they have been here before, they go home to their own countries and tell everyone about it. And that's why we get this reputation. That's why I think even the American figures are up, because we've had, Ryan Hall and Sarah Hall out together a few years ago. We've got Des Linden this year. We've got some really exciting American athletes at that elite end, and then that's filtering through to the everyday runners and the people here just wanting to run fast times and coming out from an American summer or summer in the UK, and they want to come here and have a bit of a holiday. They want to come out from summer from those Asian countries as well. So yeah, very exciting, and I'm pumped to watch this race unfold.
We're seeing our international runners doing their group warm up. That's quite a key part of to see people. Getting ready. Here we've got plastic bags to ward off the cold out there. But I guess for these international attendees, Robbo, they can combine a holiday, an exotic holiday, to a destination like Australia and the Gold Coast. I know Desi Linden is going up to the Great Barrier Reef, to Hamilton Island after this. So for them, it's a combination of running a fast course, a wonderful course with great atmosphere, and getting to holiday one of the best places in the world.
I've said it for years, Ian. It ticks all the boxes, doesn't it? And it's hard to come up with an excuse not to be up here. And I challenge anyone that is tuning into the webcast at the moment, if you're not here this year, make sure you book your flights now and sort out getting up here for next year, because it's a great place to be. School holidays for a lot of people at the moment as well, for a lot of the kids and families, so they're all up here and they can hang out on the Gold Coast and, as you say, go and explore other beautiful parts of Queensland as well. Just a quick one, Ian, just to mention the social media at the moment, and people are following online intently, and I'm looking on Facebook. We've got the live stream on Facebook this year, the webcast on Facebook. A couple of messages coming through here. Good luck, everyone, from Tracy Turner. There's a good one here from Errol Goes. He says, good luck to my friends from Southport runners and walkers. So get on there, folks, and check it out. You can use the hashtag GCAM17 and get across all your social media platforms. Twitter's going off as well at the moment. So great to, I guess, engage with people that way as well, who are also tuning in, but also got the social media happening as well. Maybe some runners will be giving some updates from out on the course too.
I don't doubt we might see a bit of Facebook Live from runners out there in the course. And of course, the international friendships and relationships I know that I've formed, that you guys have formed, and that everyday runners out there, it's wonderful to hear the stories after the fact, isn't it, Benita, about seeing people come across the line, complete strangers. They've been out there, they've all had their own struggles and battles in a race. They've helped each other through friendships and bonds. I'm not sure if we've had people who have ended up getting married after the race, but I know the depth of the friendships and the bonds formed in the heat of battle, the heat of struggle of a marathon, is unique. If you haven't experienced it, it's a bit hard to describe.
Yeah, and I think you've got to have run a marathon to really understand and know what it's like. But yeah, the marathon's like a journey, and it's a journey with your mind as well. And the sorts of people out there that can help, we have all those people that are setting the paces, and they help so many people with getting through and getting under a particular pace. And I remember Steve Monaghetti was talking about how he was helping people under 3 hours and just yelling at people and really helping them to lift to that next level. And that's
yelling in a nice supportive way.
Yeah, in a nice supportive way. But that's what people remember, and sometimes it just takes that little bit of an encouragement to switch to the next gear and keep going. But yeah, there's people that might stop at the water break and talk to each other or help each other through. Someone might run up to someone and say, come on, run with me, and just relax, run with me for a K and get going again, because we know the marathon, it's like a roller coaster. It's like one of those rides where it's just up and down all the time, and you really have to make sure that if you're in a bit of a low, you've got to get out of that. And yeah, those stories, I love to read them through my work with Q Run and Queensland Athletics. Like I report on stories like that, and I love to talk to people about their personal stories and journeys and things like that. And going through in a marathon and what you experience is just yeah, if you haven't run a marathon, you don't really understand, and you don't, it's easy for us to talk about it because we've all run them and we know, but we've really got to, you've got to search from somewhere inside where sometimes you don't think you've got it in you, and then when you cross that line, it's just a fantastic feeling, and you want to share it too.
And sharing their stories with us over the last couple of days, some of the elite athletes. I caught up with at the Elite Athletes Media Conference on Friday, firstly with Elizabeth Chirono, originally from Kenya, now lives in the Netherlands and representing Netherlands. Also with a fellow who's a fascinating story in the men's race, Jonah, and we'll talk to him shortly, and then Risa Takanaka from Japan. So let's have a listen to those elite athlete interviews. Elizabeth, first time to Australia and first Gold Coast Marathon, first marathon. You must be very excited.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really excited. Yeah, I'm also looking forward to it. Yeah.
Excited but scared, apprehensive of your first marathon?
Yeah, let's say scared is really maybe a big word, but also I'm curious how I'm going to do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Confidence in your training, your body's in good shape, you've trained well?
Yeah, for sure. Let's say the last 10 weeks I trained good without any problem, without any injuries. So I'm really confident about it, happy about it. Yeah.
The Japanese women have dominated here. They've been so very good for so many years. So you will have a real challenge and a fight with the Japanese women.
Yeah, for sure, because I watched also the video from last year and some years. They are really good athletes. So I think I can be able to stay with them and we can help each other to run good times. Yeah.
Now, if they're on 2:25 pace, you might not, that might be a bit quick for you, you were saying. You might be a little more conservative, aim to run a little bit slower split?
Yeah, for sure. I want to run the second half faster than the first one. So I think if they go for 2:25, I think I will let them go, and then I try to come from backwards, because for me it's too risky to go to 2:25. Yeah.
And what do you know about the course? Fast, flat, scenic, have you heard that?
Yeah, I have seen also the videos from past years. It is really, really fast. That's why I choose also for Gold Coast. It's nice, it was a nice moment. And also the course is really hard. It's very fast, no hills, and not a lot of corners. So you can really go for faster time. Yeah.
Good luck and enjoy.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Jonah, this is just your second marathon, but you have one win from one race. Was that good for your confidence, winning your first marathon?
Yes, it was very good for me winning a marathon for the first time.
Why have you changed to marathons? Why have you just started running marathons now?
Oh, I just changed, the change came just from Barcelona. When I finished the marathon, then I see that the marathon is good and I had good time. Then I decided to be a marathoner.
So you think marathons are your best distance now?
Now the Gold Coast will determine everything if it will be the best race for me.
So you are the young Kenyan racing the old Kenyan, Kenneth Mungara. You have age on your side. Do you feel good? Think you can beat him?
Yeah, I feel good when I'm running with an older man. And I will try my best to be ahead of him or to follow him.
Have you thought about your tactics, your strategy, how you might run the race on Sunday?
Oh, no, but I think the strategy will come just at the starting line. Yeah.
And you have paces, so the paces will do the early work and you just sit and make your move late in the race, yes?
Oh, yes, I have to follow the pacemakers until I think it's 30 kilometers. When they go, then we, the finishers, will now see how the course will be. Yeah. If it will be good for me, I have to go ahead because I am a front runner. I can't stay behind.
Good luck and enjoy the race.
Thank you.
Risa, welcome back to the Gold Coast. Are you excited to be back?
すごく好きな
This is a race I love, so I'm very, very happy to be back.
What sort of condition is she in, and what are the race tactics for Sunday?
まあまあ
I think I'm in reasonable shape, pretty good shape, and I want to break my PB on Sunday.
Who does she see as the main threats? Obviously, some other Japanese runners, some Ethiopians, but anyone in particular?
Well, needless to say, the Africans are the Kenyans and Ethiopians will be my main rivals, and I hope to run with them through the first half and then really push in the second half. And more than looking at a place this time, I'm really hoping to focus on time, and then whatever place that gets me, I'll be happy with.
Congratulations on her wedding. It is a family marathon for Gold Coast. What is it like being married to a marathon runner, and do they train together?
Yeah, we run together. We do some of our slower jogs together normally. So there's that, and then both of us being here in the same race really, gives me some inner peace, some inner strength. And if we both run well, that would be the best possible outcome for Sunday.
Thank you, and have a good race.
Thank you.
That's Risa Takanaka, who won here in 2015. Her husband is running here, as she mentioned, Takia Noguchi, who has a 2:11 PB. She talks about having an inner peace and inner strength of running here with her husband, knowing that he's out there. And I think she was dreaming of them both running personal best. That would be an ideal day for that Japanese couple, Benita.
It would be an ideal day, and for her to run a sub 2:28, which she was talking about. Her PB is just over 2:28, and for him 2:11, I think. You know, I think they'd be celebrating fairly hard tonight. I'm not sure what if that's drinking or whatever, but yeah, she was very excited about their races today.
And Jonah Chesham, the first fellow we spoke with, Robbo, he is just a fascinating story. You couldn't see it there in the interview, but he was actually at the Paralympics in London in 2012. Now, he's somebody who has a deformity with his right arm. He competed in the T46 disability category in London. He was telling me the other day they got rid of the 800 and 1500. He was only left with the 400. He's not a sprinter. Suddenly had to move up to the marathon. But he made his marathon debut in Barcelona just a few months ago, ran 2:08:57 on debut. Now he's running with the big boys.
Yeah, it's right, isn't it? Yeah, I believe the story is he affected by a fire, and that was how he burned his right hand heavily. And yeah, he's a great story in that he's been a pacemaker in the past, and one of those interesting times when the pacemaker goes on, feels good, and goes on to win the race. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes today. But yeah, great to have him here, and hopefully he can hold on to the heels of his countryman Kenneth Mungara and see how long he can ride the pace for here today.
We will talk a lot about Mungara, but if I was to pick another Kenyan, Jonah Chesham is one I'm going to have a really close eye on. He is very, very hungry and somebody who's got enormous potential. So 2:08:57 is right up there competitive. If we see a sub-2:9 race, he'll be there. Now we're going to cross back out to the course. It is light now. Dawn has arrived, and Mike Rabita's out there with Candice Falzon, wife of Dave Warner, who is out there running her first marathon.
Thank you very much, Ian. Here it's absolutely fantastic. It is still freezing, by the way, and the athletes want to go and warm up because it is very, very Piccadilly, let me tell you. That breeze coming in from the southeast a little bit, or southwest, I should say, and that may affect some of the runners a little bit later on, especially that slog home when they're coming back from the other end back to the finish line. But we've got plenty of athletes here doing their first ever marathon, and one of them is Candice Falzon, the wife of David Warner, the vice-captain of the Australian men's cricket team. Candice, first one, you've been training really hard for this, but a very different type of training regime.
It has. I've spent a long time. Well, that's really annoying. Yeah, I've been in India, so I've had to spend a lot of my time training on a treadmill, and I'm just really excited to be here and run my first marathon.
Now, it's not the first time that you've competed here on the Gold Coast, albeit the fact this time you'll be able to look at the ocean from the road instead of looking from the ocean to the road.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot different. Usually we race at Curra for the Australian Surf Life-Saving Championships. So this is going to be very different, but something I'm really looking forward to.
Candice, of course, you competed in the Coolangatta Gold over many occasions. Probably the longest run you had was about 10 Ks in that particular event. What do you feel about 42.2?
Look, this is going to be something completely different for me, but I'm excited for the challenge and I can't wait.
Now, what about that wimp of a husband of yours? 22 yards, about as long as he wanted to run.
Yeah, we took him for a 6K run yesterday and he hasn't stopped whinging, so it's better that I do this and he stays with the girls.
How is he at babysitting?
Oh, he's all right. He's not too bad. He doesn't do enough, though.
Well, Candice, well done. I think it's absolutely fantastic having a crack at this, and we wish you all the very best today.
Thank you very much.
Candice Warner joining us, and another bloke who at one stage had the best job in the world. He applied for that particular position and got it. Ben Southall, this is your third. You are absolutely freezing. You've ridden your bike down from Brisbane.
I have indeed, yeah. It's been a bit of a cold start this morning. My third one of these, my 23rd marathon in total. I can't wait for the Gold Coast because the sun coming out the ocean, there is nothing better.
You hate a challenge, don't you? Now, your wife, who was about 5 months pregnant, skateboarded all around Tasmania. You've driven a Land Rover from Singapore to London. What else is on the bucket list?
Oh, there's lots of different things coming up. I've got a few challenges in the future involving a couple of these sand islands out here, Moreton and Fraser, over the next few months. I'm going to go and do some running challenges there. But at the moment, it's about going out, joining the 27,000 other people and starting this epic, epic race along the coast here. Very much looking forward to it.
Now, you don't mind a chat. You're going to be chatting to fellow competitors out on the run today?
Oh, absolutely. I think that's part of the camaraderie of this one. It's not only the people going down the edge of the road high-fiving the kids, it's all the people that are doing their first marathons, getting a bit of inspiration, looking for their bus, looking to get on the back of the number they want and getting across that line with some big arms in the air.
Well, what's been your inspiration to line up here for your third marathon?
Oh, there's something really, really epic about this start time. Coming down here, seeing the dawn rise out of the east as you come down from Brisbane, and then at that start line, just the first bit of sun hitting you in the face, and hopefully 3 or 4 hours later I'll get across the line before it gets too warm.
Good on you, Ben. We wish you all the very best today. Enjoy the experience out there today.
Thank you.
Well, a couple of our athletes, Ben Southall doing his third and Candice Warner doing her very first. She will be with an elite group because there will be so many first-timers here today, probably at the start. Looking forward to the 42.2. We'll catch up with them a little bit later on when they'll be absolutely exhausted at the end. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. It is a beautiful morning here on the Gold Coast in Australia. You wouldn't be dead for quiz. Running on this sort of course with this sort of backdrop is just pure bliss. So Mike Rebeat there with Candice Warner and Ben Southall. They've got the best job in the world. I reckon we've got the best job in the world, being here, getting the front row seat and seeing some splits unfold. Benita and Robbo. Firstly, Robbo, take us through the men's splits. So we've got a clear pack of 3 men. Hiroko Yamaguchi from Japan with Liam Adams. That's a neck-and-neck battle.
Yeah, it is. Look, so they're right up there at the 10K mark. So Hiroki Yamaguchi, yeah, 29.38 in the lead, but Liam Adams right there as well, same time. Then Andy Buchanan, Victorian, 29.42. So at the moment they're on 62.30 pace, which is good. That's going, sub 3 running, and that would have been highly rated in. That would have won the 10K yesterday. I think it would have by 10 seconds or so. So that's pretty good running so far. So we're going to see how that unfolds. But I'll be interested to see Liam. His PB 63.28, which is about 3-minute pace even. So that's going to be a great battle to see. Dejan Gebrselassie, the Tasmanian, back a little bit further, and Isaiah Spain in there as well. So we'll see how that one goes. Josh Harris and Jeff Hunt, you would assume, aren't too far away, the other Aussies at the pointy end of the men's field. In the women's, Sarah Hall, she's the leader at the moment, through 10Ks in 33.03, and that would have got her inside about 10 seconds of Eloise Welling's finish time in the 10K yesterday as well. So she's giving it a good crack as well, B.
That's fantastic to see, isn't it? The fact that Sarah has laid down the gauntlet B early on after a 30-hour travel. She wasn't too sure, but that's fantastic. She's been adventurous like that.
Yeah, I mean, we can see here that she's a bit further ahead of Jess Trengrove. Jess Trengrove has gone through 10K in 33.49. We know the winner of the 10K yesterday ran 32.50 something. So I know Sarah's gone fast. We've got Mizuki, 33.49 through 10K. Third, Millie Clark's coming through there at the same time. And Des Linden, pretty much the same pack. So we know Sarah Hall, she's not here to muck around. She's here for a fast time. 69.45-ish estimated finish time at the moment for Sarah, but let's see if she can keep that going.
Yeah, because it doesn't convert. You do have a fade factor through the second half of that, and the issue will be how much Sarah, having spent a lot of bickies, having really gone hard early on, how much she does fade. And that chase pack of 4, they'll have her in her sights, Sarah Hall. It's a matter of how much they can apply the pressure, how much she comes back to them.
Yeah, and it is very hard running these longer races by yourself. And, you know, Sarah's you know, already running by herself by a fair margin. So she's really got to use that inner strength and push herself right to the finish. But when you're in a bit of a chasing pack, you know, these girls, they'll feed off each other, and they might share the lead a little bit and just relax when they're back in the pack. So it's going to be quite an interesting, you know, finish. Last 5K, last 8K. I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, I don't know that it's a case so much of running scared, but running strong. You can draw strength from running from the front like that. Now, we will delve into a little bit of detail now about this fascinating duel, this rematch between Kenneth Mungara of Kenya, the barber from Nairobi, who has won 2 years in a row, versus Yuki Kawauchi, the citizen runner from Tokyo. We've got a bit of a compile for you and then some interviews, but this is a strong feature of the event this weekend. Let's have a look how these guys match up.
You see here the Yuki grimace. It's been made famous around the world, Ian, and they talk about the Yuki suit. Listeners of the Marathon Talk podcast will know all about the cult status of Yuki, and you see him here. He looks like he's barely going to last another kilometre, but that's just the look he has, and that's that grimace. And here they are coming into the finish last year. It was so exciting watching the two battle it out. This is with about 3 or 4 Ks left to go as they're heading back towards Broadwater Parklands here. And then, yeah, Mungara out in front. You know, he looked like he was cruising along, but he was working pretty hard to keep Yuki away, and it all brewed up for a showdown on the blue carpet, as we'll see shortly. But great rivals. They're great. They seem to be building a great friendship off the track as well. As we can see, they know that having the both of them there brings the best out of each other, and yeah, we're going to see something similar, I would say, once the marathon kicks off again here today. Very special to witness.
It was fascinating to see it unfold last year, and fascinating to see the dynamic between the two runners in the days leading up to it. They were posing for the media just on Friday. They got them in a boxing match sort of duel, but they were loving it. Kenneth Mungara told me that he had lunch with Yuki earlier that day. He has bragging rights. Yuki is looking for revenge here, but the bond and the camaraderie between these two runners is just extraordinary. Let's have a listen to what Kenneth Mungara has to say. You're excited to be back here at Gold Coast Marathon.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. You excited to be back here?
Yeah, I'm very happy. Even people here welcoming me. Yeah.
You have a great record here, 2 wins from 2 races. Can you make it 3 wins?
Yeah, I'll try my best to defend it, because you know the problem is to win is easy, but to defend is very tough. Yeah.
And harder to defend it the 3rd time?
Yeah, I'm ready to defend it. That's why I'm here. I came to defend it.
You had a strong race in Milan earlier this year, sub 2:10 again. Are you in sub 2:9 shape here at Gold Coast?
Yeah, maybe you'll go up to 2:08. That's what I'm expecting to do on Sunday, 2:08. Yeah.
So your record is 2:08:42.
Yeah.
Will you break your record, do you think?
Yeah, that's my target, to break the record here at Milan, here in Gold Coast.
And good strong field, lots of Kenyans, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Japanese runners. A good field from what you see?
Yeah, they are good. I know they are in good shape. I know they want to win. Everybody wants to win. But the problem is to defend it. But I know I can do all those things. Yeah.
What will your tactics be? Sit and wait?
Yeah, of course. These guys are young. You know, you can't go and start compete with them at 10K. The race will start from that kilometer. Yeah.
And you're looking forward to racing Yuki again. It was a fantastic race last year.
Yeah, but this time I'm not going to give up a chance. Yeah. I will not take him to the finishing line.
You'll move earlier than before the last few hundred metres.
Yeah, it will depend how he will react. Yeah.
Good luck, enjoy the race.
Okay, thank you very much.
We know you love the Gold Coast. Why do you keep coming back?
Very good condition and flat course and high level race.
And you always run well here, don't you? It is a good course that suits him.
I have a good condition and my level.
The cool conditions are good, the course is good, and my level as a runner suits the level of the race really well. They're more or less equal.
Now, is it a rivalry or is it a friendship
with Kenneth Mungara. They seem to be having fun there before. What does he think about Kenneth as a runner and a rival?
そうですね。ライバルでもありますし、
Of course, he's a rival. There's that side of things. But when I look at what he's doing, as a Masters runner, I really respect that. That's really a special thing, and I also hope to have a long career running, and so I look to him as a role model.
Is revenge for last year any sort of motivating factor, or are his eyes more on London next month? Is this need to be a good hit out, but not one that takes everything out of him?
Well, of course, part of me would like to get some revenge for last year, but the most important thing is that I don't do any damage that would impact my performance in London. And so I want to, kind of find the right balance there where I'm running a good race, but not doing something that could take away from London. And so I will run in the lead pack, however far I can go. And if it comes to 30K and I'm still in the lead pack, then of course I'll do what I can in the last part of the race. But it's all about trying to find that balance between performing here without overdoing it in a way that's going to take away from the World Championships. I don't do any.
Konnichiwa, have a good race.
Okay, thank you very much.
He is such a character, Yuki Kawauchi. A wonderful rivalry from two guys who are rewriting the record books, rewriting conventions about what marathoners can do. Yuki Kawauchi running his 70th marathon by the age of 30. Mungara, a world record holder for the Masters. Marathon runners at these ages and of this depth aren't supposed to be able to doing this sort of thing, Benita, but I guess the rules are made to be broken.
Yeah, it kind of defies the rules, and Kenneth was even saying he only does 3 marathons a year, and a lot of people only do 2, a lot of elite athletes. And seeing Yuki's list of races that he's already done in 2017 is, good enough, for the CV of some elite athletes for their whole career. So it's just phenomenal.
Yeah, wonderful to see. We're getting lots of messages coming through on social media, all sorts of health reminders, people who are pumped out there. Yes, it is a little bit cold, but cold are the sort of conditions that you would love to have out there. Many rivalries out there, and a bit of a rivalry that's been brewing on Gold Coast radio here is between a couple of former elite athletes. Mike Rabs is out there, and he's got Ben Hannant, former NRL footballer, and Spider Everett. These guys are both going to go head to head. Rabs, tell us what these guys are up to.
And welcome back to our precinct here. We've got a couple of absolute legends of their respective sports, one from rugby league and one from AFL. On my left from CFN, Ben Hannant, who played with Queensland, of course going in a week and a half's time to try and wrap up this series, and Spider Everett from Gold FM, who played 291 AFL games for Hawthorn, for St Kilda and for the Sydney Swans. Benny, first of you, you've got a little bit of a bet going here between the two radio stations. Explain it to us.
It's not a bit of a bet, it's a massive bet. On Monday, whoever wins out of Spider and myself will take over the other person's station. So even if you're tuned into Gold, you'll be listening to me come Monday morning.
It's going to be a bit scary. Is this the first time this has ever happened in Australia?
I don't think has it been done, Spider? I don't think it has.
No, but never been done on radio before. So for two stations to cross over, it's been fantastic. But look, we know that radio plays a role, but it's more about the individual. Don't worry about NRL. Don't worry about AFL. I'm worried about beating Benny.
Now, I'm going to worry about AFL because you're a ruckman and didn't venture too much outside the centre circle in 291 games. So as compared to the modern-day AFL player, how's 42.2 stack up?
Well, I'll tell you what, I didn't run 10 metres back 5, 10 metres back 5. We actually covered kilometres, so average 10, 12 kilometres a game. So it's all about the training. As long as we know we've done the work before we hit the start line at 7:20, we should be all right.
Now, I've got a sneaking suspicion that you might have a little bit of an advantage here because Noosa is one of your favourite events. You have done a couple of small tries. The 10K run's one of your fortes.
Yeah, but the longest I've run at the moment is probably to the fridge since I've retired. But done a little bit of training. I've lost a little bit of weight, thank goodness for that. But I'm excited. I heard the 32K mark is where it really starts this race. So let's just hope I get to that starting line at 32 mark.
Now, is there any sneaking rumour there is a McDonald's at the 32K mark?
That's what there is. There's a drive-through. They've made it a run-through for Benny today. So as long as we're with each other, it's my shout, Benny.
Really? Well, there you go. You got some dough in the pocket?
Always. You always carry money on you because if you're not going to make it, you can always ring Uber and you don't have to walk home.
I'm going to get a quote from you in a moment, but Benny, just talking State of Origin a moment, won all the series, Queensland a stunning victory in Game 2. Can they make it to another series win?
Oh, definitely, especially playing at home. Then Queensland aren't going to get their pants pulled down again at Suncorp Stadium. They will remember that game one. But the great thing is the club form this week. The Melbourne Storm were outstanding. The spine, Cameron Smith, those guys. Cohen Hess for the Cowboys had 2 outstanding weeks. So they're coming into fantastic form, our Queensland players. Back up at home. I'm excited. I can't wait for us to lift the trophy again.
Spider, you've been in Queensland quite a while now and probably got into the state of origin. What do you think? Can New South Wales arrest the Queensland dominance?
Oh, no doubt. Look, I think Queensland coming off the back of a good win, but they're a one-man band. Without JT, they're going to really struggle. So I back New South Wales all the way on away from home. Benny, I just reckon New South Wales, for all those people from down south, come up here and celebrate winning the 2017 state of origin.
No more comments there. There you go. Ladies and gents, we're going to be entertained today. Benny, thank you very much and good luck today. And Spider, good luck to you too. And whichever radio station you tune into, it's going to be a hell of a shock on Monday morning.
Rabs, Ben and Hannah with Spider, Everett. Fantastic to see that rivalry out there. The sun has risen here on the Gold Coast. Just a light hint of cloud. It is perfect race conditions for the elite men and women. We're about half an hour away from the start of the men's marathon, the ASICS half marathon unfolding out there. I think it's time probably we had a look, Benita and Robbo, at the elite athletes. Let's drill down with a little more detail for the men's and women's elite athletes. So we've got some slides here to show you. We've mentioned Kenneth Mungara. He is age 43, dual winner. He's going for historic three-peat. And 2:07.36 is his PB. That's a few years behind him. It'll be his 33rd marathon, 12 marathon wins and 7 podium finishes. He's got an extraordinary record. Yuki Kawachi, we've mentioned him as well. His record is even more extraordinary. Kawachi, this will be his 70th marathon, 25 marathon wins and 14 podium finishes. That's quite an extraordinary record. I defy any athlete in the world, elite athlete, to have that sort of record, Robbo.
Yeah, it's incredible, and he does, because of his job, he doesn't get a lot of chance to train during the week, so he just races and races and races, and that kind of doubles as he's training, and he's an animal when it comes to just backing up. He did a 50K in Japan only a couple of weeks ago. He just runs marathons for fun, and it's fascinating to see how he'll go today. Not too far out before a World Champs, and he's finished very well in World Champs previously. 2011, I think he finished 17th. 2013, finished 18th. So he's a great championship runner, and he's built for it, and he's got the toughness to really struggle, go well on a champs run. But yeah, what a proud history he's got here, and it's great to have him back at the Gold Coast.
Terrific character. The other threats, while we have some Japanese runners, this is the fellow I spoke about earlier, Jonah Chesham from Kenya, age 28. He's gone sub 2:10 just recently this year. As you said, he was a pace runner and he went all the way. That is a little bit unusual. In fact, the 2 pace runners were first and second in Barcelona. So Chesham could be a real threat. He is hungry. He is really trying to break through to the next level, and Gold Coast could be the stage for him. Here's a gentleman we've seen here from Eritrea, competed at the Rio Olympics, Tuwelda Hidru. He finished 3rd here in the Gold Coast Airport Marathon only a couple of years ago. It's his 10th marathon. In that year, Robbo, he was 4th, behind 3 sub-9 runners. That was an extraordinary year of times.
2:09.16 his PB, yeah, so he's going to be interesting to watch. And then another Kenyan here, Matthew Kipsart, and another 2:09 runner. So no shortage of fellas who can get under that 2:10 mark. And it's going to be interesting to see, will they get themselves organised? How long can they hang on to the pacemakers? We'll have a bit more of a chat about what the strategy is with the pacers in a little bit. But it's just, as we know, Kenyans, Ethiopians, Eritreans, they've got this rich history in distance running, and there's going to be a big show of it here today on the Gold Coast.
And of course, if we move to the women's field, Benita, we will again see a rivalry between Japan and the African countries. And to see the look of the women there, the top 5 runners in the top 5 seeded runners are all from Ethiopia and Kenya. Abepe Bekele, that is a famous name in world running. Abibi Bekele, of course, back in the 1960s as a male runner. 2:23, that is a terrific time. That's right up there with world class.
Oh, that's world class running. She's 26. She's got age on her side. She's won marathons before, won Rotterdam before, and people that have won these big major city marathons, they know how to win. So she could be a threat, given she's overcome the jet lag okay, and she's ready for a good hard run today.
her compatriot from Ethiopia, Letta Brand Gebreselassie, another name synonymous with world running. She has a PB of 2:25. She looks a fearsome competitor. Just seeing that still image there, you wouldn't want to get in her way before the finish line.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, her PB is from this year, and some of the runners in the field, their PBs aren't from this year. So we know she's already run fast this year. 2:25.01 is you know, that's quick running. So she'll be in there, and yeah, look at her face. She's ready to go.
And this intense rivalry we have between Ethiopians and Kenyans is just as rich in the women's field. Mercy Kibaris, 2:26.52, also from Seoul earlier this year.
Yeah, I mean, could Mercy be the first Kenyan winner of the race? I'm sure she's here just to do just that. And, you know, some of these Africans, we haven't heard Mercy talk too much about what she can do, but I know that she believes in herself. She knows in her mind that she's ready for this. And anyone with a PB thereabouts of 2:25, 2:26, they're in with a shot. And we know there's 7 girls in the race today with PBs under 2:30, which is a brilliant field.
It will be fascinating to see how this women's race unfolds. And Leah Kiprono from Kenya, also a threat with a PB of 2:27 from last year. She was third here in 2016 last year. She knows the course. Is that an advantage?
I think it is. You know, if you know the course, you know, she came third, so she got on the podium. She wants to go a bit better this year, and she might know how tough that last 10K is and when to make her move. I know some people might make their move at 30K, 31K, but knowing the course is a huge advantage, I think.
And some interesting runners as well. They'll probably be in the second pack. Mary Davies from New Zealand, a 2:28 PB, but that's from a few years ago. And Virginia Maloney from Australia, 2:34. Risa Takanaka, of course, we spoke to earlier, the 2015 champion. She's back. She's hungry. She would love to go get another one under her belt.
Yeah, and she was saying she'd love to run under 2:28 today. And, you know, if she runs under 2:28, she's going to be thereabouts of winning, and she's going to be in that pack right at the end. And, yeah, I know it's the first day today. Her and her husband are both running marathons, newly married. She's very excited for this race today. And, yeah, I would love to see her win again. She knows how to win. It's a huge advantage if you know how to win.
And that does give you confidence heading into an event like this, the fact that you have that mind victory, that dominance over your rivals. So we are under half an hour from the start, Robbo. We're starting to get a little more excited as we get closer to it. I know, you know, the energy levels go up for everyone once the race starts, once it gets underway. And we see this fascinating duels unfold.
Yeah, that's right. And as we see the sun coming up around us, and it is an exciting time. You can feel the buzz in the air. We're up here in the studio, and I can feel the buzz, and you can see these pictures coming in from out there on course. It's just an absolutely stunning place to come and have a run, and it's not hard to sell the Gold Coast Airport Marathon when you can see these pictures coming through here, and it's great conditions. And look, the marathon, it's going to be exciting. The women's race in particular, we've got the Oceania Championships. We've got a whole bunch of underlying championships going on today as well, sort of secondary, third level stories happening as well as what's happening up the front. But a couple of other Aussie runners I just wanted to throw in there in the women's race as well. Kirsten Malloy, we had a quick chat with her. Now, she's been an Australian Marathon champion in years gone by, great triathlete as well. And Celia Sullivan's another one I want to keep an eye on today. She's gone under the radar a little bit, but she could very much go close to a low 2:30s, mid 2:30s run as well. She's a runner that's competed at World Cross Country. She's had great runs on the track, but she's doing some triathlon herself now. But it's going to be interesting to see if she can hold on and maybe get that top Aussie spot. We'll see how that goes.
The atmosphere's building out there. The colour is ever present. Costume characters. There's people out there supporting the runners. Just really getting them in the mood. It's quite a unique feeling, isn't it, in those minutes, the final about 15, 20 minutes. Benita, you're excited, but you're trying to remain calm. You're trying not to expend too much nervous energy, because if you run the race too much in your mind or through your emotions, that can cost you.
Oh yeah, you've got to really you've got to be excited. You've got to be ready for the race, and it's good to be nervous. But if you run the race too many times in your mind, you know, you're kind of worn out by the time you get to race. But we just see across here for the men's half marathon, Yamagashi is ahead by 30 seconds at the 18K mark. So yeah, just a little cross. We'll get a 20K split for those guys soon.
That you would imagine is a winning lead. You're seeing conditions out on the course. Those flags fluttering just a little bit indicates we have light winds, Westerlies, we thought they were going to be, Robbo, so the wind, so long as it doesn't get up beyond 10 knots, shouldn't be a factor. Can be a little bit helpful if it's coming into your face just to cool you off in the latter stages of the race.
That's right, the air conditioning system, as we say. But yeah, the temperature is probably the main thing at the moment. It's staying nice and cool. And yesterday we saw here on the Gold Coast, the temperatures didn't get over 19 degrees. And I think the forecast 18, 19 tops here today. So even for those that are going to be taking 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours and longer, hopefully it's not too bad. It's meant to be winter, Ian. And here we are up on the Gold Coast, and you know you're lucky if you have to put a jumper on here in the morning. It's a little bit chilly, but once that sun's out, it'll warm up, and the spectators will be in in some nice sunshine there at the finish chute pretty soon. We're going to see some action down there, in the next 10 minutes in the half marathon. So it's all about to happen as we're going to see a finish to the ASICS half marathon, and as we get ready to set them off on their journey in the marathon as well.
Well, we are seeing live pictures there from the finish. We're going to go to a short ad break from our sponsors, and when we come back, we will be looking towards the finish of the Gold Coast ASICS half marathon.
Gold Coast Airport is currently the 6th busiest airport in Australia, and we recognise the key role we play in driving tourism to our iconic destination. Straight off the plane and straight on the beach, Gold Coast Airport is located just metres from the city's iconic coastline. Connectivity to the Gold Coast has never been better, with an extensive domestic network and international airline partners offering direct services from New Zealand, Malaysia, Singapore, Japan, Hong Kong and beyond. Gold Coast Airport is proudly owned and operated by Queensland Airports Limited, a regional airport specialist with an emphasis on creating significant regional development in Queensland.
ASICS half marathon has been underway. You're seeing live pictures from the start of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. We haven't spoken much about the wheelchair races, of course, Robbo, and that is quite a feature of marathons these days. It's an elite field. We had Kurt Fearnley here last year. We're hoping to see Kurt back, but we've got a chance for the limelight for some other guys and women in the wheelchair categories. Their time to shine.
Yeah, on camera here now, interesting story. It's the Iraqi, the Eagles. There's a story about the gentleman there. They're going to be having a crack in the wheelchair marathon. But yeah, interestingly here on the Gold Coast, in under 12 months' time for the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games, we're going to see the first ever wheelchair marathon in the Commonwealth Games. And last year we had ambassador for the Commonwealth Games, Kurt Fearnley, taking out the win. It was his first start, I think, up here, and 1 from 1, and he got the course record. And Christy Dawes, who he trains with down in Newcastle, she got the win as well. Unfortunately, the two of them fairly late scratchings this week and weren't able to make the trip up here. So that opens the door for the win for maybe some of the other Aussies in there. Rich Nicholson, Richard Coleman also vying in the men's race, and then local girl Sarah, she's a triathlete, para-triathlete. She's crossing up to over to the marathon as well. Sarah Tate. So it's going to be interesting to see how these wheelchair athletes go, but it's great conditions. You know, Kurt was cruising last year, and he said it's just fantastic conditions for a big finish here in the wheelchair marathon. They've got the 15K happening a little bit later on as well, so we'll definitely keep an eye on those races.
And here's an interesting split, isn't it? 59.57 Yamagishi in the ASICS half marathon. He is only literally a couple of minutes away from the finish. Liam Adams has strongly moved back into second place, but a distant second there. So it looks like we're going to have a clear winner. We'll have pictures of the finish line very shortly. What will be interesting, Benita, is to see if he can duck under 63 minutes. I don't know. Is he on probably somewhere in the 62 range, isn't it?
Yeah, you always think that you can get a bit faster towards the end, and that last little bit really, you know, you can sprint through to the line. And we've seen Liam Adams move up as well, which is fantastic.
Liam Adams, he's on track at the moment to finish in 63.48. Now, his PB from 2012, set up the road in Brisbane, was 63.28. So he's in clearly great form, and hopefully Hiroki can even pull him along to something even quicker. But it's going to be, yeah, a Japanese win once again, it would seem, unless Liam can pull out something special in this last K or so. And we'll see who comes in after Liam. Andy Buchanan was holding third place as they went through 10K. And
now Gebrselassie looks like a clear third, and the other Japanese runner, Koji Gokoya, is right on Gebrselasie's heels. So a tough battle there for third place. We'll be seeing live pictures any moment of the men's half marathon finish in the ASICs. Impossible to see almost Benita Yamagishi being run down unless something drastic was to happen, an injury late in the piece. But when you've got a 30-second gap this close to the finish, you go from strength to strength.
Oh yeah, you go from strength to strength, and you know that you've got that little gap, you're fine. And we know that Sarah Hall's gone through leading 17K in the women's, and she had quite a big gap still. So we're waiting for women's 20K splits.
The other thing, I mentioned the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games, Ian and B. Liam Adams will be one of, you know, half a dozen Aussies vying for a place in the men's marathon team for Australia. So if he can get a good run under his belt here on the Gold Coast in the half marathon, he's going to get a lot of confidence to hopefully make that team. But they're going to have their work cut out, and we're going to see some finishes here of the finish here. And here he is, Hiroki Yamagishi. Bring him home for us here, Eckers.
Cruising through to the finish, he looks very comfortable and relaxed. Yamagishi, he looks as if it's almost effortless, but we don't underestimate what he has put his body through the previous 21 kilometres. A clear victory to Japan. We're so used to seeing Japanese winners here in the half marathon and the marathon. He's done the hard work through 10 to 20K. That's where he really opened it up. The winner, Hiroki Yamagishi, in the ASICS half marathon, delighted. Another Japanese win to add to a very long collection of Japanese victories here at the ASICS Gold Coast Half Marathon and the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. Looks somewhat emotional there, Benita, both happy and almost tears of joy.
Yeah, it can be a really emotional time when you cross the line and you know that you've just run that brilliant race. And yeah, what a great win and a big gap.
Number one, he's held up the number one sign. So it looks like we've got Liam Adams. Liam, a very proud competitor here. He looks as if he's done it hard, but Liam that's a terrific effort from him. We'll check his time shortly for Liam Adams, but a podium finish any time here in the Gold Coast ASICS Half Marathon is something to be very happy of.
It is, yeah, 63.49 we're getting there for Liam, so 21 seconds outside his PB, and I reckon if we had him here in the studio, he'd take that. He'd be happy with that run. Yeah, he's in good form. And Dej and Gebrselassie, they're coming through just outside 64 minutes. So yeah, great work there to get home third place. This looks like Nick Earl coming through here. And he might be fourth across the line.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of runners coming through here. Obviously, that pack is split only in the last kilometre or two, and this comes down to the kick finish. Who has got the stronger finish? And third, we see Gebrselassie there.
So yeah, I think that looks like Nick Earl. He's a meteorologist from the Melbourne Uni Athletics Club, I'm pretty sure. So he's going to come home with a storming finish there, just under 65 minutes. There's Josh Harris, under 65 minutes as well. He'll be pleased with that.
So getting 6 guys under 65, that's a terrific time here.
And look at that, it's painful. It's a bit of a false finish, and you yourself and B will know. You come around that first corner, you look up, you expect to see the clock, and then you've got that extra little finish, the extra little bend just to get around, and then you finally see it, and it's a 100-metre run. And it's exciting when you get that blue carpet under your feet with about 50 metres left to go, and you've just got to try and will yourself on with all your might as we can see these runners are doing here right now, and it's a special feeling getting under that finish arch here at Broadwater Parklands.
So Koji Gokaya was fourth in the time there. We'll check his time, and then Asias Bain was fifth there. So some real quality runs in the men's. We're very keen to see with the women only probably 4 to 5 minutes away from finishing here. Sarah Hall had a clear lead at 10 kilometres. We're going to head back across to the starting line with Mike Rabete, who has a fellow who's very special to the Gold Coast Airport Marathon out here, Lee Troop, who is back to run a marathon.
Well, we're with one of the true legends of marathon racing in Australia. He's back home and he's going to run his first marathon for some time. Lee Troop. Troopy, welcome back to the Gold Coast. I know you are one of the ambassadors here. You love this event, don't you?
It's fantastic. I mean, I've been coming back here 14 out of the last 16 years, and every year I come back, I keep thinking, how can they top the year before? And they continue to do it, so it's an awesome place to come.
Now, marathon running is one of those very, very specialised sports. What's brought you out of retirement to run the Gold Coast Marathon again?
A couple of years ago, my father was diagnosed with brain cancer. It was stage 4, and he had less than 12 months to live. And he had an operation and then 8 months of, intensive chemotherapy and radiation. And one of the things he did when he got out of hospital was he decided to get back into running again after 30 years of not running, and started off with just 100 metres, and he built up. And he got probably about 4 months ago the all clear that his blood work was fine and that he was in remission. So as a testament to the courage and the fighting spirit that he had, I decided to come out of retirement to race this. But more importantly, I ran the 10K with him yesterday, and the last time I ran with my dad was 30 years ago. So it was a really emotional day, and just very thankful to be able to use running as a way to celebrate life and family.
Very, very special. Tell me what it takes to win this race.
It takes a lot of guts, it takes a lot of training, it obviously takes a lot of willpower to be able to do it, and we're going to see a great race up front with Yuki and Kenneth, and so far they've delivered I think 3 or 4 races over the last 3 or 4 years where it's really come down to the line. So I'm not expecting anything different. You're going to see 2 powerhouses, one from Japan and one from Kenya going at it, but not to discount the Ethiopian contingent that we have here as well. So you're going to see just a battle royale up front, and I wouldn't be surprised. The weather's actually fairly decent at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something sub 2:08.
2:08.42 is Kenneth's record. Can you see that being broken?
Absolutely. I mean, the guys are going to be going for it. The pacemakers are set. They're all dialed in to do what they need to do. And as I said, each year this race just keeps getting better and better. So I'm at a point now where nothing surprises me. So I'd be really looking forward to seeing something in that 2:07 range. We know De Castella has the Australian record of 2:07.51, which we won't see an Australian get close. But to see somebody be able to do that, I think it will allow people that are sitting at home in their armchairs to actually realise how great Robert De Castella was. So I'm looking forward to obviously being out there and racing and running as hard as I can, but then also seeing a little bit of what's going on as we actually go past each other backwards and forwards. So hopefully everything goes well, and we'll see who wins at the end.
Time for Lee Troop?
I'm shooting for 2:30. I realise that's probably a little over-ambitious, but everyone that's followed my career knows that I put my heart on my sleeve and I put it out there, and I like to bleed. So as I said, I'm running for Dad. I'm actually also running for the Indigenous Marathon Project, and Rob De Castella's given me a singlet to wear and basically said, Troopy, you have to earn this. And so I plan to get out there and racing, as I always have, as hard as I can, and if it goes pear-shaped, it goes pear-shaped.
Have you warmed up yet?
No, but I'm about to.
Good on you, Lee.
Cheers.
All the very best.
Thank you. Cheers.
Lee Troop joining us. He's one of the true legends of this Gold Coast Airport Marathon, and we're not too far away now from the start. Good on you,
Good morning, marathoners, and welcome Robert De Castella up here this morning to give you a little chat before you go.
Pictures of the
Gold
Coast.
You ready?
A prime tourist destination.
Welcome to the start line
from the finish
of the 2017 Gold Coast Airport Marathon. Special welcome to my 3 IMP graduates, Colin, Daniel and Brendan. Welcome to the start line of your Gold Coast Airport Marathon. Congratulations for getting here, because you've got 42 kilometres of hurt ahead of you. But remember, pain is temporary and a marathon lasts forever. You're about to pay homage to the first and the greatest marathon runner of all time. 2,500 years ago, that Greek soldier ran 42 kilometres from Marathon to Athens and gave his life for his people. You are his legacy. You will be tested. Your body will be tested. You've got to stay strong. Your mind will be tested. You've got to run smart. And most of all, your spirit will be tested. You need to know why you're doing this. Embrace the struggle. Embrace the pain. Make pain your friend. And remember, the harder the struggle, the greater the reward. When you cross the finish line, you've earned it. Anyone can make it to the start line. To make it to the finish line, you have to earn it. So celebrate your achievement, celebrate your finish, and celebrate your purpose.
Give him a big round of applause to Rob De Castella.
Well done, Rob.
Robert De Castella just pumping the crowd up. There are a few people in Australian marathoning, potentially in world marathoning, like Rob De Castella, who have such a passion and purpose to their involvement still in world marathoning scene. We are under 10 minutes away from the start of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. We have had the finish of the women's ASICS Half Marathon, and Sarah Hall from the United States has come through as the winner in 70:32, Benita. So that's a terrific and clear victory for Sarah. We'll have a replay of that finish hopefully shortly, but very convincing win by Sarah Hall.
Oh, convincing win. You know, she went through 10K in just over 33 minutes. Very, very quick off the block. She'd been leading pretty much the whole race, and great win straight off the plane from Ethiopia, and she's in great shape, Sarah Hall. Fantastic to see.
It's hard to underestimate just how tough that is to be travelling for 30 hours, to not have parts of your body, your back or your hamstrings seize up after that sort of travel. She's only been here, I think, 24, 36 hours, and get off the plane and just blast the rest of the field away and have the courage to go hard early, not just sit and kick. That's a real testament to her character.
Oh, it is, you know, Ian, and she said yesterday that she thrives off travel, and that was very interesting to me, because a lot of people, they might come here and they're like, oh, I'm jet lagged, I don't want to do anything, you know, I'm not ready to run, but she was ready to run. I saw her warming up, and she was warming up with purpose, ready to get out there, and she had a plan in her mind to go hard from the start. Fantastic, congratulations.
So we're seeing highlights of the finish, the men's winner there, and here we are, Sarah Hall powering to the finish in 60:32, not far outside her PB. That's a fantastic victory. She looks very, very delighted.
She would have taken 60:32, 70:32.
Sorry?
That's all right. We would have had a world record. He got me excited there.
And really good running, Benita, from the women, second and third, Millie Clark and Jess Trengrove.
Oh, fantastic running from Millie and Jess, and they're the up-and-comers of our marathon running scene, and yeah, they had a really long tussle right throughout the race, and great to see, great times, and yeah, I can't wait to watch these girls run in London.
So Millie Clark 71:15 and Jess Trengrove 71:36. We are under 1 minute away from the start of the wheelchair marathon. The wheelchair athletes getting a 5-minute head start on the marathoners. Of course, Robbo, they will be caught up at some point, depending on their level of expertise and skill. Although they go pretty fast, these guys, around 30 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, and the downhill's even faster than that. See in the middle there, Rich Coleman from Geelong. He's hasn't done a lot of marathon racing in his time. He's more of a track athlete. Next to him on the other side was Sarah Tate. Now, she's a Gold Coast local. She's 19 years of age. She's a para-triathlete, but she's stepping up to the marathon. She raced in the marathon last year where she was beaten by Christy Dawes fairly convincingly, but I believe she's looking to knuckle down, and she has her sights on hopefully set running in the marathon here at the Commonwealth Games. And there they go. They're away. Richard Nicholson's in there in the green and gold up the front there too. So he'll be tough to beat. Rich from Canberra, and in the absence of the great man Kurt Fernley, the door is open, but we'll see. There you go, Rich Nicholson. It'll be a battle. It'll be a Rich-off. Richard Nicholson versus Richard Coleman, and as we see, yeah, Sarah Tate in there, hoping to have a great run as well on her home deck. in the preview to the Commonwealth Games in April next year. But great to see them, and great conditions for the wheelchair athletes, and it's you know, fantastic. It's important to have that integration with our wheelchair athletes here in the Gold Coast Airport Marathon.
And as much, and maybe more so than the able-bodied runners, they would love the flat course. Also a very smooth surface for the wheelchairs as well. It's a terrific road surface here. The runners feel that, but certainly the wheelchair guys, very few sort of lumps and bumps to you know, take them out of their rhythm and routine.
Just that heartbreak hill, do we call it, as they come back through 30 Ks, and it's hardly
the heartbreak pimple.
Hardly a hill, it's a bump. That's right, Ian. But yeah, look, it's perfect conditions, and they'll get a bit of a tailwind coming back up the coast from Burleigh. And look at that. Look at those pictures there. Doesn't that get you excited? A full starting pen there. What is there? 6,000 runners in there, guys, and it's yeah. Just think, every single one of those runners. We're looking at some of them on the front line here as well.
We are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our lands abound in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
The Australian National Anthem, sung by Nathan Neen from Channel 9's The Voice. You are looking at live pictures from the start, less than 4 minutes from the start of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. The men's and women's field starting together. The excitement is building. The athletes will be a combination of nerves, excitement. Interesting to hear Elizabeth Chirono, Benita, talk about her curiosity. She said she was curious rather than nervous as to see how her body would hold up. You're seeing pictures there of Yuki Kawauchi, who is wearing a cap, a little bit unusual for him. We've seen him bear the conditions in the sun in the past. Kenneth Mungara is in there as well. A very hot field of Kenyans and Japanese, and I guess that's going to be the two-country duel, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. You know, I think in the elite athletes, it's definitely between those two countries. But yeah, just standing on the start line, everyone has their own little mannerisms and things they do before the gun goes off, and a lot of people just stand there silently, picture the race in their head. It is good to be nervous. Your heart starts beating a bit faster, and you just want to start expending those nerves in the first few kilometres, just as you get the feel for the race. But as you can see, some people are just bouncing around. You know, others are just stretching their calf and doing something last minute that they think might help them. But nothing's really going to help now. I think you just got to stand there, wait for the gun to go, and the magic happens in the race.
And it's a matter, I guess, of preparing your mind and accepting the fact, Robbo, that you really are going to go to the ends of your pain threshold. Everyone trains for the marathon because they do want to be put to the test, whether it's your first or your 70th, as in the case of Yuki Kawauchi. There is no point to the training without putting your mind and your body to the test on one day in the year.
And those that have done it will know it really does start at that 30, 32K mark. It's like a 30K warm-up, and then that's that 10 Ks of 12 Ks of holding on at the end. But yeah, you know, good luck to everyone out there, and it's going to be pretty exciting to see how we go here underway at the start. Looking at a potential three-peat in this men's race here. Pat Carroll couldn't do it. Fred Kiprop couldn't do it. Both of them got 2 in a row. Important to remember, Margaret Redan got 3 in a row in the mid-80s in the women's race, but in the men's it hasn't been done. Can Kenneth Mungara do it today? The stopwatches, the Garmins are poised, ready for start.
Will it be a day for race records? It will be a day of thrill and excitement out there on the Gold Coast Marathon course. They are poised and ready to go, and they are off in the 2017, the 39th running of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. Around 6,000 runners taking to the streets all those months and in some cases years of hard, tough training. Today is the day on which they have to put it all to the test. We are seeing pictures, and we haven't spoken about these yet, Benita, but we have the paces. So this is really very much a common feature of all, certainly, gold label marathon races. So we've got three key paces. The one you're seeing at the front there is Tadashi Isiki from Japan, a very young runner, 23, a very accomplished runner as well. He ran 2:11:45, finishing 11th in Tokyo earlier this year. You'll also see two Kenyans featured, Raymond Chimengo, PB of 2:10, and Luka Rotic, 2:08. We might wonder why a 2:08 runner is pacing, but there's a bit of money to be made, and for these guys becomes a bit of a semi-profession as well.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, some people come to these big marathons, especially this an IAAF gold label race, and they expect pacemakers. You want to be paced by someone that is seemingly running quite easy, and so to pace this kind of field, you've got to have really good pacemakers. So, you know, these guys, I don't expect them to finish, but as we know, sometimes they do. You know, it just allows you to relax. And I know in the marathons I've run, I've really enjoyed having pacemakers, and you just kind of sit in the train and on the bus, and you know, I always used to think of it as sitting on a bus and just relaxing for that first, you know, 30k, as Robbo said before. And yeah, these pacemakers, they're doing all the work. They're looking at the paces and the splits that they've got to be on, and you know, we can see that they're not all running together. They're running in a bit of an arrow shape, which is generally what they always do. And the first pacemakers that are right at the front drop out first, and then the others continue through. And you know, you always know what pace is going to be set, and you just sometimes the pacemakers even just grab some water for you and help you out as well at the stops. But it just allows you to relax, and the marathon is all about relaxing for that first 30k till the race is on. And the longer that you can get paced for, and the longer you can sit on that bus and on the train, generally the easier it is. But a marathon's not easy.
So the target time for these paces, a time which is designed to get a race record, is 3:02, 3 minutes 3 per kilometre, which takes us through to around 15:10 to 15:15 per 5 kilometre segment. It's meant to be very precise. Anything can happen after 30 kilometres. In the women's paces, Robbo, we've got a couple of local runners, Brad Croker and Brady Threlfall. They'll be pacing the female runners. They'll be looking to go through at about 3:28 pace, which should take the ladies through about 2:19 through 35 kilometres. So it'll be very interesting to see how they go there. And we're heading off on what is a scenic part of the course. We're heading south. We head south for about 20 kilometres, and then they spin back after that. Now it's just a matter of getting in your rhythm and routine, isn't it?
It is. They'll want to just stay relaxed and just shake it out and get into that, I guess, the rhythm as early as they can, and just roll on. Just hang on to that bus, as Benita said. And interesting to see in light of recent attempts at a historic, you know, sub 2 hour marathon, the pacing strategies that were used for that attempt. And I'm interested to see whether pacemakers at other big city marathons will start to employ some of those strategies where paces are in a formation and looking to maintain a bit more of a stronger windbreak for the runners in behind them. It'd be interesting to see if they can get themselves organised in big city marathons like this one here on the Gold Coast. But at the moment, you know, Yuki, who's done so many marathons, as you said, this is his 70th. Well, he's just tucked in there, not having to take too much of the breeze. It will be a bit of a southerly that they'll end up pushing into down here, but it's only pretty light breeze at the moment. But it all certainly helps, doesn't it, if you can just tuck in and just let someone just pull you through, suck you through. Not quite like the Tour de France and getting sucked in behind a bike and getting that huge aerodynamic benefit, but there is a little bit of a benefit, and when you're running at near enough 3 minute Ks, minutes per kilometre, it certainly does help.
It will be very interesting to see how this race unfolds. Yuki Kawauchi is keen for revenge. However, as we've spoken, he is running the London World Championships in about 5 weeks' time. I just get the sense, Benita, listening to Yuki talk, his strategy is to stay with the lead pack to 30 kilometres and just gauge how the race is unfolding there. But I just get the sense, because he does want to produce a good performance, he's even talking about trying to medal, finish in the top 3 at London, that if he has to go too hard, if he's got to expend everything and potentially do some damage for London, as much as he's a competitor, He wants an easy race and an easy win, but a marathons are never easy wins.
No, and you know, it's hard to gauge sometimes what he's thinking and what he's going to do here today, but certainly he was saying he's not going to really have any more competitions after this before London World Champs, and he's a bit nervous about that, so he might want to really have a good go today. And you know, it is hard to say, but seeing that he's wearing that hat, you know, he's ready for that that push to the end, that last 12k. He's ready for the you know, for a bit of sunlight, and I think that you know, he's ready for a big race, and I felt like he was quietly confident of his run today. He doesn't give too much away, but he knows how to win this race, but he also has World Champs coming up. But he is coming off some really good form this year, and I'm really excited to see him race today and see what he's going to do.
So we will bring you live pictures all throughout of the men's marathon and provide you with updates of the women's marathon. As you look at the course there, you can see that how it is heading south from its beginning at the Southport starting line. We head all the way down to Burleigh Heads, which is around 20 kilometres for the turnaround. We then come back and end up back near the start, around 32 kilometres, and we'll be crossing to two former champions, Steve Monaghetti and Pat Carroll, who will be giving us an update around that 32 kilometre mark. That's a key point at which we often see a strategic move. There is the only hill, such as we can call it, which is really not much more than a slight incline of about 30 or 40 metres, but coming down the other side of that incline at 32 kilometres is often where we see strategic moves. You're looking at the pacemakers, a couple of key pacemakers here. Tadashi from Japan, and he will be taking them. The strategy is for them to take the lead pack through to 25 kilometres, potentially 30 kilometres, and of course with that licence for them to be able to run on further beyond that. We saw a bit of a strange tactic last year, Benita, with the pacemaker move away from the trailing pack, and that's really not much good if the pacemaker's taking a 50-metre gap and then he stepped off the course. So will be interesting to see how the pacers handle it, but we would expect that they would stay together and right on pace at 3:02, 3:03 kilometre for the men's race.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, the key role for these pacemakers is to shield the wind, just help the field relax as much as they can. So they really need to stay just in front of the field. You know, they've got to make sure that they're just helping everyone and keeping on pace. And anyone that's listening to our webcast as well, try to run a 3:02k, and it's. I mean, I couldn't do it at the moment. I mean, it's tough, and I mean, but they want to look as relaxed as they can. And sometimes it's a marathon, you want to look relaxed if you're running in the pack there, because you want others to feel that you're doing it easy. And you know, it is mind games, and these pacers just need to be relaxed, and they need to keep the field you know, on pace and on that bus for as long as they can. And yeah, so they're looking fine at the moment, but we're fairly early on, but yeah, it's a good pace they're setting.
We might be able to have a look at the course that they will travel here, and it's a beautiful stretch of the Gold Coast. I guess they're basically running, you can't quite see it, but that street they're on there now is really only one block away from the golden sands and the beaches there of the Gold Coast, and they'll head down to one of the most spectacular parts of the coast, which is at Burleigh Heads, and that's where they'll turn around there. So it's a great trip heading south down to Burleigh, and it's all flat. It probably feels a bit like they're running downhill a little bit at the moment. Hopefully, if they're doing it easily and comfortable, as you say, Benita. But yeah, that little bit of a breeze is around us, as we said, just to keep them cool at the moment, but nothing too crazy at the moment. And yeah, it's good to see we're underway, 9 minutes in, and so we're coming up to a few Ks or so in this men's race. And the women's elite field will be just back a little bit at the moment, but as we see Yuki just tucked in there nicely. The pacer giving some indicators, just looking out for one of the wheelchair athletes. That's the 3k mark. They've just gone past there now, Ian.
So yeah, so we've gone through 3k in about 9:15, so that is pretty much on pace. They wouldn't want to slip back any further. The paces are meant to be very precise within a second or two. Despite the fact you're seeing a little bit of breeze fluttering through those flags, I don't expect that to be any sort of factor at all. We will bring you some wonderful pictures, some wonderful aerials of the Gold Coast. And why wouldn't you want to be here at this time of year? It is perfect. It's probably the sort of conditions which people would think they'd expect to see in summer in many parts of the world. But the Gold Coast this time of year is perfect. Temperatures around 22, 23 degrees in the middle of the day. and we have the elite men's runners going through 3 kilometres, heading south, as Robbo said, down towards Burleigh. We've got the pacers there, Tadishi. The other two that we'll keep an eye out for, the other 2 men pacers. We've got also Raymond Chimengor and Luca Rotich from Kenda. So you'd expect, looking at Rotich and Chimunga there, they would probably, the pacers, share that pacing, that lead around. In fact, we might even see them moving up a little bit now, Benita.
Yeah, I mean, they will share it around, and certainly they're just working together at the moment. They would have had a plan going into the race. Certainly they would have talked to their manager, talked to the race director. Ryan McDonald would know. All the athletes would know exactly what they're going to do. There's no secrets of what the pace is going to be and who's going to share it around. So those guys, yeah, they just want to create the best race they can and the fastest race they can for the athletes. And yeah, it's a professional job now with pacemaking. So yeah, those guys, they've got their plan in their mind, and it is hard to pacemake. It's one of those jobs where you kind of, it sounds easy because you don't have to run the whole way, but you want to do a good job for everyone in the field and set up a really good race. And they look to be going really well at the moment and be in a good formation, and I suspect that they will change the lead around a little bit soon.
The tall Kenyan there, Benita, Raymond Chimengor there in the blue singlet. Now, interesting story with him. He actually got paced by his countryman, fellow Kenyan Jonah Chesum at the 2016 Brighton Marathon. So roles are being reversed here today on the Gold Coast, and hopefully 2 of them can team up once again and get a good result. But yeah, it's almost, it'd be interesting for these top guys to have a little go at the pacing every now and then, get a feel for what that's like. And yeah, the pressure is on, I guess. You've got the weight of expectation, especially at some of these, you know, over in Berlin, the big city marathons where they're looking at world records and stuff. And as you say, they get rewarded quite handsomely for it, but you can't muck around. And hopefully, you know, it's one thing to have paces. We see it on the track a little bit too, Ian, in the shorter distance races, but it's one thing to have pacemakers, but you've got to make sure that people are willing to, as I said before, pull up the socks and stick to that pace and have a good crack at it. And it looks like they're warming into it pretty nicely here today, and a good little pack. What have we got? Most of 20 runners as we look down there at the moment in that lead pack, including the pacers.
We'll get our first indication of whether they are on record pace just in the next couple of minutes, and be interesting to see if they go through that first split of 15-10, 15-15. So we are still heading south on the course as we do for the first 20 kilometres. A few other runners we haven't spoken about. A runner from Estonia, Roman Fosti. Be interesting to see how he goes. Douglas Chebi from Kenya, he's a sub 2:10 runner as well. Aberor Tegegni from Ethiopia, and Fiara Dadi from Ethiopia. So we've got 10 runners under 2 hours 10 who have run under 2 hours 10, which is a bit of a benchmark, even though the world record now is around 2:03. You're looking at Yuki Kowichi, who is running with a cap. It's not a hot day out there, a little bit unusually for Kowichi, but he's obviously just looking to keep the sun off his face. And a lead pack there of about 15 runners, and we're likely to see guys stick together for at least 15-20 kilometres. They usually don't split, although if the pace gets forced early on, it will be interesting to see who drops off first. Mungara just tucked back there, trying to be very surreptitious. He's not seeking to do anything at all. He just wants to sit back, cruise through. Last year, he didn't make his move until after Kowichi tried to break things apart at that 32-kilometre mark.
Yeah, that's right. That's about the first time I've seen him, Ian, on the coverage. So he's tucked right at the back of the bus at the moment, just tucked away in the corner, and he'll be just looking to just let these kilometres roll through and let the boys up the front do the majority of the work at the moment. He's got a nice little view of the beach over there as the sun's coming up, and yeah, it really is a stunning place to come and run here on the Gold Coast.
And somebody who's here to enjoy the Gold Coast from Japan, joining in this commentary box, Brett Lana from Japan Running News. Brett, welcome again. You've been here for the last few years. Good to have you back, and I guess you offer us quite a few special insights of the elite runners, but particularly the Japanese and the sort of rivalries we're going to have between Kowichi and Hashimoto. Those guys really are after it.
Yeah, well, it's a pleasure to be back. I'm always glad to be on the Gold Coast, and especially here at the Gold Coast Airport Marathon.
This is a big race for Kawachi, heading into the World Championships. I heard you just before I came on talking about the hat. I think this is given even though it's a cool day, given the amount of sunshine, you can consider this practice for the World Championships. The hat is part of his practice. He wants to control as many variables as possible, and when it is sunny, he does wear the hat. So that'll be geared towards that. You mentioned Hashimoto, one of the other Japanese men. That's what's really interesting about him. He did his second marathon last year in December at the Hofu Yomiuri Marathon in Japan, which is one of Kawachi's regular events that he does every year. And Hashimoto actually beat Kawachi to win it in 2:11:20, which in the second marathon, 2:11:20 is not quite as fast a time as a lot of the sub 2:10 men you were talking about here in the field have. But in a second marathon, that's quite solid, and for a win over Kawachi, it's a commendable performance.
And we know Kawachi is a competitor. He wins many races, but he doesn't like it when he loses. Kawachi is keen to get revenge over Hashimoto here. There's a little bit of a burning there for Yuki. He is such a true competitor.
Yeah. It's in that case, he regretted losing to Hashimoto. Partly because it was 2 weeks after Fukuoka. He ran a sensational race in Fukuoka and then still had some lingering fatigue and feels like, Hashimoto got the better of me, so I need to get some payback on him. So I think Hashimoto would be one of the people Kawachi would be looking to beat here today.
Just to tap into your insight of Kawachi, you were speaking to me in the last couple of days of the miracle in Fukuoka,
yes.
where Yuki Kawachi, by all convention and physiology, shouldn't have been able to run, let alone run sub 2:10. Just talk us through that.
Yeah, he a month before Fukuoka was the beginning of December last year, and a month before that he had run the Porto Marathon in Portugal, and shortly after that went back into full training towards Fukuoka and injured one of his calves and had a fairly serious calf injury. That the Agio City Half Marathon that he runs every year, he typically runs 62 to 63. In mid-November, he actually ran over an hour and a half there because of his calf injury, and then thought about not running Fukuoka as a result of the calf injury. A lot of people were pressuring him not to run, and he did it anyways. But 2 days before the race, he sprained his other ankle, and it was quite a serious sprain. So he went into the race with one sprained ankle, one calf injury, and everybody around him telling him not to do it, and him
including yourself,
including me, yeah. And he only listened to one person in that situation, himself, and went out and somehow pulled off a sub 2:10 for third place to make the London World Championships team. And the media hailed it as like the miracle in Fukuoka, they were calling it, and Kawachi himself this spring wrote a guest piece for one of the Japanese media outlets and talked about the miracle in Fukuoka, and he feels that it was a miracle as well.
He defies so much logic and so much convention, and don't underestimate, viewers, the legend of Yuki Kawachi. We sort of take it for granted. He comes here every year for the last 6 years. He's had a podium finish twice, 2013 winner. The legend of Yuki Kawachi continues to grow, and we shouldn't underestimate what a world-class athlete he is. Other marathons around the world clamour to get him to run their events, Brett. What is it about this citizen runner that, for those who don't know what it is so special about Yuki Kawachi, that sets him apart from other Japanese runners and from other runners in the world?
Right. In terms of what sets him apart from other Japanese runners, if you're looking at this lead pack, there are quite a few Japanese men in it at this stage, and pretty much with the exception of Kawachi, they all belong to semi-professional running teams. Running in Japan, distance running in Japan is primarily a team sport, and they have large groups of runners that are sponsored by different corporations. You can see different company logos on their singlets, and it's a very controlled environment. It's a good system. It has it definitely has advantages and produces quality in one respect, and it has its drawbacks in other ways. And what's unique about Kawachi relative to those runners is he has always been independent. Ever since high school, he went to a university that was not a strong running university by choice. Since he's graduated, he's been self-coached. He has no sponsors. He works a full-time job, and just completely different way of thinking from all the other Japanese athletes. And then also regarding the part about how he compares to world-class runners around the rest of the world, he does work a full-time job, which happens in some places, while doing all this training to compete at the 208, 209, 210 level in the marathon. But what really sets him apart is of course, the frequency of racing. He races almost every week, and in particular, the really long races, marathons, and even 50 kilometers. He's doing vast quantities. I think this year he'll be doing 11. I believe he has 11 marathons on his calendar this year, plus a 50K race that he did 2 weeks ago. That's unthinkable by most people's standards, but he's been doing it year in, year out, and that's part of what makes him who he is.
Brett, would it be fair to say when the elite men line up at the World Championships for the marathon in 5 weeks' time, there won't be many that have done a marathon 5 weeks out from London? Yuki be probably one of maybe the only person to have done that.
At the front end of the field, I think it's safe to say he's probably the only one. There may be a few people, still like trying to get in the qualifier at the last moment, but at the front end of the field, I think that's a safe bet. Yeah.
So the runners are about to come through 7K, but we can give you the 5K split, even 6K, both at those points. 15:15, absolutely bang on race record pace of 3:03 a kilometre, and I guess that shows the precision of the pace runners. They're doing their job. So we've got a lead pack. There's nothing between them. The couple of paces of Ashiki, Chimengo, and of course Rotic. We should see him move up to start to do his share of work fairly soon. And of course all the top elites there: Kawuchi, Mungara, Chesham, Hidru, Kipsat, Fiora Daddy, Douglas Chebai. So early days, Brett, but I guess we like to see race record pace. The interesting thing will be just when those paces drop off, and just to see how and who tries to take it and at what point, whether it's 10 kilometres from home or it's a sit and kick race.
Yeah, it's especially here at the Gold Coast Airport Marathon, it's been a little bit unpredictable the last few years. The movement in the race, the point where it's switching from a controlled pace set by the pacemakers to the runners themselves dictating the pace has varied. I believe it was 3 years ago. That the pacemaker Kenyan pacemaker put in a massive surge, somewhere around 20 kilometers, and that really broke the race up much earlier. Other times it's gone, past 30 kilometers. So we'll see how that goes.
And we saw Kenneth Mungara in his race record win in 2015. He ran down his Kenyan countrymen Silas Limo and Ruto. He caught them at the 39-kilometre mark. Here was this 40-year-old from Kenya, this 40-year-old barber who we really had heard not much about. We didn't know what potential he had. He also seemed to defy running logic and running convention to win a major international race at that sort of age. But he came through to run a race record of 2:08.42, which was only a minute outside his PB, which had been set 4 years earlier than that. So just anything can happen here at the Gold Coast, and that, I guess, really is the charm of it and the allure, the mystique of the marathon, that we will see how it unfolds, but we don't know when it will unfold.
Absolutely.
Suzuki, the other Japanese runner, Takaya Suzuki, he's got a PB of 2:12 set earlier this year. Would you expect the likes of him or Takahashi to be any sort of threat out here, Brett?
I wouldn't expect them to be among the favourites. At the 2:12 level, it would take a little bit of a breakthrough performance for them here to factor into the front end of the race. We could certainly see them run PBs. Whether that would be enough to put them on the podium, that would remain to be seen. Before the race, Kenneth Mungara was talking about this being a 2:08 day. It's not really looking like that so far. It's still very early going, but if it ends up being a 2:08 to 2:09 race, the 2:12 Japanese men would need a pretty big breakthrough to get up there. Two people who might be a little bit more dark horse contenders among the Japanese would be Chiharu Takada, who's in green right behind Kaochi, and he has run on the Gold Coast twice before. I believe last year he was fourth in 2:10.43, and he has the kind of dubious distinction of being Japan's all-time best marathoner to never break 2:10. I believe he's run under 2:11 4 times in his career, and he's come very close, but has never quite done it.
2:10.03 in Fukuoka in 2014, which is still a terrific run, but really anything that's not under 2:10 just doesn't cut it. We would have hundreds and hundreds of runners around the world these days, Robbo, who really, 2:10 used to be a decent benchmark. We boast of the fact that we've got 5 runners in Australia, 5 men who have broken sub 2:10. But as with these Kenyans, particularly Chesham and Kipsat, they're from a small village called Iten, which is in the Rift Valley, the most famous part of Kenya. There's a population of about 6,000 people there. Jonah was telling me something like 5,000 are runners, and there's about 1,000 people who've run sub 2:9 there.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and you know, it's going to be great to see what they can do today. Interesting, you mentioned just missing out on sub 2:10. We've got our own Brad Camp, who's number 7 all time in Australia. His PB just outside that 2:10. I think it's 2:10.11, and yeah, so not able to join that club, but he's having a run today. He's a Gold Coast local. But Eckers, I believe we've got some half marathon winners to head down to. Looks like Rabs down there, so let's see what Rabs can present for us here. Over to you, Rabs.
We are with Hiroki Yamagishi, the winner of the ASICS Half Marathon for Men. Congratulations, first of all, on the run today. How did you enjoy the course?
景色がとても綺麗で、走りやすいコースでした。
So course is so beautiful and so very relaxed to run. So I'm so happy.
You won by a fair margin today. Was it difficult being out in front on your own for such a long time?
もう独走だったけど、どれぐらい差ありましたか
？10キロぐらいから、独走になって、そこから、15キロからはすごいきつかったんですけど、後ろが離れているのが分かったので、そのまま押し切ることができました。
After 10K, so I'm alone, and then so I tried to keep the pace. After 15K, so it was a bit difficult to maintain the pace, but I'm also happy, yeah.
What is the future? Are you going to continue with a half marathon distance, or can you step up to the marathon distance?
今後はマラソンも挑戦しますか
8月に北海道マラソンに挑戦する予定です。
So I'll run next marathon in August in Japan, Hokkaido.
Well, we wish you all the very best. Congratulations on your win here on the Gold Coast today.
Thank you.
All right, so our winner, Hiroshi Yamagishi, a very, very good time here today to Sarah Hall, the winner of our ladies' ASICS Half Marathon. We're going to try and catch up with her very shortly.
Thanks very much, Mike. Hiroki Yamagishi, the winner of the men's ASIC Half Marathon. Brett, that's a good time, but gee, it's a super competitive elite field in Japan, isn't it? You have something like 100 runners who run under 63 minutes in Japan. There's such incredible depth there in the half.
The half marathon is really the sweet spot in Japanese training. People think of Japan as a marathon nation, but there's a massive race on January 2nd and 3rd that the university guys focus on called the Hakone Ekiden, which is a 10-man road relay featuring 20 university teams that are basically running a half marathon distance each. And that's really where a lot of the training is focused. And when they carry on to the pros, that kind of distance remains the main focus. Some subpopulation of the people who go on to the pro leagues will go on and run marathons, and those people are quite good, but the half marathon is definitely the area where there's the greatest depth and quality.
For those people unfamiliar with the Ekiden relays, it is really almost like the Melbourne Cup in Australia. I mean, the nation almost stops to watch it. It is live on television. It runs throughout the day.
Oh,
it is a real focus. I haven't been there to experience, but I know you've told me it just sounds absolutely extraordinary. 1 million people or more on the streets.
If you've never been there for it, it's really hard to imagine, but it's 15 hours of broadcast over the course of 2 days, live broadcast of university men's road relay running, and it gets over 30% TV viewership rating. So you're talking 30-40 million people watching 15 hours nonstop of distance running over the course of 2 days, millions more turning out on the course. It's really a cultural institution.
And this speaks to the passion that the Japanese have for running. And we will see if that passion converts out here in the ASICS, in the marathon. We've got something like 7 or 8 men in the lead group there, perhaps even stretching out to about 10 or 11. In the women's race, we've got some splits there. We don't have live pictures, but they're on race record pace there. Leah Kiprono, Mercy Cabaras, Letta Brand, Gebra Salesi, Bakile, all 17:11 Robbo through 5K. So that's on that 3:28 pace.
Yeah, interesting. They're the 5 that are out in front. They've got a 20-second gap then back to 2015 winner Risa Takanaka and Elizabeth Chirono, the Dutch Kenyan, 2 of them running together. And then we go back to the Aussie, Virginia Maloney, another 15 seconds back, running with the Kiwi, Mary Davies, and then Celia Sullivan, who's my dark horse today in the women's race. She's another 30 seconds back. Go through 5Ks in 18:18. So it's they've separated already in that women's race. It's tricky to follow a little bit in these mixed races. So they'll be running with the men around them, as opposed to some other international events where they have a set women's start time when they separate. But yeah, here we've got men that are pacing the women, and hopefully they're on 2:25 pace at the moment. So we'll take that if they can hang on to that.
That is quite extraordinary. There'd be a massive race record, and this was the buzz, a bit of the talk before the race, Brett. The fact that the Ethiopians and the Kenyans, even though the race was being set up for around 2:26, 2:27 with some paces, but the Ethiopian women were saying to the race organisers, well, thanks very much, but we think we're going to go out a bit harder, which might well leave the likes of Takanaka, already sort of trailing. So the challenge and the interest will be to see if the Ethiopians and Kenyans have gone too hard, if they come back, because I would imagine the likes of Takanaka would struggle to make up that sort of distance.
Yeah, based on that opening split, I think Takanaka is going out according to race plan. She's running 3:30 per kilometre, and that would put her on a mid-2:27 marathon, which would be a PB. She said she came here to run her PB, and that was her main focus. The Africans are going out, as you said, like course record pace, a little bit faster, and you have seen that here on the Gold Coast quite a few times in the past, where African groups have gone out faster and not been able to hold it together. So Japanese women have won the last 5 years straight, I believe 7 of the last 10 years, and the number of those that were front-running races was quite small. I think many of the Africans did tend to come back. So we'll see how that goes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's never been a Kenyan woman winner here on the Gold Coast, which is probably, I would have to check the stats, but I think that's unique among the gold label marathons in the world, to never have had a Kenyan winner in the women's race. So that's one thing we may be looking forward to today. And I believe there's only been one Ethiopian. The last non-Japanese winner was Ethiopian as well. So
Goitom Tassima. So it is, I guess, a bit of an anomaly in world marathon racing in that regard, but maybe speaks to the proximity of Japan to the Gold Coast, the long-time love affair that Japan has had with the Gold Coast Airport Marathon, dating way back to the 80s and 90s. The strength and the numbers of just everyday runners, but certainly at the elite end. And I guess it's something for them, and it's an exotic destination, given that the Japanese have a limited number of annual holidays. They sort of make it probably a 4 or 5 day visit, so they can make it a mini break. And we have some, the numbers of Japanese runners are still fairly strong, something in the 500 or 600. It obviously is a very popular destination for them.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. In July in Japan is the summer. It's quite hot and humid, and there are very few races, and so the Gold Coast Airport Marathon has had a long reputation as like the go-to race for summer in Japan.
Robbo, you've got a 10K split there.
Yeah.
Still on record race pace.
We are. We're bang on, and they're just keeping that bus at a nice even pace here. The Ashiki and Chimanga on the front there, so they've got them locked in, and Yuki just up the front of the bus nicely. But I count 18 in this front group. There's a couple dropping off the back, so it might be dwindling down a bit. But they're through. They were through 10Ks in 30:29. Holding that 3:03 pace, and as we mentioned before, if they can hang on to that, they're right on track to equal that course record, 2:08.42. They all look pretty comfortable at the moment. It's just a Sunday morning long run along the beach here on the Gold Coast. So they're making their way south down towards Burleigh still at the moment. All the big hitters are still tucked in there. Interesting, Yuki, as we said, sort of at the front of the pack, and Mungara, you have to sort of strain your eyes a bit to see Kenneth. He's towards the back at the moment, letting a lot of runners in front of him do the work, hopefully a little bit for him. But great to see that they're having a good crack at the start.
So the runners heading through the narrowest part of the course, around the 11-kilometre mark, which they would have just passed a very famous part of the Gold Coast course, Hedges Avenue, Millionaires Row, as they call it. We feature this every year. Certainly
just ran past your place, didn't they, Ian?
Yeah. My weekend shack is there. It is some multi-million-dollar real estate, and I guess the owners of those properties have earned to have a prime time seat of the elite runners as they go past. The interesting feature you're just seeing in the background there, the 20-kilometre mark, which is the athletes will head south to Burleigh. They'll track back around, and it will be interesting to see. It's always terrific for the athletes, Brett, to see the elite runners come back through as the middle packers are running south. So they meet, they have this point side by side, and there's a lot of cheering and atmosphere and connectivity between the elite runners and the everyday runners.
It's great for both sides. You know, it's a real treat for the average amateur runners in the field to get to see the elites that close up, you know, to cheer them, and it definitely gives the elite runners a boost to get that kind of energy.
And there's not many sports, Ian and Brett, where that can happen, is there? You know, you're there,
Absolutely.
you start on the same start line as these top-notch runners. You pass them. They've all got the same timing chip. They've all got to complete the same journey, and you're there shoulder to shoulder with these men and women at the start. So it really is it's a beautiful thing about our sport. And I've run the marathon once here at the Gold Coast, and that moment when you do have the lead pack pass you, it happens in the split second, but it's an amazing force that you feel when you see 15 men running through at 3-minute pace like this. You can just feel that energy in the air, and it's hopefully some of the other middle of the pack runners, they'll experience that as they're heading back.
Something wonderful I think the Gold Coast Airport Marathon organisers have done over the last few years is to bring back the winners. In years gone by, particularly through the 90s and 2000s, we would have had African runners and Japanese runners. There weren't too many return runners in that regard. We'd see a name, it would appear for a year, they would win it, and then they'd disappear. But the fact that Kawuchi, who, make no mistake, is an absolute world-class athlete, Kenneth Mungara, a world record holder, I guess gives a bit of identity, a bit of familiarity at that elite end of the field, doesn't it, Brett? The fact that these are now household names for the Gold Coast, but these are world-class runners.
Yeah, and in the case of those two gentlemen in particular, not only are they world-class runners, but they are both really, really good people. Very funny, very interesting, and they happy to talk to people. If you see them out, walking around and such, they're very approachable and have interesting stories to tell, for sure.
Yeah, despite the translation issues, the humour shines through between Kawuchi and Mungara. I guess the other Japanese runners are probably suffer a little bit by comparison and profile to Yuki, but we will certainly keep a close eye on them. But Kawuchi is a very familiar figure here. I've got to spend a fair bit of time with him. We always catch up. I keep promising him I'm going to find him an Australian wife. Yuki keeps sort of ducking and weaving, running at 3-kilometre pace away from me because he's very focused on his running. But here you're seeing just some magnificent pictures of the Gold Coast. I mean, if you're sitting home in Japan and Tokyo, you'd imagine, Brett, for a Japanese viewing audience, seeing this sort of landscape, this sort of aerial, so it'd make you want to jump on the next plane to the Gold Coast.
Oh, it's sensational, yeah. It's an easy trip. Why would you not want to come here? Absolutely.
So we're heading south on the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. So we've got some 10K splits for the women there, and we've still got that lead pack of 5 Africans, Gebra Salesi, Bakile, Kiprono, Messere Tolwak, and Mercy Cabaras, 34-35 through 10K. So that's sub 3:30 pace for the women, and that is putting them on 2:25, around 2:26 pace Robbo. So certainly race record there.
Yeah, slowing a little bit on that 5K split there for those lead 5 women, and unfortunately we're not getting the pictures for the women's race at the moment, so you'll have to just trust us on this one. But the Risa Takanaka, she's got not far off the pace, 25 seconds back from that lead group with Elizabeth Chirona. So if the two of them can work together, they might be able to latch back on. And lead Aussie at the moment, Virginia Maloney through 10K, 35.12, and then the Kiwi Mary Davies, 35.12. Interesting to hear from Mary Davies at the Elite Media Conference the other day. This race is serving as the New Zealand marathon trials for the Commonwealth Games next year, and they have a mean task to qualify in terms of the standards set. I think it's 2:28 is the A standard, but if she can get a win here, and this serves as the Oceania Championships, and run a B standard, which I think is 2:32, then she pretty much secures her place. So that's kind of the little subplot for the Kiwi Mary Davies in there, and at the moment she's on track for 2:28.35, which she's run about that. I think that's about her PB. So if she can produce the goods there, then she'll do well, and hopefully she can latch onto some runners around her. But yeah, it's great to see. Exciting times in the women's race, but here we are with the men's, and there. They're just ticking along pretty nicely. Yuki, a little bit more exposed, I've got to say, Brett. Just, you know, he's got the hat on. Maybe he's just making it a little bit harder for himself to get used to a race where there's not going to be any paces in London at the World Champs in 5 weeks.
But you're not surprised, Brett, to see a pack of this size. A couple of the Japanese, but the African runners, Eritrea and from Ethiopia will dominate in this pack here. We've got about 14, 15 runners. This is what we expected to see, a pack of this size.
Oh, at this stage, for sure. Anybody who would believe on any level that they have a chance of being up there late in the race will of course be here at this point.
You wouldn't want to be falling off at this early stage of the race as we work our way, coming through probably 14 kilometres fairly shortly. We haven't spoken much about, gents, the Commonwealth Games, which of course will be here on the Gold Coast in about 9 months' time. Today's event, I guess, from a few perspectives, a bit of a dry run for the Commonwealth Games, which the Gold Coast will be hosting in April next year. Transport, logistics, security, those sort of things. Over 40,000 visitors to the Gold Coast this weekend. That number will be multiplied by that, 500, 1,000%. We're broadcasting here from the Commonwealth Games pool, sitting above the Commonwealth Games pool, and staying, of course, at the Star Gold Coast, which has had an $850 million transformation ahead of the Commonwealth Games. So it's great to see the best parts of the Gold Coast really sort of turning it on, Brett, for this global audience today, but in preparation for what will be a terrific event in April of next year.
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic games. I fully believe. I'm a Canadian citizen, so I'll be happy to see our team here as well, and couldn't ask for better facilities from what I've seen so far.
So almost all of the Games facilities are finished. It will be a different marathon course for the Commonwealth Games. It will start and finish at the Olympic Stadium, but of course it will feature some of the very beautiful and scenic parts of the course. These guys are looking pretty good through here, nice and relaxed. We're not seeing any moves. We wouldn't expect to see any moves. I guess really only once we sort of get to the second half of the race, be interesting to see what that half marathon split is. But the race doesn't really begin until 25, 30 kilometres.
I think one thing that's interesting, just that shot we're seeing right now, right behind Kauchi is Takayo Noguchi, who we haven't really talked too much about. He's actually a newlywed, and his bride is none other than our current, or the 2015 winner, Lisa Takenaka, who's currently running 6th in the race. They're both here running the same race, and he was fairly cagey before the race, but I talked to Takenaka a bit, and she said he's actually in excellent shape. He's run 2 half marathon PBs and a marathon PB so far this year. And she thinks he's here basically to beat Yuki. He's here to run a really good time and to try to finish ahead of Kawachi. So he's only run a 2:11 marathon, but if you look at the progression he's having so far this season, I think he's somebody we may be seeing last quite long into the race.
And I guess that's a fascinating subplot amongst the Japanese runners, isn't it? Because Kawauchi is so high profile, he's not the best or the fastest runner in Japan, but because he's outspoken, because of his profile, and I guess the the public affection for him, he does run with a target on his back, and any Japanese athlete would love to go home to Japan boasting of having got Kawauchi's scalp here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, and in the big picture, I think that's a really good thing, and I think he's aware of that situation, his role as a catalyst, sort of a transformative agent in that situation. That if what he's doing is going to motivate other people to up their game, then everybody wins, don't they?
Yeah, and of course, a fascinating 3 years ahead to the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Tokyo bidding for that, winning it. We saw great euphoria when they won the games, and that, I guess, has created a real focus, a real laser focus in running, and particularly Olympic sports in Japan. But the marathon running is always high profile in Japan, but never more so than that 4-year period when you come into Olympic Games, a home Olympic Games.
Yeah, when they got the bid, there was just a huge explosion in quality in distance running in particular. All of the current college stars were looking at the calendar and saying, wait, when Tokyo Olympics comes here in 2020, we're going to be at our peak as marathoners. So I'm going to be on that team. And there's been a huge explosion of quality. Personally, I think the other interesting development regarding 2020 is the rise of Japanese men's sprinting. I think things are coming up very, very quickly. You know, they had the 4x100 silver medal last year,
Yes,
and
extraordinary.
at that point, only 2 members of the team had broken. No Japanese man has broken 10 seconds yet, but at that point, only 2 members of that team had broken 10.1. And one of the alternates. And now in the last 3 weeks, 4 more Japanese men have done it. The other 2 members of the team, and then 2 younger guys, an 18-year-old and a 20-year-old. And so you actually have younger guys than all of these 22, 23-year-olds who won the silver medal in Rio coming up. So I think I can see a scenario, and if it happens, it would be incredible, where at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, we may not see a marathon medal, but we could see a 4x100 gold medal. And that transformation of Japan from like a marathon medal nation to a sprinting gold medal nation on home soil would be really like the mark of the change of an era.
Yes,
it's a very exciting possibility.
Traditionally, we only think of Japan in terms of distance running, but and I guess that's a combination of genetics. You know, generally smaller of build, slighter of build, and having that long tradition going back to Toshihiko Seiko back in the Seiko back in the 1980s, who was a great rival and colleague of our own Robert Di Castella. So we're seeing Ashiki, who was doing all of the front running here. I would have thought perhaps a couple of the other Kenyan pacemakers, but perhaps that's the strategy there, that Ashiki will take it through 15 kilometres, and we will, if we haven't passed 15 kilometres, we should see that marker very shortly if we are up to be on that 3:02, 3:03 pace, as we'll see that coming past any old tick of the clock now. And that just tells us that they're on race record pace, which we really will expect for probably the first 15, 20 kilometres. I would even expect by 25, 30 kilometres, but that's when the true test will be told. There we are through 15k, so just a tick off 3:03 pace, but that can be easily picked up. The pacers doing their job. Kawuchi sitting right in there, sitting ahead of Mungara. Any sort of mental game being played there at all? He would rather sort of be further and closer to the pacer's breadth than Mungara is just happy to sit right back.
Yeah, I think we saw that last year as well. Kawuchi was running right up behind the pacers, you know, trying to keep the race the way he wanted it, kind of dictate what sort of race it was going to be. Whereas Kenneth really hung back and just bided his time until it was the right time to make his move. So it's not a huge surprise to see the same kind of race again. Hopefully, you know, Kawuchi has learned from whatever mistakes he made last year. Although it would be an equal delight to see Kenneth get the win again.
You mentioned, Brett, the rise in Japanese sprinting. I wonder if Yuki's been along to some of the sprint sessions recently to work on his finish line sprint.
Yeah.
Outkick Kenneth Mungara.
We'll hope so, yeah.
Because Mungara said, we're seeing a bit of a move at the drink station there. Always a bit of a challenge for the runners to cleanly get their drinks. Mungara is saying he's not going to leave it till the kick finish. He doesn't want to give Yuki that sort of opportunity. If it comes down to a sort of a two-person race there, no runner likes to have to resort to a kick finish. Undoubtedly, he was trying to break Yuki open before then, but Kawuchi just showed what a strong, fearsome competitor he was, that he just wouldn't be beaten, he wouldn't be broken until the very last moment.
It's like the rubber band, it just never snaps with Yuki. It just stretches and stretches and stretches, and then he claws his way back in again. And yeah, geez, it was an impressive run, and maybe that's where he just done that little bit too much work to get back on last year to then have enough to outkick Kenneth Mungara down the straight. Look at this, that's the turn at Thurley. As we said, just a bit over 15 Ks they've done down there. That's an absolutely stunning part of the coast down that way, and it's, as a runner, when you're there, you light up because it's just beautiful. The beach is literally only 100 metres to your left, and then they spin around, and they're heading back our way now.
And that's one of the, I guess, the beauties of this course, Brett. We talk about it being fast and flat, but from a technical perspective, very too few turns. There's a couple of S-bends and snake turns, but that's easy to maintain momentum. It's those big U-turns which can sometimes slow the runners down. And of course, I've seen some European courses. I don't know if it was Milan or Rome or Barcelona. It looked like it had 20 to 25 turns, so this would be a benefit to the runners as well. We'll have a turn at the top end at around 34, 35 kilometres, but you can maintain your momentum like this in this sort of course.
Well, it's definitely one of the straightest courses around. I think you would have a hard time finding a course with fewer turns. And personally, I did run the Gold Coast Airport Marathon a few years ago for the first time, and I found the layout of the course with the placement of the turnarounds was psychologically, from the psychological standpoint, ideal. You basically run out straight for 15 kilometers, and that's just kind of getting into your flow, getting into your rhythm. do the turnaround, and then you have from 15 kilometers to about 37 kilometers basically running straight. And so you can just get in, once you're warmed up in the first 15K, you're just cruising along for the next 20 plus K. One more turnaround, 5K to the finish. That's where you can really turn it on and try to push into the finish. So it's an excellent course layout from the psychological point of view of racing.
Very easy on the runners. Well, thanks for joining us, Brett. We look forward to hearing your insights a little bit later after the race, and we know you'll be doing some translation. Steve Monaghetti is going to join us in here. So Mono running the 10K yesterday. Thanks for joining us, Brett. And
It's a pleasure to be back. Yeah.
We'll watch Yuki's race unfold with interest. So that 15K split, Robbo, very even. There's nothing radical about the pacing. Sometimes I know, for example, in Jonah Chesham's Barcelona race, they were 14:45 through the first 5K, and then a couple of other sub-15 splits.
Yeah.
We don't normally see that here at the Gold Coast. You know, that is kind of 2.7, 2.8 range, but we usually see a more even pace.
Yeah. I mean, it's good fun seeing them go out at erratic paces sometimes. How long can they hold on to it? But no, this lot seem to have a more measured approach here today, and look, it's wide open. You've got to say at the moment, if they can just hang on to this for another 15 Ks, and then we start to get to the back end, really the business end, and we'll get a good look at them as they come up here past the start finish area, 30 odd Ks in and 32 Ks, and that's where it really will start. But yeah, it's all looking good for them at the moment here in this elite lead men's field.
Well, welcome into the commentary box here, legend of Australian running, Steve Monaghetti. You've been a real feature of the Webcast in many years gone by. You love this event, and it's just an annual sojourn for you, isn't it, to the Gold Coast from the very chilly climes of Ballarat?
Apparently negative temperatures down there this morning, Ian. So, Robbo, good to be along. Always nice to be back. Just a great atmosphere, and the racing here is friendly, it's fierce, it's fast, it's all the Fs. So we're going well, and I think, where else would you want to be? Fast course, well organised, and looks like the boys and girls are on pace and having a good day today.
Before we go any further, Steve, quick congratulations to you, mate. You've just come in. You look like you've just woken up, but you've been conquering the half marathon course, 1:15:08. My sources tell me. Well done, mate.
Yeah, I was happy with that run, and it felt pretty good today. So just had a few tight sore spots, as we do when we get older, so I was happy to get through in one. If you get through unscathed, that's a victory. I mean, it's really fast out there. It's a very, very fast half marathon course. I haven't done that since, well, I think
Your record-breaking year, or?
Yeah, well, I think I drew here in 93. I remember we did finish in the old car park, I think, but the course, I have no recollection of it was that long ago. I don't remember anything about the course. I think it went out that way, but it was fast then, but it's really fast. Lots of PBs today. The women, were fast, so it just seems like it's just a really good course to run.
By fast, you mean it's not hot. We sometimes get that radiant heat, particularly after 9 o'clock, but very little to no breeze to contend with. That wasn't a factor when you're out there?
No, I was sitting behind a couple of runners. I was doing the old experienced running, wasn't leading too many packs, but just lots of groups of people, and pace really even, because as Brett mentioned, no turns in the half marathon course either, really fast. You turn obviously up the other end, but it really just get into a rhythm, hold your rhythm really well. We were basically clicking off 3:31. Someone next to me was saying we were running 3:31k pace, just locked it in and away we went. And it was basically that. I think I ended up running 3:33 average, so we basically held that for the whole race. But some really quick guys in the half, so really nice morning out there.
Just think, Mono, if you'd have run 5 minutes quicker, you could have taken down Martin Rees from Wales, 54-year-old world half marathon record.
Yeah, I think those days are gone.
Yeah. Well, that's the extraordinary thing. We see, world age records here. Last year, I know, Mono, there was a guy who was pretty happy to beat you, John Shaw. A world record for over 60. 2:45:23 last year. I was messaging with John last night. He's hoping to break that this year. So that's the extraordinary thing, the fact that we just see elite runners at the top end, but also elite in these age categories. They seem to be getting quicker.
They do, and I think was it Dave Sweeney I was talking to was hoping to break the Australian half marathon record, I think, in before the race. I'm not sure how Dave went, but he was about 72 minutes or something, I think, the Australian record. That's 55 to 60. It's amazing. And isn't it great to see so many runners setting, having those challenges? It doesn't matter what age you are, we're all getting out there and having a go. I was only, 15 minutes behind my PB. All these guys in there talking about PBs and girls, and I'm thinking, we won't have that conversation.
I know, it gets embarrassing. Well,
it's your fault for running so fast.
I ran 65 here twice in the half, and those PB days for me are not under threat. But we've got to accept that. As we get older, you get a bit more mellow, and that's the reality.
But these are the great things, and the sport of running, the fact that you can continue to do it, you know, maybe a little bit slower than in your red hot days, Steve, but we've got Kenneth Mungara here. We've been talking him up on the broadcast this morning, but he's the 41, 42, 43-year-old world record holder. He could very likely touch up his current 43-year world record, and he might go on and get the clean sweep for most of the 40s. I don't know if Haile Gebrselassie is in a hurry to come back and start having a crack at some of these records, but and then to have John here as well. So we've got some. I mean, these guys. That's legendary to be doing that stuff. They maybe don't get the praise they probably should deserve.
And another record I've just been drawn to my attention, perhaps a little more obscure, but if Kawauchi goes sub 2:12, which he probably should, unless there's something that goes horribly wrong, that would be a world record for the most number of sub 2:12 runners. That'd be his 23rd career sub 2:12. And that would break the world record held by an Ethiopian, Abibi McKinnon. So world records galore. That speaks to the pace of the course, the quality of the field, and I guess the super competitive nature out there.
Exactly. And interestingly, I was talking to Deep, and I said, because Kawauchi's ran under, I think he's got 17 runs under 250, something phenomenal. And I said to Deep, how many times did you run under 210? You know Rob's answer? I don't know. Isn't that, you think you'd know, but we
could probably tell him.
We could tell him.
4 or 5, I would think, but yeah. So we're looking at these aerials here. We're starting to get into the more business end of the race, approaching that as we come up towards the 1 hour mark. Ashiki's been doing all the front running amongst the pacers, Steve. Would you have expected the other Kenyans to share it a bit, or would that be part of the strategy? We may see him fall back soon and the other Kenyan pacers do some more work.
That's kind of how it works, and if he's obviously he's travelling well. If he's happy to, he'd be the designated, almost the first pace. You always have your list, so and then he might peel off. He might get to 20k and he might peel off, and then we'll get the next one probably take over for maybe 4 or 5k. You try to do it in 5 or 5k lots. Really, that's kind of how it works. So, and he looks like he's happy rolling along out in front.
So they are now heading north on the course. It was interesting, Steve, talking to Ryan McDonald and sort of the overall strategy with the field this year. So in the past, we've seen some particularly African runners, 2.6, 2.7 runners. To their credit, obviously the marathon organisers identified the Mungara versus Kawauchi rivalry, setting that up again. I mean, once they knew they were locked in, they both wanted to come back, Mungara to defend his title. I think there was a fairly clever strategy. Well, what's the point in bringing 2.6 runners out who take the focus away from what will be just a really good race, and you consolidate that with some other runners around that 2.8, 2.9 mark, and you just get a terrific bunch and a chance for everyone to sort of, prove themselves, but to try and knock off those key guys from last year.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great race, and we've done some pre-race publicity, and they've been fantastic. The stories, the humour, the humility of the guys as well, and although Kenneth was opening up a bit, making some predictions, but
well, I know you were trying to tease it out of him, getting him to talk it up, but he was saying, no, I leave it down to action.
Yeah,
it's my action that will do the talking today.
That's right, yeah. And obviously I've got to know Kenneth well, and Yuki's always been terrific to work with, and that you can talk it up all you like, but it's out on the road where it counts. It's right now where it's business. So, and they're doing the business, and I think it'll be, I'll be interested. I worry a little bit that will become a race, which is great. I forget about the times and I just watch the race unfold, because we should remember that a marathon, as we all know, a marathon is a race amongst you and the course first, you and the field second, and times third. So let's just look for the tactics of how the race unfolds.
I love
how are they going on the time? Obviously, I've just...
Yeah, so we are on race record pace, and it's conservatively on race record pace. We haven't banked too much time. The other quote I loved from Mungara yesterday was, he says, "Don't worry about my age, marathon running is in my heart." So for him, it is something that comes deep from within, and I guess that's the same with all of these lead guys. Kawauchi, notably, for him it's not about the money. Here's somebody who could make lots more money with bigger races. Because of his government employment, there's actually some restrictions there that he can't take appearance money. But here's two guys who are running purists. They're almost old school and having the old time ethics and values, and they run for the love they run to compete, they run to win, not necessarily for the money.
Yeah, and great, and that's very refreshing, and I like that. And I think that's what marathon's about. As I say, it's all about the win, overcoming the course, beating your own demons. As so many of the runners who run marathons and distance events, we all know that's the case. But there'll still be some pride on the line today. I think this rivalry, whilst we're pumping it up, don't worry, it exists between those two as well.
So we're probably sort of coming up towards between 19 and 20 kilometres there. So the runners have turned north. Now we're seeing this closed, more compressed section of the race where the elite field has turned back around, going through the drink station there. The everyday runners, we won't call them the average runners. There's nothing average about somebody who runs a marathon, but the weekend warriors, I think, is an apt term. No matter what level you're at, Steve, for these guys to take on the challenge of the marathon and to see that they are laying it all on the line today. They running their own personal challenge. Finishing, I guess, is enough of a challenge. You talk about it being every man's Everest, and it is for many people out there.
And what I love about this section of the course is you get so much interaction. And the elites, whilst they're focused, there's no doubt they will be enjoying, the crowds on the other side, giving them a yell, looking across, seeing the pace groups. They'll understand what's going on. I really love this section of the course. It's really that human dynamics.
So energising.
And the elites, as well as we get a bit of a lift from it, obviously, the recreational runners looking at those guys and the way they're smooth and moving back on the road is just a delight. One of the great fascinations, isn't that terrific, that you can be a runner and you can be doing it with some of the best runners in the world. We're all out there on the same course on the same day, same start line, same finish line.
Well, people can walk away from today and the last couple of years saying they were a part of a world record day at the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. Speaking of world record holders, we spoke about John Shaw in the over 60 category. His 10K split at 39.12, so that's under 4-minute K pace. So that puts him ahead of his
4-minute Ks is 2:49. So if he's well under that, so he's a minute under. So if you multiply that by 4, that's 4 minutes. So he's well under.
And about 61.10 through 20 Ks there for the elites at the front. So still maintaining that sort of pace. And interesting, you mentioned the everyday runners. Well, we had the white pacing group coming the other way there just before 20 Ks. Now that's the Pat Carroll running group, and that's the 3-hour 40 bus. So the 3-hour 40's just got to look at what 3:03 pace looks like, and they would, as I said before, Mona, you feel that energy, don't you? You get that blast of energy as a pack of 10 or 15 runners are flying towards. Look at them, they're shoulder to shoulder. You could high-five the pacer there.
Well, and some of them are actually clapping the elite guys as they go past. That energises them. That gives them a real thrill. Exactly. They know it's two totally different races in one, but we see those 20K splits, and so we've picked up, we're sort of still on that pace of about 3:03. Yeah, exactly. So that's bang on. But that's what we're looking for, aren't we? Yep. Even splits early on, Mike.
Well, I remember, was it my run 2:08's 3:02, so if they're 3:03 and a half, you're adding another say, a minute. So they're around 2:09 right at this point. So they're right on.
That's what we bought you, Mono. The school teacher coming out in you.
Yeah, but I know my stats. That's one thing
those days are a little bit behind you. But in terms of
in running, that's for sure.
But in terms of the race itself, so this is fascinating to see. I'm always heartened when we've got a large group going through the half mark, because the more runners, the more competitive tension between them, and we've got all the key guys there. I'm sure Mungara's there. He's been very surreptitious, sitting in the back of that group, not making any moves early on, nor would we expect to see him.
If I knew it's
strength in numbers.
I'd agree with you. I'm assuming that means he's just hiding in the back doing no work.
That's old school marathon talk, hiding in the back. But just cruising along on the heels of the others, isn't he, Mona? So,
and that's what you want to do. Obviously, we all know the marathon is a race of efficiency, and running at that pace, if you can tick off some Ks, it's almost like they're cheating Ks, because you're saying, oh, there's 5K. I don't feel any worse than I did 5K ago, and I'm running at the same pace. I'm 5K closer to the finish line, and obviously for Kenneth and Yuki, they know the course well. They know halfway is really through 25 to 30k here. Whilst it's not halfway in the race, that's where the race really starts. So they would be starting to get into their work now, happy with how the pace is going. Maybe surprised that there's so many in that lead group. I'm a little bit surprised.
I was going to say, Steve, I reckon this is the largest lead pack that we've held together on record pace. So we've had other years where we've had a big lead pack, but they haven't been on record pace at this point. So this speaks to, you know, the volume and the depth that we've got. So, you know, 12, 14 guys there. I mean, no one would be thinking about any strategic moves at this point. But as we approach coming back through Surfers Paradise, we'll give you a half marathon split very shortly. But this is a real race in the making, isn't it? It's almost waiting for that moment of anticipation when we see the first genuine move. We're seeing the pace of their Ashiki, waving for support. He's got them to halfway. That was obviously the strategy. His work is done.
And I think it is, I love predictions. You know I like my predictions. He's waving the next paces through. His job is done. He's through halfway in 64.40. So there you go. So we're right on the money, 2.9. This pack can't stay together for much longer. There'll be a few guys having a look at their watch and going, oh, gee, maybe this is a little bit fast for me, 2.9 pace. So I expect to see some action pretty soon. Between here and 25k, we'll certainly sort them out, and then it'll be action stations from then through to this point here at 31.
Sure. Look, we're going to head down to an interview with the chairman of Gold Coast Events, Kerry Watson, who's been a driving force of this, the escalation of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon event. Mike Rabete caught up with him just a little while ago. Kerry Watson, chairman of Gold Coast Events.
Well, one of the men most responsible for making sure of the success of the 39th Gold Coast Airport Marathon is the chairman of Events Queensland, Kerry Watson. Kerry, another magnificent event, 39th. Who would have believed way back September 1979, here we are 39 years later.
39 and magnificent. Over 25,000 involved and weather perfect. A great destination exposure. We're just delighted with the way it's gone.
And the Gold Coast Airport themselves have been on board now for 12 years. A wonderful spot. A bit longer.
15 years. We're delighted we've got sponsors of that size, and all our sponsors have been great.
It's been a magnificent weekend, hasn't it?
Well, it truly is, and we put it over 2 days because it just got so big we couldn't handle it. So on today we've got the half marathon and the full marathon, just fantastic.
Well, next year the celebrations of 40 years, I should imagine there'll be a fair bit of reminiscing, but first of all, get this one out of the way.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of lies told next year, but it's great that people remember the feats and what they enjoyed with the Gold Coast Airport Marathon.
And you seem to be getting younger and younger, and the enthusiasm level is still as high as it was all those years ago when you first became chairman.
Yes, it's a long time ago. I've been chair for 25 years now, and it's just been an absolute pleasure. And I don't know about getting younger, but certainly sprightly.
Good on you, Kerry. Congratulations once again.
Thanks, Mike. Bye.
One of our great ambassadors of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon is the legend himself.
Aerial shots between the 20 and 25 kilometre mark. So just to confirm that split, a very large group halfway in 64.36 minus. So that's just a fraction off race record pace. But the fact that we've got this large group, anything could happen. We're going to start to see some moves soon.
And don't be alarmed about that, because the paces are setting the pace, not the races. So there is a difference. So they will be able to accelerate. So this next lot of paces may run a little bit quicker, but once we get into the race, so once the paces are gone at 30k or something, there's a real ability then to pick up the pace. So don't be alarmed by that. They're still certainly on sub 2.9 pace, but I think that's about where it'll land.
But we'd have to see that through the next 10k. We wouldn't want to be trying to bank time from 35 kilometres onwards. Now, between now and 35 is where, if we're to get a race record, that's where they need to bank a little bit of time. That needs somebody being a little bit adventurous. We'll see the paces do the work, probably to 28, 30 kilometres, but then the race unfolds. It needs somebody to show that courage to decide whether today is their day, whether they want to push it, as we've seen Koichi and Mangura do on past occasions.
Interestingly, my theory is that it looks like they're accelerating. It's often you almost only need to hold pace. If you're holding pace, you will drop people. So, but then it becomes a race. Maybe you need to just accelerate a couple of Ks here and there just to drop. but really you don't need to pick it up very much. So exactly what you're saying, Ian, it's difficult if you drop a minute behind, you're not going to pick that up in a hurry, but a couple of seconds here or there is significant. So if they're running 3:04s and then they drop it to 3-minute Ks, that's significant.
Just got a wheelchair update for you, gentlemen, and it's the Battle of the Riches. Rich Coleman and Rich Nicholson out in front in the men's race, and I've got a 25k split for them, so they're on track for about a 1:47 finish at the moment. And in the women's race, Sarah Tate, the 19-year-old local Gold Coastian, she's in the lead there, and she's coming up to halfway at the moment. So, yes, she should hopefully get the win for her and her supporters here on her home deck. But that's what's happening in the wheelchair event. They're motoring along at a pretty good pace, 2-minute 30 pace for them in the wheelchairs, and so they're not going to be too far away from a finish. We'll keep you abreast of what's happening in that wheelchair race. A good hit out before the Commonwealth Games, which will, for the first time, feature a wheelchair marathon, which is really exciting.
We should be able to bring you some splits of the women's half marathon very shortly. They'll be coming through halfway, about less than a kilometre behind the men. But as we watch the racers go through, now they're winding through a couple of stretches here that almost, in a sense, Steve, you know, if it's just straight running all the time, you almost look for a little variety, not big hills or massive U-turns, but just a bit of variety helps you adjust your cadence and just breaks it up a little bit, doesn't it?
It certainly does for the front runners. If you're sitting in behind, you don't look up the road very much, so you wouldn't know. But for the pacers and people leading, you do like a bit of variety. If it's a long straight stretch, it's just hard to keep your concentration and your pace up. So you want it straight and not too many turns, but just you know, you don't want it to be too boring. So you know, this is a very nice course, to be honest.
Yeah. So looking at some of those splits through 20k for the women. Abebek Bakila, Mercy Kabaris, Mesere Tolwak, so the Ethiopians and Kenyans, as we thought that they would be dominant. The Japanese have owned this women's race for most of the last 10 years, particularly winning the 5 straight last years. But I think the tide may be turning. It may be time for the African runners to bring home a win in the women's race.
They run very well here. Obviously, the time zone works really well with the Japanese runners. So it's not over yet, but it looks, yeah, if they've got a pack, then you would assume that the Africans will hang in there and run pretty well. They're on pretty good pace, I've got to say. They're on, I think they're on record pace, about 2:26. So if you're at, you know, I'm not going to predict early we'll get the half marathon split, but you can add, you know, 3.5 minutes onto that, and you're getting in the 60, in the 73, 74. So they're on that 2:26, 2:27 pace, which is good going.
Steve, we've got almost ideal air temperatures out there. The fact that we're not going to get that sort of day where we often have around 20, 21 degrees through the back end of the race. We've spoken in the past about that radiant heat, even though it's a flat, fast course. But the radiant heat off the road, once you get to about 20 degrees, that can be a little bit of a factor for the runners. So the conditions will be in their favour.
Very much so, and that's a real positive. And you're right, especially on the northern part of the route. So once they come through here at 31, the northern section can be quite open, and people find it a little bit warm. But I think that might be why we're seeing such a big pack, because the conditions are pretty much spot on.
And it serves everyone back in the field nicely as well. You know, those that are doing their first time, you don't want a stinking hot day if you're out there having your first time marathon, and if it stays cool for as long as possible, it's going to really help your 3, 4, 5 hour runners as well, and yeah, hopefully help them have a good run.
There the guys, by the time we finish our coverage after 10 o'clock, we get the chance to relax and but still stay there and cheer on the back markers, but sometimes you see them coming through when it's 25 degrees and close to midday. We feel quite sorry for them. They are so courageous. Yep. And I know you've spoken in the past, Steve, that almost it's tougher to run a marathon when you're 5 hours on your legs in 24, 25 degrees.
It is, and it's an endurance event, you know, to be out there just on your legs, and the energy you're building. You run out of glycogen, so your body runs out of energy. So you are calling in some deep desire, and you've trained up for it. You've got up at 4 in the morning to prepare. You start calling in all of those mental strengths. It's certainly a really big personal challenge, and we admire. That's why we are on the finish line. We'll have friends, family, acquaintances, stories that'll be unfolding today, just to finish a marathon is such a wonderful achievement and a very satisfying thing for all of us.
Well, a memorable image for me from last year was Rob de Costello, Australia's greatest ever male marathon runner and the driver behind Indigenous Marathon Project. He was there not only cheering his IMP guys across the line, but he was high-fiving and hugging runners who'd been out there for 4.5 hours. Deek was standing in the blazing sun. He could have been in the hospitality tent enjoying a cool drink, but showing his passion, your passion that we share for this event. And it must have meant so much for those runners and for you guys to be able to talk to people, you know, in the days leading up to it.
Yeah, and I've paced, you know, the 3-hour group before, and you think it's good for them having us there. You know what, Ian? It's good for us. I love, you know, we love our sport. We've got a passion for running. To be able to share that out on the road with people, hearing their stories, and maybe be a part of something that's such a memorable thing in their life it's a pretty special honour for us to be able to do that, and we admire those runners and love being a part of it.
Just keeping an eye on our men's elite field here. Just a few people asking on social media about the coverage of the women's race. Unfortunately, we just don't have the resources to bring you the cameras for what's happening at the women's race. And in a mixed race, it is a little bit more tricky, I guess, mixed with the blokes in there. But we've got Benita Willis. We've sent her out to get some more updates, so we're going to get her back on the panel shortly and fill us in. But apologies, we're not able to bring you the live coverage at this stage of the women's race, but we'll keep you updated with how that's going. And definitely we'll get a good look at our leaders as they come through closer to the finish here.
Those
give us the splits
half
there,
marathon
Ian.
splits. So it's down to a lead pack of two, Bakili and Kabaris from Ethiopia and Kenya, and they look as if they've developed just a little bit of a break on Mesere Tolwak from Ethiopia. So the race unfolding there in the women's, would you expect that, a 16-second gap, Mona? Would you think that's going to make much difference at this point in time?
Yeah, that'd be a race in two, and you know, I would think at this stage it suggests that that's a break, and 16 seconds, that's significant. So that's not just through a drink station or something. That's definitely a break. So we're down to two, but it's very early. And the women, you know, it's a different race for the women. Obviously, they have, you know, men around them, so they may have their own paces.
They'll have their paces. Yeah, Brad Croker and Brady Threlful going through to 35. Was that I think the plan? But they should still be there in touch at the moment, and so they'll have the benefit of those two paces there, and that's hopefully why we're seeing them still sticking to these nice even pace, and hopefully the boys can keep pulling them along there, and then they can hold on once the paces do step off. But yeah, fingers crossed we can double that up and bring them home in a 2:26 something, and getting very close to that race record. Yeah.
And I think the paces, I think they're going to try and get to about 30.
Gotcha.
And if they're feeling okay, maybe even keep going a little bit longer. So that's really valuable.
So, Mona, before you leave us, and I know we're going to see and hear you, Pat Carroll, out on the course as they come back through that very critical 32-kilometre juncture, but this very large pack here, there's no visible signs of distress or that we've got the pacers still doing their work there. Another pacer stepping off.
Yeah.
Hard to pick a winner at this point.
It is, and I think I counted 14, you know, even if you're saying 3 or 4 paces, that's a pack of 10, and they're all looking very comfortable. The pacers are looking the most agitated, not the runners, which is interesting. So I think the pacers are working pretty hard, which suggests that it's, you know, it is keeping willing.
That Rotich in the middle there in the black singlet, he's got a bit of more of a lopier style. You know, I was wondering early on how long he'd hold on for. He looks like he's been working a bit harder than the others, and but he's still good on him. He's still plugging away at it at the moment. We're coming up to an hour 20 into the race, so they go through another aid stations. Interesting to see how they negotiate getting their drinks on board and having the gels. It's a tricky thing, isn't it, Mono? The plastic cups you sometimes get, you end up swallowing some and missing the rest of it, throw a bit over the head. But it's important they do get something in, yeah?
It all happens at drink stations, believe me. If you get out of there in one piece, it's a good outcome.
There's almost a strategy there, isn't it? You've got to be in and out quick, but be very aware of your surroundings. I mean, we do see runners at the elite level get a bit tangled up sometimes, but...
And they may have special drinks, Ian, so they'll be looking for a particular bottle. They might have labelled it, and if you miss it, you know, it affects you. Man, you think, oh gosh, I missed my drink. Should I go back and get it, or God, do I just take a water? So it can unsettle you a bit.
Yeah. Mona, we're going to let you go because we'd love to see you and Pat give us that real live atmosphere feel out on the course there. So thanks for joining us as we start to get towards the business end of the race. And
it's exciting.
We'll watch the race
I'm
unfold.
really looking forward to it. So I'll give a report through, and look forward to chatting you from up on the important part of the stage, where we say that the race starts at about 31k. So I'll bring a report in and look forward to watching what's turning out to be a very exciting race.
Thanks for joining us, Mona. We're going to have Benita Willis join us shortly, and Mike Rabid is back out on the course with another interview out to the stage, I think with Pat Carroll, former Gold Coast Marathon winner.
Helps if you turn it on. Good morning, ladies and gents. Hello to everyone and welcome to the Gold Coast. Hands up all of those that completed the ASICS Half Marathon today. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Well done, you lunatics. 21.1, and they're still out there, and we just had a look, as you've seen on the screen, about 1 hour 16 in the marathon, and they really are motoring along. Let's recap. We're going to do some presentations of the ASICS Half Marathon very, very shortly. But for those of you who weren't here yesterday, just a little bit of a recap. In the Southern Cross University 10K run yesterday, Timothy Lefroy won the men's in 29.48. In actual fact, there were 2 seconds between first and third in the men's Southern Cross University 10K run yesterday. Eloise Wellings from New South Wales was the winner of the women's in 32.55, and that was absolutely fantastic. And of course, it was Kids' Day yesterday as well. We had the Zespri 2K Junior Dash, and Matthew Lowe won that in 6.53, and Kaya Anderson won the girls in 6.58. So only 5 seconds between the boys and the girls, and that was absolutely fantastic. In the 4K Junior Dash, Jackson Patterson Wright won that in 12.37, going back to back, and Chloe Randall in 14.23 won the girls. And today, of course, we have the ASICS Half Marathon presentation. We'll be back a little bit later on with the Gold Coast Airport Marathon presentation, the Wheelchair Marathon presentations, the IAAF Oceania Area Marathon Championships, and the Queensland Marathon Championships. So plenty to look forward to. We want you to stay and enjoy the ambience here at the beautiful Broadwater on the Gold Coast right throughout the day. It's indeed my pleasure now to invite to the stage the General Manager Marketing of ASICS Oceania, Mr. Sam Chu, to the stage to do the presentations for the ASICS Half Marathon. How about a big Gold Coast welcome for Sam Chu? Good on you, Sam. And joining us, I'm sure he's on stage here somewhere, is the Chairman of Events Management Queensland, Kerry Watson. Kerry, to you and your team once again, thank you very, very much. And now I'd like to invite our place getters in the female ASICS Half Marathon to the stage. And these are our podium finishers this year, and 3 wonderful athletes indeed. In third place, all the way from Narracourt in South Australia, Jessica Trengo, in a time of 1:11:36. In second place, in a time of 1:11:15, from New South Wales, Millie Clark. And our winner, all the way from California, in the United States, in a time of 1:10:32, our winner, Sarah Hall. And we're going to ask Sarah, Millie and Jess to just move up onto the podium 1 there for some happy snaps. And Sam, please, you come and stand up here on the podium there with the girls as well. There we go. So, ladies and gents, how about another big hand for Jessica, Millie and Sarah? And while we get Jess and Millie to stay with us, Sarah, I'm going to invite you to the microphone to say a couple of words.
Hey everyone, congratulations to all the finishers out there. Wasn't that a beautiful morning to run? There's nowhere I'd rather be racing in July than here on the Gold Coast. I came all the way from Ethiopia, which was not a quick trip to get here. I think it was like 30 hours of travel, but I knew that we were going to get perfect conditions out here, and I had a couple bouts of food poisoning over there, but I stepped on that line today, and I was like, you know what? This is too perfect the conditions. I'm just going to go for a PR, and I didn't quite get there, but I was spurred on thinking about how I was going to be dedicating this race to my charity, the Hall Steps Foundation, doing work with orphans in Ethiopia, and that kind of spurred me on that second half when I was starting to get tired. So I hope you guys had a great race too, and yeah, good luck in whatever's next.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, how about a big hand for Jessica Trengove, Millie Clark and our winner, Sarah Hall. Thank you, ladies. Beautiful. All right, let's move to our men, and I'd like to invite our place getters for the ASICS Half Marathon men's race to the stage. And Sam is going to do the honours and do the presentation again for the ASICS Half Marathon for men. In third place today, in a time of 1:04 and 12 seconds from Victoria, Dijon Gabriela Selassie. From Victoria. In second place, in a time of 1:03.49, also from Victoria, Liam Adams. And our winner today, in a time of 1:03.14, from Sudayama in Japan, Hiroki Yamagishi. And we'll get Dijon and Liam to hop up there with Hiroki for some happy snaps here from our... Sam, please hop up there. Beautiful. Now, Sam, I reckon there's some business here. Some ASICs could do with... The boys could do with some new ASICs here.
So the podium finishes in the men's and women's ASIC Half Marathon. Fantastic to see out there the podium finishes. The United Nations of runners there from around the world in the men's and women's races. We are going to be back with live action here, and the race is starting to unfold. We are down to a pack of about 12 runners. We've still got the pacers doing their work out there. And Shoyo Osaki is somebody from Japan who is amongst the elite runners who is starting to feature in the picture there. And Kenneth Mungara, we're finally starting to see him in the picture. And Rotich, one of the pacers, Luca Rotich from Kenya, has moved up to do some of the work. Benita, welcome back into the commentary box here. We love where we are now in the race. The preliminary, the warm-up has happened, and now we get to the business end.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting close to the business end now, and well over halfway for these men. And, you know, it's when you start to kind of feel it a little bit, and some of the guys that are just hanging on to that pack there maybe start to drop off, and then the guys that are going to be in contention for the win rise to the front of the pack, and they just want to keep pushing the pace as soon as this last pacemaker drops out. So, yeah, it's getting close to the business end now, but there's still a long way to go in marathon terms as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of him, but Kenneth Mungara is sitting right at the back there. What do you read into his tactics? He's obviously been very keen to just ride on the coattails of the others, do minimal amount of work. That's got to be fairly smart running.
Oh, that's very smart running, and he wouldn't be one of the guys that is about to drop off. I think, you know, he's got confidence in what he knows he can do, and he's probably just biding his time. He knows he won in a sprint finish last year, and he knows he can do the same thing again this year. So, yeah, it's smart tactics from him, and, you know, he's trying to get the easiest run as he can for as long as he can, really, but he's back in his sprint finish.
The women's 25-kilometre spits, Bekele, the Ethiopian runner, she is on sort of on and around race record pace. What can you tell us about the women's times and the way that race is unfolding?
Yeah, this is going to be quite an interesting race, and yeah, she's on race record pace. You know, fastest in the field, PB of 2:23, and yeah, she knows that she can run fast. I mean, her PB is from 2015, but, you know, she still ran 2:24 last year, so she knows she can run fast. She's never, you know, had a go on this course before, but, yeah, I think she'll be keen for the win.
If we get a Bekele winning the Gold Coast Marathon, it'll make some headlines, Ian.
Yeah.
As you mentioned before, a rich history with that associated with that name in the world of running. So, yeah, maybe that could be a nice little...
Well, we look through the women's list. Gebre Selassie,
yes.
Kip Rono. These are probably the Smiths and Jones and Walshes of the African running scene, but certainly famous and rich heritage, which us as purists and long-time followers of the sport know and appreciate it. I don't expect a lot of a webcast audience to appreciate African runners from the 1960s and 70s, but here we are seeing the lead pack now.
13 or so, I think, in there, Ian, and yeah, they're sorting each other out a little bit here. Few of the runners just testing the waters and seeing how they're feeling.
Yeah, Fiora Daddy of Ethiopia, we haven't seen him before. He's moved up to the pack to do a little bit of work. He's an elite runner. He's not a pacer. So we've gone beyond 25 kilometres, and now is the point where, unless the pacers, one of the remaining two pacers is having a particularly great day, we're not going to see them feature. So now we will see the genuine contenders, and fairly soon we'll get a 30-kilometre split, and that will tell us a number of things, Benita, because that's where the race begins. That's where we look for that key marker of whether we're on race record pace. We wouldn't want to drop too much off it, but I always remain ambitious. I always talk up the race record even until the last kilometre here.
Yes, certainly, yeah. You don't want to be too ambitious, but you do want to be pushing on from now.
So that was the 20k mark they just went past there, about 1:29:20. So they're about to head over the bridge and head back to us just past the start and the finish here. We've sent Steve Monteghetti out and Pat Carroll. They'll give us a sense of what it's like out there on the road. But Ian and B, I can't remember a pack as big as what we're seeing here coming up to the 30-32k mark, and we'll see some moves, I expect. We'll see who's feeling good, who's been struggling, who's been playing the bluff game, and we'll see what's going to happen here. But yeah, this is pretty exciting, and if they can keep this big group ticking along, it means that we'll hopefully keep that pace going for a little bit longer as well. But Mungara, I'm intrigued to see his approach. He's just on the fringes, sort of the back right of this lead group at the moment. So I would say he's worked probably the least of any of them up in that group of 13 so far. Yuki, as we saw, he's been third or fourth most of the time. But yeah, so Kenneth Mungara, is he feeling fresh? Is he feeling good for that three-peat? It's going to be a historic day if he can make that happen.
He was a late starter to running, only began running literally less than 10 years ago at the age of 32 or 33. So he's a late starter, but he's a fast learner. He's obviously a canny runner, and I guess he's putting all those wiles and expertise and the lessons that he's learned in the number of races that he's run. So,
and I understand this. It's a fascinating story. He's from Limuru. He's not from the E10, the Eldoret, the Rift Valley area where so many of the famous Kenyan runners are from. He's from an area in the south of Kenya, and he's a hairdresser, a barber. And he was cutting the hair of a lot of runners, and they were talking about their tempo runs and their long runs and what paces they were pushing. And he learned a lot of it just on the job.
I think there was even a bit of trash talking, wasn't there? Where they were saying you couldn't do this.
I'll tell you youngsters up, and that's what he's ended up doing. And he leads training groups in Limuru with the youngsters, and they try and beat him. He tries to keep them covered, and here he is, topping his age in the world in his early 40s and mid 40s, and winning the Gold Coast Marathon the last couple of years. So it is a fascinating story, and yeah, it's great to have him back here again.
We talk about the Kenyan running heritage and culture. The Kalenjin tribe in that area, Bitin and the Rift Valley, they're the most famous. They've produced the most world champions. But because he's from Nairobi, Mungara is from the what they call Kikuyu tribe, which is the largest ethnic population in Kenya. So we don't hear as much about them because of this epicentre, Benita, up in Itin and that area where most of the world champions come from. But so I guess he's going a little bit against the running trend, but Mungara, he is canny, he is wily, he has the track record. We're starting to see the group split just open up a little bit. So we've lost a couple off the back there. We'll see if we can identify who that is. Mungara's running in a blue singlet, so I don't think that's him. So is that Hidru and one of the other Ethiopians? But certainly we see seeing the Japanese Yuki Kawachi, of course, right there in the thick of it. We shouldn't be surprised at all about that. This is where the move often comes. We're just starting to see one of the most tactical parts of the race, 30 kilometres. As we say, this is where the race unfolds. And then we come just shortly after that where we'll cross to Motters and Pat Carroll, four-time Gold Coast Marathon winner, where we'll see them at the probably a key strategic part of the course where we have this very small rise, which if anyone's going to make a move, 10K from home, that's usually the point we see it.
Yeah, Monas was talking about that a lot yesterday, and certainly that's probably where we're going to see it when they go over the rise and then down the other side. And you know, these guys, they know it's coming up. It could be a strategic move. They might have in their heads, okay, this is where I'm going to go on the course. But sometimes they might catch the others off guard and do it just past the hill. So this will be very exciting, and we'll see if this race can break up.
So we're seeing Noguchi, the other Japanese runner, who is the husband of the 2015 favourite Risa Takanaka. He's starting to lay down the law a little bit. We talk about this, you know, race within the race of the Japanese runners. Noguchi leading for a little while there, but Yuki's not having a bar of that. Yuki is very keen to let everyone know he's the best Japanese runner in town this weekend. Yuki, well, this is the point at which he broke away last year. We saw him really apply a bit of pressure. Mungara went with him. Nobody else could go with him. But Kawuchi getting a very vital drink at a vital stage of the race. And we're coming through the cooling sprays there. We're going to be crossing down very shortly to Steve Monteghetti and Pat Carroll. The guys, be fascinating to hear their insights as the race unfolds. Mungara sitting at the back there in the blue singlet. So
that's Chesham just in front of him in the yellow singlet there as well. So they're holding on. But I mean, that's a 10-metre gap that he's kind of got there.
Yeah, so we're seeing the pack of 14 run down to 7. Let's see how Mona and Pat Carroll give us their take on it out on the course.
And here we are on the very significant hill, the only hill on the course. I'm here with Pat Carroll, but it is often where the race seems to be determined. So we've got a big pack, but we are at the crucial point.
Very much so, Steve, and as the camera's got a long shot there, you can see as they go past the 31K mark, and we're about to go past the start-finish line, where there's a lot of atmosphere as they go over this little hill. And you can't even call it a hill, mate. I mean, it's only a bump in the road. I mean, this is the only rise in the Gold Coast Airport Marathon, but just over the 31K mark now, and we both ran this morning, Steve. Absolutely perfect conditions for running. I mean, I did the half marathon, so did you. How did you find? I found the conditions perfect this morning.
Absolutely ideal, and that will really help. Not a lot of humidity, and I think the work up the hill and then down the other side, the only downhill section of the course as well, is often where the race is, the winning break is made, so look out.
Very much, and it can get a bit lonely because you know you're going past that finish line, you've got to head out and back for another 11K or 5.5K out, 5.5K back, but here they are, Steve. They're just about to run past us, mate, as we can have a bit of a glimpse over our shoulder. We got a pack of 9 runners, and gosh, Kenneth Mungara is in there as a host of Japanese runners, and the Japanese have had some great wins over here over the years, and gosh, what a solid pack, Steve.
So we've got Kenneth, we've got Yuki, we've got a lot of company around that though, so we're certainly in for a fantastic race. It's all set up for a classic finish yet again.
Certainly is. Wasn't that fantastic last year? And no one's ever won it 3 times in a row, or no males won it 3 times in a row, but you know, it's any man's race, as we both know, mate. We've been there at the business end, and you know, you can go from feeling sensational to all of a sudden someone's pulled the plug. So let's just hope we can get a good pack for a long period of time and another fast time here at the Gold Coast Airport Marathon.
I think you can sense the anticipation, the excitement, a lot of atmosphere out here. They head out now. We can't wait to see them back for that exciting finish.
Very much so, and such a massive crowd waiting for these runners at the finish, and a great atmosphere out around Runaway Bay when we were out there this morning, and there's so much atmosphere on the course this morning, and such great. Next year being the 40th year of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon, it keeps getting better and better, Steve.
It does. Well, they're heading out. We're running down to the finish line because that's where we want to be to see how this all plays out. Exciting times. Thanks, Pat. See you then.
Thanks, Mona and Pat. Suddenly a pack of 9 becomes a pack of 5 or 6. We have Ethiopia, Kenya and Japan, of course. So Shoya Osaki, Takeya Noguchi, Yuki Kawauchi, 3 Japanese runners in this lead pack of 6. Faera Daddy, Douglas Chevy, and of course, Kenneth Mungara. So we have a race is starting to unfold. This is the part that we love. Not that we think that the first 32 kilometres, Benita, is dull in any way at all, but it is that cat and mouse game. This is what we live and breathe for. This is where We want to see the race unfold. And the fact that we've got 6 runners here, the tactics will really come into play.
Yes, Ian, and we saw Kenneth Mungara just like kind of hovering right at the back. And then even since Steve and Pat have been talking, he kind of went right up to the front of the field within a few minutes. So he means business, and he knows that, you know, a move might come with some of the Japanese guys. So he's ready, and he must be feeling good.
From his perspective, he would trust his finishing kick over Kawuchi, but what he may not know is what sort of finishing kick particularly the other Africans have. So, but Mungara has vowed not to leave it until the last few hundred metres. We would expect to see a move either by him or by one of the others. Now it becomes quite a fine balancing act, doesn't it, for the athletes? You're very tempted to try and apply the pressure to the other runners around you to see if someone will wilt, if someone will crack, but that depends what strength you feel you've got from within and what's worked for you as a tactic in the past. Is that much of an issue going on past races?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the marathon you've got to, you always feel different in every marathon you do, and you've got to go on what you know that your strength is, whether you're a fast finisher or you have to go from a long way out. But you also have to kind of get a bit of a gauge on how the others are going, how they're breathing, especially if you've never raced them before. And that's always a factor. If you've never raced people before, I think you know, some of the Japanese guys, they're very much knowing each other's race plans and strengths and weaknesses. But yeah, this will be very interesting because you know, there's a lot of heads-to-heads that we don't know the results of. So yeah, they want to play to their strengths, but then you always feel different in every marathon. So yeah, it's going to be a tough finish.
Just a quick update on the women's race. So they'll be coming up to the 30k split. We'll get that shortly. But I'll tell you at the 25k split, we mentioned Bakili out in front and looks to have the control of the race. 22nd lead at the moment from Mercy Kibarus. Elizabeth Chirono's up into 3rd place, and Risa Takanaka's moved up a bit too. So she and Elizabeth Chirono running together at the moment through 25k's. But what about this run? Virginia Maloney, the Aussie, she's on target for 2:28.42 at the moment, which would be amazing if she can stay in that ballpark. And Mary Davies, the Kiwi, on track for 2:30.02. Quick shout out as well, Celia Sullivan in 9th place overall, on track for a 2:33.40. So Celia and Virginia, they're our Aussie leaders in the women's race at the moment. But yeah, we'll keep you posted on how they're going through 30k's. That should come up fairly shortly.
So the race leader you are seeing is Jonah Chesham. Jonah Chesham, who competed at the London Paralympics. He's a wonderful, heartwarming and inspiring story. Could this be his day when another fairy tale comes true? Just his 2nd marathon. He's got a 100% strike rate from marathons, having won in his debut marathon in Barcelona earlier this year. That was when he was a pacer. Today, he's not a pacer, but today he's setting the pace. As we set through 34 kilometres, Jonah Chesham, who has basically had his Paralympic career closed on him because the categories were redefined. He has a deformity in his right arm. That is why he was labelled for the Paralympics. But now he's very much having to race in the big league. And we're looking at some of the wheelchair leaders coming through there. You might be able to pick which of the Richards that is.
Bill Chaffee, local up here as well. So if he's in front, he's doing pretty well. The Richards aren't inside at the moment, so we'll keep you posted. But at the moment, yeah, it looks like Bill Chaffee. We'll get a confirmation on that.
So we have a race in 6 here as we move through the final 10 kilometres of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon for 2017. The clock is ticking over to close to 1 hour 42. The race we expect to be run and won somewhere around 2:08, 2:09. Now the tactics will unfold as we come through a drink station, which often is a decisive point at a race anyway. It can be where somebody looks to take advantage of an opponent's faltering, or a second or two where it takes them longer to get their drinks. We're seeing Noguchi. He looks to have tried to pull back the lead from Jonah Chesham there, but still nothing much separating the lead pack of 6. Kenneth Mungara, again, very wily, just sitting right at the back there. I wouldn't expect he's losing touch there, but that invisible rubber band we talk about, Benita, he wouldn't want to let that gap go. Oh, he's back on now, so it looks like Mungara's just sitting comfortably, reserving his energy.
Yeah, and sometimes the drink stops can get a bit chaotic, you know, but yeah, like I think they're just going to keep going along here, and one of them is probably going to make a fairly decisive move fairly soon. We've just got to watch when the move comes on, and everyone has to respond to that move. If you don't respond to the next move, you're probably not going to be in it for the win.
You're looking at a lead pack of 6 here, and Robbo, you've got some winning times in the men's wheelchair marathon.
I do, Ian. Yes, no. So in fact, we saw one of the other wheelchair competitors still out on course, but we've had that race run and won, and Richard Coleman getting the win in the Battle of the Richards. So Rich Coleman from Geelong in Victoria winning in 1:46.15 from Rich Nicholson from ACT in 1:47.06. They're our only 2 finishers in the wheelchair marathon so far, so great work. Rich Coleman, a great story from him. He's coaching a bunch of young wheelchair athletes down his way, and young fella Matt Rizzo, who's looking good on the track, I think in the 1,500 metres, but Rich has actually moved up, aiming to do the marathon at the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games to allow a training partner, Matt Rizzo, to get a spot in the 1,500 metres. So that's pretty good time there from Rich Coleman, and not as close as Kurt Fernley's time last year, closer to 1:30, but still, he'd be happy with the win here. I think it's his first time racing up here at the Gold Coast. So Rich Coleman, well done, taking out the win in the wheelchair men's marathon.
You always take a victory there, won't you, Robbo? That is a terrific race by Richard Coleman. Well done there. So the 30k split for the women, Abe Bekele, so the Ethiopian still well and truly in the lead. That lead may have stretched once we're able to check the splits to around 30 seconds, although she did have Mercy Kibaris close by her from Kenya just a little while ago, but you were looking at live pictures of the lead pack. A pack of 6, a very decisive pack of 6. The strategic moments of the race probably aren't too far away, and now it depends on who's either courageous, brave, or tactically astute enough as we head north in the final stages of the race as to who's going to have a crack, who's going to try and break this pack open.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not the best thing to be leading because everyone's kind of sitting on you and waiting to make their move. But Noguchi's going for it, and he must be feeling really good to be right at the front of that pack and pushing the pace. But then you look at Mungara at the back, and he's just relaxing as much as he can, but sometimes losing touch a bit. So we're not sure if he's a bit tired or he's just really relaxed. Yuki's got the hat on. Yuki's ready for the sunlight in this last 10k, and he knows it's going to be, a fairly hot and fairly tight finish. Yuki and Kenneth Mungara know how to win the race, which is, it is huge in these kind of events. So, this is going to be a very interesting finish.
We've probably come through about 34 kilometres there, just looking at this group. A fascinating race unfolding between the Japanese and the Africans. So 3 Japanese runners at this point in time. I didn't think we'd have quite so many, but the depth of Japanese running that we have these days. So Yuki Kawauchi, we've also got Noguchi, and the 3rd Japanese runner there is that still Asaki? Well, Yuki Kawauchi is really starting to apply his presence to the race.
Women's race, Ian, Virginia Maloney up into 5th place, so through 30k's in 1:45.31. Bekele, the leader, she's got a minute and a half now to Mercy Kibarus in 2nd place. Elizabeth Chirono in 3rd, another 10 seconds back, running with Risa Takanaka. So it looks like it's going to be a battle for 3rd place, but don't rule out Virginia Maloney, who's only 30 seconds away from that battle for 3rd at the moment. So that's going to be a pretty exciting finish to that women's race. But the men here heading north up through Labrador here, and they'll hit that northern turnaround soon, and it's really going to start to sort them out.
The pack of 6 is suddenly whittled to a pack of 5, with Takada slightly falling off the back there. Noguchi Kawauchi, Jonah Chesham, and of course Kenneth Mungara sitting right in there very neatly, just conserving energy, not doing any of the front running at all. Slightly different tactics from last year, but that's no doubt very deliberate for him. I think we've got some pictures of the men's wheelchair marathon race finish. Let's take you back to that finish from a few moments ago.
Yeah, so heading down the blue carpet here, and it was to be Richard Coleman, 1 from 1. Kurt Fernley came here last year. He hadn't raced at the Gold Coast before, so he has the 100% record, and now Rich Coleman can join that club. So maybe we'll get them back here post-Com Games next year. They can have a showdown in that men's wheelchair race. The women's wheelchair race still going. Sarah Tate, I believe, still in the lead there, the Gold Coast local, so we'll keep you posted as to Sarah's progress. She should be coming up to a finish shortly.
Right, we are watching a fascinating battle unfold. 5 runners, 3 Japanese, 2 Africans. We've just gone through 35 kilometres, still on and around record pace. And there is the lead female. So there we are seeing the race favourite, the fastest runner, the Ethiopian Abe Bekele, just going through that 32-kilometre stage, surrounded by pacers, getting plenty of help there. Very slight of frame. She looks like she's, 5 foot and 45 kilos. Benita, not much of, obviously races at a very lean, lightweight.
Oh, she's doing phenomenally well and got a huge lead at the moment. But I'm just looking at Virginia Maloney splits here for every 5K. 17:48, 17:23, 17:36, 17:32, 17:45, 17:25 to 30K. She is going so well, on pace for 2:28. Can't wait to watch her last little bit.
So we're just looking, there's the splits for 35 kilometres, and I'll get Robbo to get a comparative measure of how the 5K splits have unfolded for the men up to 35 kilometres with just 7K to go. But we're seeing Hashimoto, Noguchi, Kawauchi. So 3 Japanese runners in the lead pack of 5. Jonah Chesham, my pre-race favourite, and everyone's pre-race favourite, Kenneth Mungara, are there. Kawauchi just slipping off the back just a little bit there, but Noguchi looks very, very strong, very, very relaxed. So looking at those splits, Robbo, just...
Yeah, I mean, it's been fairly even. The one 20 to 25, they dropped off a little bit, 15:34 for that 5K. The one after that, 15:25, but that last 5K to 35, 15:08. So
that's
rolling up their sleeves.
That's the one that split them apart, and that was through the tactical point of the race where we thought it would start to unfold, where we the pack split from 9 to 6, now down to 5. 15:08 was in fact the fastest split of the 35-kilometre journey so far. Whether we get a similarly quick split through 35 to 40K, but this is a race in 5 now. There can be no backing off. There can be no pulling off of the pressure at all, Benita. These guys have to be running faster, and then it's a matter of applying a pressure to those around you. Noguchi looks fantastic. He looks as if he's running just full of confidence. We could be looking at the race winner there, but of course the others, they're not backing off either.
No, Noguchi's running with so much confidence, and he's just taking this race by the horns and just trying to smash it out. And I feel like he hasn't even taken his gloves off yet, so he's just obviously not feeling hot or anything.
Look at them all. I mean, Mungara, we know he was at the back of that lead pack for so long. Who's spent the least? It's interesting to try and figure that out. Yuki, he hasn't even looked close to producing the grimace yet. So. Yeah, I hope they can really turn up the heat a little bit more in this next 5K. We'll see, but they're sticking together for the time being. And just going back to Virginia Maloney, Benita, she's come into today before lining up for the Gold Coast Airport Marathon this morning. Her PB 2:34.27 from the Melbourne Marathon last year. So if she can stick with this, she's looking to annihilate that PB, rip 5 minutes off it, and put herself in contention for a spot on the Aussie team for Com Games next year.
Oh, I mean, what a breakthrough, and I'm just so excited to follow her and through the field. And, when you're passing people in these marathons and getting better each 5K, you get so much confidence, and she's going to smash her PB if she just keeps this going. So we're just so excited to watch this women's race unfold.
Look at live pictures of Yuki Kawauchi, who is sitting at the back of a pack of 5. This is quite historic. We've never had, in the history of Gold Coast Marathon, such a tight, numerous pack, 5 runners running on and around record pace this deep in the race. This will hopefully push us to a race record, but more than anything, this will push us to a fascinating unfolding. Jonah Chesham, the tallest of the group there, looks a little bit ungainly, but he looks as strong as any other runner there. Coming through the final U-turn, and they now push back south on the final 5-kilometre homeward stretch. Jonah Chesham, is this going to be his day? Is this the day when he, as he did in Barcelona earlier this year in March 2017, a surprise winner? He was certainly one of the pre-race favourites in the top 5 or 6 times, but this is an intriguing race, Robbo. I can't pick a winner. I sense that Kawauchi is struggling a little bit, just starting to see the grimace there. Hashimoto looks to be strained on the face. The other three look pretty relaxed.
He's not getting serious until we see the grimace with Yuki often, so you just don't know. I love the look of Kenneth Mungara. I just think he hasn't worked too much to this point. It's really hard to tell, but yeah, I just think he's ready to pounce. But as we say in the game, they just went through 37 Ks there at that turnaround. So there's only a park run to go here now for these men, and yeah, if they can, we'll see what this 5K split's going to end up like. But if they can keep this going, you know, you think Kenneth Mungara maybe you'll make a move shortly, but interesting to try and predict what's going to happen here in these closing stages.
So we've also got a split there for our old friend Lee Troop through 25 kilometres, 1:31. That puts him in the top 50. So it will be a tough day out on the road there for Lee Troop, who was back here running symbolically, ran alongside his father yesterday and his children. His father who's just overcome a serious battle with brain cancer. A very triumphant 10-kilometre race that they shared yesterday. Lee Troop also backing up and running the marathon. So, less than 5 kilometres ago, we are on the edge of our seats watching this race unfold. We have Mungara, the 2016-2015 champion. We have Kawuchi, the 2013 champion. We have Noguchi. We have Hashimoto and the newcomer, Jonah Chesham, just in his second marathon, looking to prove himself. But Mungara and Noguchi, they are really trying to force the pace here as we come probably about 4 kilometres to go, Benita.
Yeah.
This is when, if you can break the pack open, if you can break those colleagues around you, now's the time when you want to be doing it.
Yeah, certainly. And we've seen Noguchi and Chesham just kind of being at the front for quite a while. And now Mungara's come there and he's come to the front and he's made quite a decisive move. We see Noguchi running alongside him, but certainly Mungara, he's pointing a bit. He's kind of trying to boss Noguchi around a little bit with what he wants to do, but he hasn't kind of been predominantly at the front for quite a while in this race. And Yuki's just hovering around there in third place. And those guys, those two past winners, yeah, I don't know. I like the look of Mungara as well, but Noguchi, he's not lying low yet. He's right, and he still looks pretty good.
Well, his wife, of course, Marisa Takanaka, the 2015 champion. This would be, if Noguchi was to triumph, would be husband and wife winners of Gold Coast Airport Marathon within the space of 2 years. We are seeing a tactical move. Mungara and Noguchi, in the space of less than 500 metres, we've lost Jonah Chesham, we've lost Hashimoto. This is now a race potentially in 3 because we'd never write Yuki off at this late stage. But that rubber band looks to be splitting a little bit. Noguchi and Mungara really applying the pressure to Yuki.
There's the grimace, folks. That's what we know and love. And don't rule him off, and you're quite right in not doing that because it's stretching, as we know. But he's just as likely to find something. Someone will give him a cheer and he'll be back on the feet of Mungara. But yeah, what a run from Noguchi here at the moment. And Mungara, he's looking like he's starting to have to do a little bit of work now, but I still just love the way he's just bouncing along here now, as if he's around the dirt track in his home in Limuru in southern Kenya. And he knows how to win, as you mentioned, Benita. So could we see that three-peat happening here right now?
Kenneth Mungara and Noguchi from Japan. Takeya Noguchi, this is a race into. They've really applied the pressure. I suspect we're down around, 3-minute kilometre splits here, Benita, because one of them really had to apply the pressure, but these two guys have opened it up in front of the other.
Yeah, definitely. I think I don't want to rule Yuki out, but looking like one of these two guys might take the win here. Noguchi looked like he was dropping back a bit before. He might have been going through a bit of a bad patch, but now he looks like he's kind of moved right up and running alongside Mungara. Yeah, I mean, he's still looking really good. And obviously Mungara was sitting at the back of the pack for a long time. We've seen Yuki there. Yuki's grimacing, but we're not ruling him out because we've seen him come back before, and which is very hard to do in a marathon, is get a little bit dropped and coming back onto the pack. But there's still enough time for Yuki to catch up, and he's going for it too.
He's extraordinary. He's the most resilient marathoner that I could ever recall seeing. I mean, once people get dropped off packs like this, 99 out of 100 times, they're gone. You would never factor them back in. But Kawauchi,
he's right there.
He is still there.
He's right there.
It's only 15, 10 to 15 metres.
So.
And he's the sort of runner who, once he has a sniff, once he, incredible competitive instinct kicks back in, he doesn't give up easily. But the area shot maybe gives us a little bit more perspective. That's maybe closer to 20 metres, but and I guess the decision for him is just how hard does he push, knowing there's got a World Championships 5 weeks away. His resilience, his ability to bounce back, his recovery from hard marathons, and having raced only 3 weeks ago for 50 kilometres, just defies all logic and belief. But Mungara and Noguchi. We again, like last year, it's a Japanese versus a Kenyan.
Yes.
It's just a different Japanese runner in the lead too this time.
That might be. He might just be falling off the back. We might have to let him go soon. But yeah, there's a saying now in the running game: zip up the Yuki suit. There's a Twitter account in honour of the Yuki suit at Yuki suit, and that's the saying. Zip it up and go for it. Suck it up and go. But it might be a little bit too much now. And given that World Champs marathon coming up in 5 weeks, he might just be thinking, right, just let it, we'll let this one have to go today. He might come back next year and have another crack. But up the road, his Japanese compatriot giving Kenneth Mungara a good run for his money. And Benita, yes, look at his body language. It's hard to see his eyes behind those glasses, but he's looking comfortable. He's just bouncing along. His form hasn't really changed at all.
No, I mean, he looks really good. It's very hard to pick between them. And, they can hear the crowd. They've just passed the 39-kilometre mark, and they're coming back right into a sea of people to cheer them on. And they know that they're almost finished, but they've still got a few K to go, just over 6 minutes of running. And, it's going to be so close. It's awesome.
Well, look at Mungara. This is familiar territory from last year. This is exactly the same position he was in last year, head-to-head with the Japanese runner. This year it's Noguchi. It's not Kawauchi, who has slipped off the back there. Either way, this is going to be a massive PB for Takeyo Noguchi. His wife, Risa Takanaka, the 2015 champion, was predicting before the race to Brett Lana from Japan Running News that he was in great shape, that Noguchi had a PB in him. This will be a massive PB. It's going to be sub 210, potentially sub 29, given the strength and the pace of the racing between these two guys. Mungara, surely he's got to learn from last year. He probably will not know what Noguchi's finishing power is like. I wouldn't think he would want to be leaving it. He's got to try and break Noguchi open in the next kilometre, surely, rather than leave it till a sprint finish.
Yeah, and I felt like he was trying to break him a few kilometres ago, and that's a frustrating thing when he's still there. So Noguchi is just not going away, and that could be really frustrating, Mungara. But who knows?
The Kenyans, of course, renowned for their surges. So I guess the challenge and the decision for Mungara very shortly is: does he just try and throw in a little surge? It might only be a 200 metre, 400 metre surge where he ups the tempo from whatever we're at, 3:05 pace to even 10 seconds quicker. Could be enough to break Noguchi open, but the Japanese runners renowned as having incredible mental strength. We've seen that in Yuki for many, many years. And Noguchi, we don't seem to doubt, is any less resilient and no less lacking in mental strength. Wow, what a great race.
They're on the water there now, and the crowd building, as you can see there, and they're heading towards us. And again, you can feel that buzz in the air. And Noguchi just throwing the arms down, have a little bit of a stretch there and get ready for what's going to be the kick of his life he's going to need here to get over Kenneth Mungara. But tell you what, he's looking good. The overall time prediction probably slipping a little bit, Ian, 2:09-ish kind of pace. So they've slipped back to probably average 3:04. But if they can come home strong here, there will be a little bit of a subtlety they're pushing into. We noticed it on the 10K yesterday, and that's about, you get quite exposed to it there where it's coming across the water. So they will be pushing into a bit of a breeze there. But look, they're side by side, neck and neck. We're inside, the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to see who's going to take this win in 2017 Gold Coast Airport Marathon.
And Yuki Kawauchi on track, we would think, for another sub 210 run. And of course, if he runs sub 212, as we were saying earlier, that would be a world record for the most sub 212 runners. An extraordinary run by Yuki Kawauchi. Noguchi and Mungara, we're down with about 2 kilometres to go.
That's right, 40 there, so 2.2 to go, Ian. They're on about 2:09.20 pace at the moment, and Noguchi just looking down at his watch there, so they'll come around, they'll come over the bridge, and then they're up this last bit of a straight, and then they'll head into Broadwater here.
And just quickly, Robbo, we know that Bekele has just gone through in the women's race through 35k in 2 hours and 33 seconds, which is giving her an estimated finish time of 2:25.21, which is well under course record pace. So we're eagerly watching that women's race. No other women have gone through 35k yet, but we'll keep you updated.
The fact that she's out on her own, it is a race for her to win or lose, but we would imagine when we saw her running through 32 kilometres, she looked so strong. No sign of any fading by her. No sign of any fading between Noguchi and Mungara. This is deja vu. This is history repeating itself at the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. We're in the closing stages again. We have a head-to-head, neck and neck, side-by-side, stride-by-stride battle between a Japanese and a Kenyan runner. We are privileged to be watching such amazing strength running, and to see these guys coming through the final drink station, that is literally Mungara grabbing a drink, throwing it away. That's maybe not what he was looking for. He might have been looking for electrolyte rather than water. Replenishing, just dabbing his face with water, and this is the final push for home. This is Kenneth Mungara. Are we seeing history in the making? Kenneth Mungara chasing a historic three-peat. No male runner has ever won Gold Coast Marathon 3 times in a row. It was done back in the 80s by Margaret Redden, the Australian, the only person to have won 3 consecutive races. Kenneth Mungara, Takeya Noguchi, a race in 2.
Yuki Kawachi, interesting through that 40k mark there. Only 5 seconds off as we look at the split. So, you know, the speed they're travelling, it's a good distance, and maybe it's too much of a distance for him to feature in the win here today. But Noguchi, I'm not sure how to read him. He looked like he was starting to struggle a little bit there, but he's just tucking in, and certainly Mungara, if he wants to strike and just test Noguchi out here, he's in the right position to do that. But I'm not convinced Kenneth Mungara's completely, relaxed at the moment now. He's really working hard, and they've drawn it back down to probably 2:09-ish pace now. So they're winding it up now, and they'll be heading down the straight here. They're heading towards us at the finish. It's going to be super exciting.
It's a long drive. It's about an 1,800 metre drive for home from here. We've just gone through 2:05. We are on pace for another sub 2:10. The sub 2:10 has become the absolute norm these days here, hasn't it, Benita, for the Gold Coast Marathon? We get disappointed when we don't have a race record, but anything sub 2:10 shouldn't be taken for granted as a world-class time.
Oh, it's a world-class time, and certainly, yeah, a lot of Australian male runners haven't run a sub 2:10 for years. But just quickly, we've seen the women going through 35k. We see Virginia Maloney in 5th. She's really moving up. She's only a few seconds off Toronto, who went through 35k in 2 hours and 3. Virginia 2 hours and 3 and 11 seconds. And then we've got Kip Reyes, who went through in 3rd. Risa Takayama in 2nd, and Bekele has got 2-minute lead. So yeah,
that's the fascinating move, isn't it? Takanaka back into the top 3. Husband and wife Japanese podium finish.
Maybe they'll have to settle for second here. You just don't know. But yeah, she's got enough to reach Bekele.
Yeah, she's.
No, we've got a good 2-minute gap there, don't we, between Bekele, the Ethiopian, and the women's race. We will swing back to the women to show the closing stages of the women's race as soon as we can. But at the moment, we are absolutely fixated and fascinated on the men's race, the closing stages. Less than 3 minutes to run in the 2017 Gold Coast Airport Marathon. You are looking at the winner of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. Just which of these two gentlemen is the winner? Benita and Robbo, it is anyone's guess.
I mean, a potential move on the outside here. Noguchi, he's had enough of sitting.
Noguchi looking more relaxed, certainly, than Kawuchi did at this stage last year. Yes. Mungara never gives anything away. His face looks like a Buddha statue. He looks relaxed. He looks composed.
They'll swing in and take this hard left-hand turn. They'll come under the arch, and the arch says 250 metres to go. It takes forever to get to this point. But
probably still got 500 metres running to go. I reckon we're about 2 minutes out from the finish there. Mungara, at this stage, I guess he's going to have to back his finishing kick as he did last year.
Here's Noguchi.
Although Noguchi pushing the pedal to the metal. He is testing Kenneth Mungara, seeing what Mungara has left. This is like a single lap of an Olympic track.
Mungara responds. And
oh, here we go. This is fantastic.
Hold on to your headbands, folks. This is a ding-dong battle here. In the last couple of minutes.
Has he broken Noguchi? Noguchi just wobbling his head just enough to make you wonder whether that was his last surge, that was his last shot in the locker. Mungara 2 strides ahead.
Yep.
He would be my pick at this stage.
I think so.
He just looks as if he's... Yeah. And here we go into the turn. This is history repeating itself exactly as he won last year, using the turn, bouncing off that.
Yeah, there we go, 250 to go. Mungara with 5 metres now. Noguchi, he might have to settle for second, but this won't be over until the finish.
He's coming again. Takeya Noguchi, Kenneth Mungara.
Whoa.
It's into the final turn. We are down to a kick finish. Noguchi, Takeya Noguchi, has he got enough to get past Kenneth Mungara? We wrote him off less than a minute ago. Mungara is not done. Noguchi has the lead. A metre leader. This is the most closest fantastic race. It is a Japanese win. A Japanese win.
Wow.
Takeya Noguchi, absolutely extraordinary.
Let's look at the time.
He should tick under 2.9 or around 2.9. Kenneth Mungara in second raises his hands. A Japanese victory. Takeya Noguchi.
There it is. 2:59.
Slipped under 2.09. Kenneth Mungara, valiant. Slightly disappointing defeat. 2 warriors, 2 absolute road warriors. That is an extraordinary win. His wife picked it, Takanaka, Risa Takanaka, who is still out on the road, and
Yuki 2:09.20 coming across there for 3rd overall. This will be 4th place we're seeing in the shoot here now.
Yuki Koichi, another podium finish.
Add that to your collection. And world record holder for most sub-2:12 marathons with 23 for Yuki. But what about this? Noguchi.
Wow. The Japanese have had such a long and proud history here. They have won so many races over the years. In terms of Japanese victories, this is their 10th win in the men, second only to Australian runners who dominated the early days in the 2000s. Steve Monaghetti there shaking hands with Noguchi. And here we're seeing another Japanese runner. I think it's this Hashimoto coming through to finish 5th. The Japanese, they're back. They are back at the Gold Coast.
We have a course record.
Yeah, what about that?
Ryo Hashimoto. He collapses across the finish line, top 5 finish. He has run himself to the point of exhaustion. Japan 1 and 3, Kenya 2nd. Wow.
Hope you enjoyed that, folks. That is amazing.
Yeah, it's just one of those races you get goosebumps from watching, and Noguchi just looked like he was coming in and coming out that whole last 500 metres, and wow, what a finish.
He had one dig, as we saw before that final turn. Mungara managed to hold him. We just saw a little bit of a head wobble from Noguchi, which I thought meant he was gone, but he just summoned something deep from within. The Japanese pride, the Japanese warrior within him has certainly come to the fore today. So we have Takeya Noguchi, a massive PB, over 2 minutes better than his previous best time, run at Tokyo earlier this year. So that'll certainly bump him from a silver class IAAF label status up to a gold class. He's writing a new chapter in his record books. And Takeda, the 6th runner home from Japan. So Japan, top 3 of the top 6. We hope to go to the finish line. Steve Monaghetti with Brett Lana doing the translating for our winner over there, Takeya Noguchi. So, Mona, over to you. Hopefully we've got some words from the winner.
I'm down here with Noguchi. Unbelievable running. And Brett, just to translate for us, how did he feel? It looked like Kenneth was away, and yet he just lifted for that one extra kick to get home.
ムンガラ選手が何回もスパートかけてだけど何回も戻ってきたそれはどういう気持ちだった
My target to win only and enjoy my running. So happy. Today is my birthday. Yeah. Really?
Wow. Today, how old are you today?
29.
29. Wow, what a way to spend your birthday. Fantastic. You've done what Yuki couldn't do last year. Massive PB. Your personal best was 2 hours 11 before today. 2 minute PB. Wow, how do you do this?
去年川内さんできなかったことができて、そして自己ベスト2分以上更新した。それはどうやってそういう急にレベルアップした？
継続した練習を常に、コツコツやって、あと今年結婚してその妻のサポートがあって、よりこう競技に、集中できるようになって、多分競技力が上がったなと思います。
My training has been very good this year, but more than that, I got married in April, and the support of my wife, Risa Takenaka, who's out there running right now, really gave me the strength to get here today.
And Risa won in 2015, so did you feel you had to do the right thing for your family and have your win today?
竹中さんが2015年に優勝した、それもモチベーションになったでしょうか。
Yes, はい、Yes 私も負けられないので優勝できてます。
We couldn't have just one Gold Coast Airport Marathon winner in the family.
Well, it's an unbelievable run today. We are so proud of you and fantastic race result. So close and a Japanese win today. Noguchi, fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Well, the household of Taki Noguchi and Risa Takenaka, they would be a shrine to the Gold Coast Airport Marathon, both with winners' trophies, with winners' medals, with race records and personal bests between those two runners. Risa Takenaka, the Japanese winner from 2015, still out on the course. Now we turn our focus to the women's race, and we've finally been able to bring you some pictures of the race leader, the Ethiopian. There's only one previous African winner, Goithetom Tassima, back in 2011. Her compatriot, her colleague, Abibek Bakila from Ethiopia, is clearly in first place. You are looking at undoubtedly the winner of the women's airport marathon, and we're probably about 2 or 3 kilometres from home. Benita, will be interesting to see what sort of gap we've got. She looks as if she's doing it tough at this late stage of the race, but who wouldn't?
Yeah, I mean, she had a big gap in the last bit we saw at 35k, but she did slow down between 30 and 35k a little bit. So, and we know Reese is moving through the field. We know the Australian Virginia Maloney is just having a brilliant run. So we're just excited to see where she is at 40k. But this women's race, and some big breakthrough running here.
And it's the curse of the 2 consecutive wins, Ian. No one's been able to do it in the men. The women, it's happened in the women's side, but the men haven't been able to do it. So it stays there. Mungara missing out, and you think it'll be a while until we see someone having another crack at that. But
look, on any other day with any other runner, Mungara would have won that, and I'll be interested to hear his thoughts. Potentially, you may have been surprised by the the strength and resilience of the Japanese runner. He looked to have broken him as we went through that second last S-bend. Mungara had a slight gap, but Noguchi found something from within, the sort of finishing kick you rarely see at the end of the marathon. That's something reserved from the end of a 5,000, 10,000 metre on the track.
Love to see what that last K was, what sort of speed they were travelling, kicking home. But yeah, what a run, and what a way to celebrate your 29th birthday here on the Gold Coast. I'll never forget that, and I don't want to get too ahead of myself. I know they only got married in April, but can't wait for their kids to sign up for the Zespri 2K Kids Dash. In a few years to come, they'll just be the Gold Coast Marathon family, won't they?
Genetics will be on their side, and genetics are on the side of Abibek Bakila, the leading women runner in the women's Gold Coast Airport Marathon.
Looks over at the spit there and heading down to the high rises, and it's a great view. That's my favourite part of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. You're heading for home. It's deceptive because you think you're almost there, and that's quite a long stretch. But looking across there, I mean, you don't need me to explain it just how beautiful that little part of the course is. And I've had some tweets coming through. Tony Tanos on Twitter just saying it's like the Tour de France for runners. Some of those aerial shots we're getting, it's just absolutely glorious, and not a hard place to sell at all.
Picture postcard perfect here on the Gold Coast as you are watching the closing stages. The aerial view of our lead female runner, less than 10 minutes of running. That probably puts us somewhere around just under 3 kilometres from home. We should be coming up to the 40 kilometre mark very shortly for Bakili, the Ethiopian runner. Her PB 2:23. She's a world-class athlete. We didn't doubt her pedigree. We didn't doubt her quality as she came into the race, but she hasn't just sat on her record. She has laid it on the line, took it out hard pretty early. She went out with a couple of her Ethiopian and African colleagues, Benita, but that took courage to really go out a race record pace.
Oh, it takes courage to do that, and she's certainly gone for it today. We know that she was on 2:25 pace at 35k. She's coming up to 40k soon. We know she had a 2-minute lead on the rest of the field at 35k. So it'll be really interesting to see how that field's going. We know Noguchi's wife Risa is just she is moving through, so it'll be very interesting. But yeah, this section, I know the view's really nice, but you can really be hurting running along here. And yeah, I'm very excited to see what our splits and how the women are going at 40k. I think they've just passed 40k now.
Right, there we go, 40k split in 2:18. So if she's got about 7 minutes of running to go, that certainly puts us on a race record pace, which around the 2:26 mark set last year, 2:26.40 by another Japanese runner. So we're looking at Bibek Bekele. Seeing the top 5 round out as well. Takanaka, we've got great interest in seeing where she finishes, seeing as her husband, Takeya Noguchi, has won it. Wouldn't that be something? A podium. Exactly. Yeah. First and podium finish for husband and wife. That would be history in the making. I think we could safely say that's another you know, sweet chapter in the history, the very long and rich history, 39 years of Gold Coast Airport Marathon.
And what a better way to celebrate the 40th edition next year. We get them both back. One defending his win, and the other, you know, back to try and get a second win. Yeah.
And we know Bekele, she's gone through 40k in 2:17.58, which still puts her well under course record pace at 2:25.30-ish. So even if she breaks 2:26, brilliant run. So she might know, she might not know if she's on course record pace, but at this stage of the marathon, you just want to be going as hard as you can, and she's going for it, and fantastic race to be running this far by yourself as well, no one around.
How hard is it at this end of the race? Presumably she's had a look round Benita and seen that it's her first and Daylight second. How hard it is to keep driving through, whether she thinks she's got a race record on mind? There's certainly a performance bonus there, so there's extra money on the line for her.
You know, Ian, I think it's harder between 35 and 40k, if you can say harder. But the last 2k, you just know that you just got to keep going. And if there's people around you, you know, that's when you've got to really sprint and put pressure on yourself. But she's going as hard as she can. But I feel like she looks really relaxed. She knows she's close to the finish. And you can always just find that little extra gear when you know you've only got under 2k to go now for her. So she knows she's got the win. It's just how far she's going to go. But certainly getting through that 35 to 40k section of the race, I think that's really hard. And you know, a real test of character. But yeah, we just saw her look on her watch. She's got her watch on the inside of her arm, so she probably knows what pace she's on. But what a brilliant race and brilliant run.
So you're looking at the very clear leader from Ethiopia of the women's Gold Coast Airport Marathon, Bibek Bekele, who is on track for a race record. We'll bring you some splits and indications of the other women in a moment. But Bekele, a very clear leader. The crowd will come into play very shortly, won't it, guys? You know, once they pass that final turn, you come into the long home stretch of about a kilometre. Here she comes.
Yeah, it's a great turn to take, that one.
Yeah.
A little bit of a rise over the bridge, and then it's dead flat from there.
And as you mentioned, the crowd and the tents, the supporter tents and the clubs, they all start to gather on that left-hand side. So it is exciting, and she's down with about a kilometre to go. She'll hit that mark pretty shortly. But a couple of splits coming through here in the other times in this race, and this is going to be super exciting as well. Mercy Kibaris 2:20.35 through 40, and 5 seconds behind her, Risa Takanaka. Now, she was coming second a little bit ago, so that's swapped over. Yeah. And I wonder if she knows yet. I'd love to be able to say her husband's just won.
Yeah. I'm going to hazard a guess and say that she doesn't know at this point in time.
Someone's
got
to tell her.
Purely focused on her race. Should we get a message out to her?
Yeah, we need to get a message out to her. But I think one interesting thing about Kibaris that I read is that she's improved 10 minutes over her marathon from 2016 to 2017. So she's really on the rise in marathon running. She's 33, and you know, she is really improving. So it's great to see. We see, Virginia Maloney has crossed through.
Up in fourth. Yeah, wow. That is fantastic. Or in a battle for fourth with Chirano. So there is still a lot of hard work to be done there for Virginia Maloney. What will be a breakthrough run for the Australian runner.
Well, she's on. She can sneak under 2:29 at the moment, and PB coming into today, you know, a good few minutes slower than that. So it's what a story this is going to be for
Yeah, so Virginia Monley, a massive PB. So she ran at Melbourne last year, 2:34.27. This could be something like a 4 or 5 minute PB. That's almost unheard of, Benita, for the Australian runner.
Yeah, I mean, that's brilliant. And is an Australian female marathon running just going from strength to strength? I was talking to Jess Trengrove before, Millie Clark, like some of our real guns of marathon running. Lisa Waitman, big breakthrough this year, 2:25. And, you know, it's just great to see. And Virginia Maloney, I can't wait to see her finish. But
well,
what
it's
a
flipped
run.
around from where it was for so long. The men are definitely in the shadow of the women in distance running in Australia. I think we can happily say that, Robbo, can't we? That just so inspiring to see so many women runners. But you are looking at the leading and potentially, imminently, winner of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon in the women's category, Abebek Bekele from Ethiopia.
And she's extended her lead as well to second place from 40k. So she's really finishing fast, and it's going to be great to see if she can get under that course record. She's going for it, not long to go now, passing all the tents of all the different clubs and the running groups here. Supported in the Gold Coast Marathon. It's a great part of the course. You know, everyone's yelling out to her. She's in a different country, but everyone's just willing her on to try to break that course record. And she knows she's going to win, so she's going for the course record and a fast finish. And what a fantastic style to look at her run. She just looks so smooth. She doesn't look, you know, strained on her face or anything. And I just can't wait to see this last little bit.
Her composure and her cadence has not changed since the camera has been able to pick her up 2 or 3 kilometres ago. She's been absolutely unrelenting in her focus and her pace. So I'd say, judging on what we've seen so far, definitely on race record pace. Bekele from Ethiopia, only the second Ethiopian winner in the women's race in the history of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. 2011 was the last year. Here goes Bekele into the second last turn in towards the finishing chute.
Yeah, and spare a thought for last year's winner in the women's race, Masato Hori of Japan. She took almost a minute and 40 off the previous the win from the previous year. 2:26.40 is her record. It's only going to stand for 12 months. And,
yeah, well, going to be a bit over 2:25, aren't we, with Bekele here, who is really striding for home, looking strong, looking composed, about to look triumphant. Abebe Bekele coming down to the final 150 metres of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. She has the finishing line in her sights, stride for stride, down towards the closing stages. The female winner of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon, Abebek Bekele of Ethiopia. We have our 2017 winner from Ethiopia. This is a massive race record, over a minute off the race record. She's going to finish in just over 2:25, and the finishing time, look at that. Look at that clock. Fantastic. 2:25.38, 39. We'll give you official time very shortly. Wow.
Yeah.
What another great day of racing. We keep getting spoiled here, Benita. I don't know how we're going to keep raising the bar year on year. A women's race record this year, women's race record last year. PBs all round. So there we go, 2:25.31, so minute 10.
We're getting into, I'm just looking up quickly there, Australian all-comers for the women's marathon. So we're getting down to that sort of level now, that 2:23.14, that was set at 2000 at Sydney Olympics. Takahashi from Japan there, so yeah, that is a quality run. Like, that's a run we haven't seen on Australian soil like that for, you know, since the 2000 Olympic Games. That's what it took to get that sort of time. So it's outstanding.
That is fantastic to see. You're delighted with that sort of race, Benita, and we will watch with interest to see the other 3 or 4 top 5 runners come home. Mercy Kibaris, on last reports, was second, just leading from Risa Takanaka. We'll pick them up as they come through the finishing chute in the next few minutes.
Can't wait to see them, and then see how Virginia Maloney's going to finish as well. It's if you're just tuning in, folks, we're going to see one of the highest placed Aussies for quite a while at the Gold Coast Airport Marathon, Ian, and she's got, last we saw through 40k, she was in 4th place. I think she's probably a little bit too far back to get on the podium today, but she'll give it a good shake, and as you said, almost a 5-minute PB on the cards, and puts herself right in the reckoning for a spot on the Australian team for the Commonwealth Games back here in April next year. I feel like I want to get on the phone to the boss of the Commonwealth Games Association. Give us 10 places in the women's marathon.
So here we see Mercy Kibaris of Kenya coming through down the finishing line as the final turns. So we have our clear, and that looks like Risa Takanaka not far behind her. So we have second and third runners coming down the finishing chute of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon again.
Does she know yet?
You would imagine somebody would be trying to yell out to her.
Guess what? Your husband just won.
I don't know that she's got the same finishing kick that her husband does as much as she's trying.
Maybe Monica can tell her.
She'll know very soon after the race. Risa Takanaka, 2015 winner. She is spent, but
I want to see her face when she hears the news.
I reckon her husband, Takeo Noguchi, will be very close to the finish line there. He will be there with a triumphant hug.
And we can see Virginia Maloney there coming down the chute as well now as well.
Celia Sullivan, have a look, she's right up there also.
So Mercy Cabarrus is second, just ahead of Risa Takanaka. So it's Japan first in the men's, third in the women's, and that is a fantastic run. Cabarrus looks quite distressed having come across the finish line.
And that's Chirono. Now, have we got Maloney ahead of her?
Virginia Maloney, I think, is behind.
They posted, folks. We'll keep you up to date with how Virginia Maloney's going. Comes across.
2:29 for Chirono, yes.
And that's a debut marathon for her.
Has any woman ever gone
And
faster on
this is
debut?
Virginia. What a run.
Oh, 2:29.
That is outstanding.
13.
Say
She's
hello
delighted.
to your 5-minute PB, Virginia Maloney. That's one of the runs of the day.
So, yeah.
Whoa, she can't believe it.
She's excited.
I'm getting tingles. You know, that's a run. She's been on the radar. She's been in the mix, but to what 5 minutes off your PB? Wow.
Wow, what a run. Tears of joy and tears of happiness. We're going to try and get down to the finish line again with Steve Monaghetti very shortly to talk to the women's runner. But Virginia Maloney of Australia, that is probably the proudest and fastest fourth place.
Top five? I think we're getting a fourth. I'll just double check, but yeah.
Yes, Toronto was fourth, so Maloney fifth. So a top five finish at Gold Coast. I mean, the last Australian female winner here at the Gold Coast Airport Marathon was back in 2009, Lauren Shelley. Women haven't featured too prominently on the podium, but that is a fantastic race by Virginia Maloney. And as you say, Robbo, she could well be back stomping on this same turf or similar tracks in 9 months' time for the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games.
She's right in the mix. Yep. So.
Oh, and just to improve by that much, and she ran her own race and got better in the second half. And
we just got Sarah Tate on screen here, winning in the women's race. She's taken it out of her. She's a para-triathlete, and marathons, well, they're not an easy deal. She stepped up to the marathon today, and she looks like she's done it tough there, but she can tick that off now, and she's got her sights set on hopefully getting a spot on the Commonwealth Games team. But well done to the Gold Coast local there, Sarah Tate.
That's fantastic to see. We'll also try and keep a bit of an eye, well, in terms of Oceania Championships. Well, we've got our winner there in Virginia Maloney for the
She's got the win. Yeah, Mary Davies has slipped back down. I haven't seen her sort of up there. That was the New Zealand runner.
So we haven't spoken much about the Oceania Championships, but we'll see if we can provide you with the leading Australian male home in that regard. That is a time we'll watch with great interest. But wow, another fantastic event here at Gold Coast Airport Marathon. A thrilling race. So there we go, you got some times there.
Yeah, this is the Oceania Championships. It's Dave Ridley. Great to see a Dave getting up on top there for the Victorian. 2:24.56, winning the Oceania title from Charlie Boyd from Queensland. 2:25.20, and Ben McCronin from Queensland 2:26.16. So well done.
Queenslanders 2 and 3, so good podium finish there for the local lads. So that's a terrific run there. And of course, Virginia Maloney, 5th in 2:29.11. We're just going to remind you that her PB before today was 2:34.27, run only 8 months ago last year in another marathon on Australian soil. So that is just absolutely... Can you remember the last time, Benita, you would have seen an Australian woman run a 5-minute PB, particularly on home soil?
Oh, I don't know, yeah. I mean, it could even be yeah, something that's unheard of. Gee, it's so exciting though.
And it makes you think,
Yeah.
you know, she doesn't know how good she is yet.
Yeah.
You know, she's
That's
still
right.
finding
Yeah.
a way in this. And Millie Clark and some of these other newer marathoners in the women, you know, same sort of thing is true. So they're hunting you down, I reckon, Benita. They're looking up to you and saying...
And Virginia, she's only 27 as well, so we know that age is a bit of a thing, so she's going to improve with age too. It's just so exciting to see these big breakthroughs, and that's what we love about the sport. There's big breakthroughs, and you're just not sure when they're going to happen, but if you just believe in yourself and your training, I just can't wait to have a chat to her, and yeah.
So she becomes the 9th Australian female to run sub 2:30. To join that 2:30 sub 2:30 club.
It's a pretty elite club.
She's knocked off Nikki Chappell 2:31.05 to slip into the top 9, and just ahead of her Millie Clark 2:29.07. We know how much she's been lighting the place up. So she's only 4 seconds off Millie's PB there in the end. And like I said, putting herself in huge contention for one of those spots. Only 3 spots, unfortunately. I so would love to have that doubled.
Yeah.
We've got the quality there. I'm assured of that. So yeah, super exciting.
So 2-minute PB for our male winner, Takeya Noguchi, and a 5-minute PB for Virginia Maloney. What are the factors there, Benita? I mean, we all would dream of running PBs by that much, but something's got to really click on the day. There's got to be some massive improvement and real consistency of training effort over a period of time to get those sort of, carve those sort of times out of your best time.
Oh, for sure, Ian. And I think with Virginia, you know, she knew what pace she wanted to do, and she kind of stuck with that. But I think once you start passing people and you've done all the training, but you're not too aggressive too early in the marathon, you can improve by big chunks. And she's obviously done a good time before. She's done 2:34. She knows that, you know, she can go faster. But it's just such a huge improvement is phenomenal, and I'm just so excited to see some of her next marathons, and what a run.
So you're looking at continuing finishes of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. Be interested to see how Claire Geraghty went. That's a name we didn't mention, another local runner. We'll see if we can find a split on Claire. She was hoping to run a PB of sub 2:48, so still a little bit of time to go for her to get across the line. That's a terrific run there.
There's Celia Sullivan on the screen. I had big raps on her. Now that's a you know, you want to talk PBs, that's a 25-minute PB there, which she ran the Gold Coast Marathon last year, 2:50 low. She has gone from strength to strength. Now we know she's a quality runner, but 2:34 puts her in contention in that mix as well. But yeah, outstanding run, second Aussie over the line in that women's race, Celia Sullivan.
That's a fantastic race. We of course now, you know, this is the time of the event where, you know, everyday runners from about 2:30, 2:40 onwards are really looking to bring it home. Looking at some of the other finishing males there, triumphant waves across the finish line. Cameron Hart, you've joined us on the commentary box here, and I don't know what sort of view you've got of that finish, but we saw it unfold right from early on, and it was fantastic to see history repeating itself. Japan versus Kenya, just a different Japanese winner this year.
Absolutely. You know, I think my heart rate is probably as high as what the athletes is at the moment. Yeah, both the men's and women's are extraordinary. Yeah, the marathon, we had that pack there for a while. We haven't seen a pack like that. And then just the breakaway, you know, Noguchi looked like it was home and hose, and then Kenneth, you know, got him, and everyone's saying, you know, finish straight. Kenneth's got him, and then Noguchi just found this surge. And he wanted to come and run fast, run a PB. He wanted to beat Kawuchi to prove himself. And boy, and did he do it. And he's married to the 2016 winner,
Risa Takanaka.
So
yeah, well, we're just
husband and wife 2 years apart.
How's their trophy cabinet going to be looking after this?
Man.
When they have kids, straight into that Zespri 2K dash.
Well, look, I've got the invitations straight. Fantastic. And you know, lots of PBs. We're talking PBs from not only elites, it's, you know, the half, a lot of good runs in the half. It's, boy, oh boy, crack of a day.
Yeah, so conditions out there really, Cam, we couldn't have written a better script for the day. The temperature just stayed a little bit below that 20 mark, which we've usually crept over in times gone by, which doesn't so much affect the elites, but it's the guys who are going beyond this. Now, I think, Cam, I'll interrupt you there because we're going to go down to Mono, who has got a word with our race record holder and our winner, Bekele from Ethiopia, with Steve Monaghetti.
I am down here with our winner of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon female division, Abebek Bekele. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
How did you feel? And you ran the record time as well, so were you aware that you're on for such a very fast time?
ምን አይነት ስሜት ነው የሚሰማሽ? አሁን እንደዚህ መሮጥሽን ታውቆሻል ወይ? እንደዚህ ማለት ይሄንን በጣም ረጅም መሮጥሽን ታውቆሻል ወይ ነው የሚልሽ?
አዎ ታውቆኛል። ጥሩ ነው ዝግጅትም ጥሩ ማሸነፍበትን ዝግጅት አድርጌያለሁ። እናም ደስ ብሎኛል ስላሸነፍ ኮርሱንም ስላሻሻልኩ በጣም ተደስቻለሁ።
I was well prepared myself to win this race, and I'm happy now. I have win today, and I'm happy. I'm so glad. She said, yeah.
And when did you know that you had the race won? When did you break away?
መቼ ነበረ እንደምታሸንፊ የታወቀሽ?
ኪሎሜትር በኋላ after
20 kilometers.
Right, so very early on. And the conditions were very good today, so did you think that helped you to run a fast time?
ማለት የአየር ሁኔታውም ዛሬ ጥሩ ነበረ እና የአየር ሁኔታው አግዞሻል ማለት ነው እንድታሸንፊ የአየር ሁኔታውን ያገዘሽ?
አየሩም ጥሩ ነው። የአየር ሁኔታውም ባይባል ጥሩ ዝግጅት ስላደረኩኝ እንደማሸንፍ አውቅ ነበር።
The condition today is good, but not only that, but she said she was well prepared and she have done a lot of trainings, and that make her to win today.
Well, we really congratulate you on breaking the course record today. Our female winner, Abibek Ekbekili, congratulations.
ደስ ብሎናል እንኳን ደስ አለሽ ነው የምንልሽ ነው የሚሉሽ።
አመሰግናለሁ። ለየቻይ ማን ነው የጎልድ ኮስት ኦርጋናይዘር ስለጋበዘኝ አመሰግናለሁ።
Okay, she said she expresses her gratitude to the Gold Coast organizer of this race today, and she's thank you for all of who involved in this today.
We're delighted to have you here, and we look forward to welcoming you back next year. And it's back to you in the studio. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Mono. Well, I guess that is a thanks of gratitude, not just to you as the race organiser and director, Cam, but to an entire team out here. Well, you must be bursting with pride to again see, a fast race, a quick race, and good times all round.
Yeah, and nice use of the good time today too, by the way. Yeah, look, it's rewarding because we spend a year putting this event together, even more, and we just create the environment that runners can do the best in, and that's what we've strived to do. We can't help the runners once they get running, so we work very hard to get a good fast course, get the conditions right, accommodate the elite athletes well and comfortable, and I think today has proven the results of what we do, and the athletes are delivering for us. So it's a great relationship we have with athletes, and extremely proud on behalf of my whole team. We thank the runners for doing so well.
As a race director, you don't get to write the script, you get to wish what sort of script you might get. Could you envisage that consecutive years you would have such a head-to-head close race? Very unusual in world marathoning circles. We're flat out seeing it 1 year in a row, let alone 2 years in a row.
Well, we were scripting Kenya and Japan, as you know, and I feel a bit sorry for Kenneth. He was looking at his shoulder at Kawichi. He was wondering where Yuki was all day, and then Noguchi just comes out and just blasts an extraordinary P for himself. So, look, the rivalry between the Kenyans and the Japanese have been strong over the last 4 or 5 years. Largely on the back of with that gold label. We've had a lot more Kenyans coming. The Japanese have always been here and have an extraordinary track record, and that Japanese legacy continues once again. But reversals, I guess, in the women's today. We were seeing some Japanese ladies there in the past. Yeah, it's extraordinary. Very proud, and we just do our best to put on a class event that allows the athletes to run at their potential.
In terms of the Commonwealth Games, we were talking earlier, I know you're a totally separate event, but I guess there will be some learnings around logistics, transport, some things like that are a different course. But the Commonwealth Games organisers will be looking to today and just seeing what little gems of advice and wisdom and learnings there can be.
Yeah, very much so, and it is that logistical element of the event they're really looking at today. Obviously our event was 6,000 in the field, is a bit different from what the Common Games field will be. But certainly the transport infrastructure, the security environment that we've created here, working very closely with emergency services and police to create a secure environment, all those various elements. There's about 25 odd team from the Commonwealth Games that are entrenched in our workforce over this weekend. So we're showcasing our event to them, and they're getting some learnings, but we're also benefiting from some of their existing skills as well. So it's a great relationship.
No, it's fantastic to see, and year on year the race continues to deliver something different and something special. I guess, we're just, as we knew there was a bit of extra money you might have to be handing out here, but there is a race record bonus for the Ethiopian Bekele.
Yeah, look, we always try to run the event on budget, but I think we might have gone over it this morning. No, look,
a nice problem to have
absolutely,
in one respect.
Yeah. Look, there's a 10,000 bonus for that run this morning, so for her to come out and get the 20 plus a 10, $30,000 paid cheque for her today. Extraordinary. It's a cheque that we're very, very pleased to write. We offer that there, and we'd like to give that away, and to deserved athletes. And Bekele, she well and truly deserves it. That's an extraordinary run today.
To see the race record come down to the women's event, I'm not going to suggest that it was a soft race record. It's more to do with the quality of the athlete and the quality of the racing that we've been getting year on year.
Yeah, absolutely, and it has been coming down. Like, it took a few years to get that men's record down about 3 or 4 years back. The women's is now starting to drop year in, year out. So the men's race was close to another record as well. We've got to remember that. So it just proves, we've been saying it for years. The likes of Benita have been saying for years, this is a fast track. We just need the athletes to perform, and today, those couple of degrees cooler that you mentioned before, Ian, I think really helped deliver that today and allowed them to run a bit quicker.
And I guess we were talking earlier, I know there's a little bit of a deliberate strategy insofar as the men's field that you assembled and getting a good core of runners. Probably not surprising we saw the large group together, given looking at their PBs. We didn't have a 2.5, 2.6 guy in there, but we had a lot of good runners who were going to make for a great competitive race.
Yeah, and that's what we wanted to build. We wanted to build a race around this. We knew with Kenneth and Yuki, they had the ability to take this somewhere around the 2.8 pace, 2.9 pace if they wanted to. And packing a group of guys around that would help carry them through. And as I said, that pack that was there, we haven't seen that for a while. I thought Chesham might have hung in there for a bit. He was looking really, really good. And so when he dropped off, I thought, okay, this is going to be interesting. I think Kenneth worked harder today than he did last year. He didn't quite get over the line, but hey, that's marathon racing. We see it year in, year out. And I think he'll be a little bit disappointed, but at the same time proud that he worked so hard.
And of course, as the rest of the morning unfolds, I guess there's other joy for you beyond the elite athletes as the stories filter back to you, the conversations I had with just the everyday runners, the mums and dads. Weekend Warriors doesn't do it justice because they train more than weekends, but they are having their moment in the sun and coming home and running PBs and just finishing a marathon for many of the runners through the next subsequent 1, 2, 3 hours.
Yeah, and that is getting through the marathon now, the half marathon early this morning, but the 4 races we had yesterday too, the 2K and the 4K Zesby Junior Dash races, the Southern Cross University 10K and the Stars 5.7 Challenge, which is a run-walk event. So yesterday's program was about those people that get involved in running perhaps the first time or early days of their career, and then we've seen a lot of those Aussies then step up and then come back into the Sunday program, taking the half and transitioning to the marathon. So the fact that we can facilitate that for runners is really rewarding for us. But there's so many brilliant stories out there. The Cheap story is extraordinary, and Lee shouldn't be too far away. But there's a fantastic group that come out of Hong Kong called the Fearless Dragons. They're a group of blind runners being guided by hearing impaired runners. So that synergy between those two athletes helping each other, it's just extraordinary. I've never heard of that before. And there's about 30 of them doing that. All sorts of ages and abilities doing various races, people running for causes, raising funds. So we just facilitate the opportunity for people to use this event for whatever the cause is, whether it's a PB, whether it's to win the event, or do it for the mum, dad, brother, sister, whoever it may be. And we're just happy for that opportunity.
And I guess the deep bonds that are formed, the friendships between runners, they stand on the starting line as strangers and sometimes end up as friends. I'm not sure whether we've ever heard of anyone sort of, finding a lifelong partner in a marathon race, but I know personally there's many long-time friendships which are made here and are sustained beyond today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of that goes on, and 25,000 plus runners out there and 25,000 plus stories. It's really quite extraordinary.
And you've got some people out there. We had a gentleman yesterday at the lunch of the 30-year club for the half marathon. These long-timers who keep coming back. This is part of their annual ritual, and Gold Coast is deeply so embedded in what they want to do and their running. They don't want to miss it. No,
it is, and the Garmin's Legends lunch we had on yesterday was fantastic. So we had about 300 people at that event. And post-race, because I was on the microphone yesterday a bit more than I usually do. I usually just throw it to Miners and let him talk. But after the event, I had half a dozen people that come up to me and just say, thanks for allowing us to come to this race. And some people have been at lunch 3 times. Yeah. Not only coming to lunch, but racing. And that's really rewarding that people just love our event so much. There was a lady from America who's now living in Sydney. She's done 26 marathons around the world, and everywhere she goes, she says, you have to come to the Gold Coast. And that's fantastic. You know, talking to Desi Linden this morning after half marathon, she said, Cam, I'm just so pleased that I was able to come and experience this race. We're going to tell everyone about it now. You know, Kevin Hanson's going to talk it up. It's extraordinary that we're now building this great advocacy base around the world. And we're proud for providing the opportunity. That's all we do. We provide an opportunity. People make the most of it, and that's the way we go.
And I think you had something like 10 Olympians out there, you know, former or current. I mean, the calibre of the athlete that you get here, and the fact that, you know, people may not appreciate just you know, the fact that there is Olympic athletes, there's world-class athletes. I think we're looking at, speaking of a world-class athlete, Lee Troop having a...
He hasn't had a great day. I just looked at his splits, and he's done a 36-minute last 5K to 35. So expect Lee in about an hour or so. He hasn't had the best of days, but that's all right. He gave it a rip, and it's great to have him and his whole family here. But that's well done to the Lee Troop lookalike.
Yeah, it is a Lee Troop lookalike. I'm sure Lee wishes that was him coming home in sub 250. But Troopy sort of embodies the spirit of this, doesn't he? Like he knew he wasn't in fantastic shape, but he was going to have a red hot go. You know. Predicted a time, or was aiming for a time of 2 hours 30, and was going to lay it on the line early on, even if he suffered later.
Yeah, Lee wasn't running to win this. He was running for a more important reason. That's a personal reason for his dad, in recognition of his dad's own journey battling brain cancer, and that's extraordinary what Lee's been able to do, considering he ran 2 events yesterday as well.
Yeah, no, it is fantastic to see. And just seeing these runners, so these are still fantastic times. I mean, there's people here who are trying to qualify for other events. You know, times here will get them into other marathons around the world. So it's a stepping stone. Chapters have been written in Commonwealth Games history of next year, in future Olympic Games history, and people's own running journey beyond today.
Yeah, very much so. It's just great to see. You know, as I say, lots of past champions there, past Olympians, and I think we've got about 12 previous Gold Coast Airport Marathon winners participating in events over the weekend. And once again, this kept coming back, and they love it. We had Mari Tanagawa, who won back in '92, I think, holding the finish tape today.
Right.
She was ecstatic for that opportunity to give back to an event which gave her so much. So we're just so happy about that, the whole experience.
And not to underestimate just the challenge and how tough it is, people coming across the line now, because I know Deke talks very passionately about you have to find a reason from within. You have to find a good reason. I mean, running a marathon and taking on a challenge of 42.2k can be enough, but when it gets hard out there, Benita, through that final, you know, from 32k onwards, you've got to find a reason to simply put one foot in front of the other.
That's exactly right, Ian. And for some people, it's a time. For some people, it's people that inspire them. And the Troop story is just fantastic. I was talking to Freya before, and she ran a huge half marathon PB today, 1:39, and she was over the moon. And yeah, like Lee is just what he's doing for the sport and for his family, for his dad. You know, it's so inspiring. And just him being out there today, and he'd be in a world of pain, but he's just giving it his best shot. And he's been there before, and yeah, it's just great. And I just love stories like that, and just lovely to know them.
And the family component to it, Cam, you know, you will have out here, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 members of a family, maybe even multiple generations. And I guess that's the way the event has evolved, to be able to open it for everyone from the age of whatever, 3 to 93.
Yeah. You know, the economic impact this weekend is going to increase, and that's on the back of the Troop family alone. It is really good. I got to run the 2K Junior Dash yesterday with my son, and that was from a race organiser's point of view, to get out and experience it within the course as opposed to outside the course looking in, and just the atmosphere out there. The Gold Coast community that lining the course, clapping and cheering, high-fiving these little kids, the look in these children's eyes, and the enjoyment. Hopefully we're embedding a lifelong passion for running in the kids by joining the Junior Dash.
Well, we were coming almost to the close of the 2017 Gold Coast Airport Marathon. Just to recap, the men's winner in a massive personal best from Japan, Takuya Noguchi, winning in 2:08.59, and the winner from Ethiopia, Abebek Bekele, the Ethiopian, the first Ethiopian winner in 5 or 6 years here since 2011. Cam, where to from here? I mean, every year you want to find some improvements. Is it you know, minor tweaks, or is it just creating a continual great experience?
It's that continuous process of improvement. As I said, we've had the gold label for 4 years now. So we don't want to mess too far with the event because we want to hang on to that, of course. Commonwealth Games next year, my team will be working on that event. We'll deliver the Commonwealth Games Marathon next year. And importantly for us, next year's the 40th running of the Gold Coast Airport Marathon. So we've got some ideas that we're planning around that. Keep those in the bag, and yeah, I think it's about that celebration for us next year, having that longevity and the 40-year legacy.
Yeah, well, that's something to celebrate in terms of, you know, that's a massive history to try and encapsulate. I mean, if you think of it must be hundreds of thousands of runners. No doubt you'll do the numbers and work out whether it's somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million of people who've taken part in the events over the years. But
have you got a date for next year, Cam? We need to book our flights.
Well, it'll be July. We're actually looking at that. Traditionally, it's always been that first Sunday in July, but we're looking at some of the international calendars, typically Northern Hemisphere. So if it's not the first weekend, it'll be the second.
Cool. So there you go. The 1st or the 8th of July, folks. Lock it in.
I booked the flights for the first weekend and then just stay another week it's on the second weekend.
Add to the economic benefit that it brings to the Gold Coast. And your international numbers were good again this year. I mean, over 3,000 internationals, that USA market from somewhat of a low base, but 260 runners. I mean, that can only go up from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And so talking to Kevin Hansen and Desi Linden, they're just so impressed with what they've seen, and I had a good chat to Kevin not long ago, and said we're just going to talk the heck out of this race because they just love it. Yep. And the thing that impressed me with the most, they expected the flight to be really tiresome. They said it wasn't so bad. And that's a story we want to tell people. Americans don't like to travel. We get them an aircraft.
And the jet lag coming from America to Australia in this direction is easy. And you know, Sarah Hall's come out here, run twice. Like I know she came from Ethiopia this year. She's had a lot more travel than coming out from America, and she loves this race as well. So it's going to be fantastic for everything to go back to America and people to hear it firsthand from Kevin and from Des as well.
Well, that's got to be testament in itself. Sarah Hall travels 30 hours, you know, runs close to a PB, but wins the women's half marathon. I mean, you know, long flight, long haul, long schmall. That's shouldn't be a factor at all. So, look, we'd love to keep recapping and revelling in another wonderful day, but we've had fun. We've had fun calling this race. Thanks, Robbo. Thanks, Benita.
Thank you. Well done.
Great to have you guys part of it. And I think that's a wrap from the commentary box for the webcast for 2017 Gold Coast Airport Marathon. I'm Ian Eckersley. Thank you, Cam Hart, Benita Willis, Dave Robertson. We've had a lot of fun. Enjoy the closing highlights. We'll see you next year.